I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since I first 101, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. Um, my dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Um, yeah, so I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So um, it's been, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and handle to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua, Tua, Tua. So peace and love.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. But now, man, I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To Saba Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your PODCLASS and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netterts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
if you're to take.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The HERU.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a PODCLASS. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti PODCLASS on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing, Hotep? What's up, brother? This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hage plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a HERU and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a name?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Atet has? Everybody, can you see that, sun hitter?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
Wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. I'll send them one and I'll set with you.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. This is 8. I'm gonna ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday and said straight up, Sarnetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sarnetta's platform, Sarnetta announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sarnetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sarnetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamika.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know. Go ahead, show it, bro. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the HERU real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my PODCLASS, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes you got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official debate with anyone.
Maybe I think so. You do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that, because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
I discovered Tehuti on Sanetta TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, a master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Erakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your master teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
In Mary segment, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes. A few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing: how did you come across the PODCLASS? How did you even know about this? To come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. Yes, I was following Jabari. And there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old podclasses that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married second man. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the PODCLASS, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving, you know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. You know, I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing. And I never thought it would be like this, you know?
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from, what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing that to church.
Oxafek, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Some of them daddy's big. Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89?
I was only 3 years old, running around, acting whatever.
Yo, we were
Mic check, press the 9 if you can hear me. Turn the notifications way down. Mic check, press the 9 if you can hear me. Mic check. I'm checking 9s in just a moment. Peace and love, everyone. Once I check the 9s, we have who's here? Betsy Moon, Hotep Marie. Small God HERU says peace! Exclamation mark. Gabrielle Lopez. Hotep and peace, Mary. Purple heart, white heart. Glad to have risen to another day to experience the amazing and great SABA Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra, Hotep and Marie to the wonderful Nanny and TT. Wonderful. We have Watermelon TV putting up fire. Zai the Great says, wow, I'm in the chat of this video. The moderators are here. 10 Tehuti's here, okay. Where are the 9? They're the 9s. Now they're coming in. I'm seeing them. I'm scrolling down. Amun Ka, Tut Tehuti, press the 9. Out of the gate, press the 9. Fresh Nation, press the 9. Amunet Ka, that's Tut Tehuti, press the 9. Okay, Bas, Tut Maka, Ox, Effect, 9. Maharu with the 9. Ebet, Amun with the 9. Watermelon TV with the 9. Then Amun, Nefra Saba with hearts in her eyes. Wonderful, we are here. Zaya the Great, press the 9. Ubin Ra, there it is. I was telling Ebet, who was I telling? I was telling one of them that this brother here has his name on the chat is something we say in the morning. Ubin Ra, there it is. Ubin Ra, Nini all right. Ubin Ra, Nini wonderful, everybody. Peace and love. We're gonna get this wonderful frequency started. Excellent. We're gonna start off with a beautiful, wonderful affirmation that we're going to start with. We start with every pod class, and we're going to start off this one as we start off every single pod class. Peace and love, everyone. And let's get it. Let's get the frequency started correctly. All right. For those who are new in the chat, you can press an 8 if you're new, and no problem, because the affirmation will be on the screen for you to read with us. This is another event called the Tehuti PODCLASS. Every Saturday we have this beautiful event that is taking place. So I'm going to put the affirmation on the screen, and we can start it on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at, Un and S. Nin Tet Aset and Ma'at. Min Hebapet and Ma'at. Her and Hu Kiwi. Per Ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. We'll actually leave that on the screen for a few moments for the new people to absorb. And for those who are wondering, on either side are some of the ancient images of Ma'at with the shoe feather and the mut on her head, because mut and Ma'at are the same word. Mut, MT, and Ma'at, same word. There she is right there with her hands in the Ka symbol, the support symbol, the Ka. Wonderful, everybody. Welcome to this beautiful event called the Tehuti PODCLASS. My name is Tehuti. Amun Hotep Ra. Greetings and welcome. Peace to all. Another beautiful PODCLASS, another beautiful event that is going to take place. And of course, several questions that are sent in that we have to get to, because everyone knows by now that this is the only place that you can actually send in these questions with reciprocity and get unique, documentary type, thorough, mind-blowing, matrix-breaking answers. And people may be saying, well, what is this? What is this place? Where are we? Where have I landed on this YouTube channel? We are in, and you are in with us, the House of ATTON. What is that? That is the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru, the last to represent the Nitiru known, really. Ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru, while others are focused on having the Neter disappear. We focus on them. We focus on the energy about all of this together, the beautiful frequency that made all of this possible. The Netiru, the Neter, those who have become extinct in the brains of the beings that actually descend from them, and now through the New Age teachings of Egyptology, Kemet, and whatever the people call themselves, the Nitiru has been scrubbed away as people imitate the frequency of the Egyptologists that came in, and certain Greeks that came in and invented a brand new word that has no translation on the entire planet, called myth. And once the Greeks invented this word called myth, which has no word in the Navajo, Na'i'it language, has no word in the ancient Kiengi language, there's no word myth in the Medunheta, there's no word myth amongst the Aztecs. But once the Greeks invented this word, ba-bing, this word now became the explanation for every culture on the planet, even though none of those cultures have that word. Greek power. Greek power. And now those who actually descend or come from the cultures are now quoting the Europeans, as if the Europeans have the authority to define the native cultures. And now that word overshadows everything that natives taught, because everything is the mythology, the myth, the myth, the mythology, the mythology. And I've never read a scribe use the word myth, translate that word. It has an equivalence in the English language, has, upon debate, 23 to 26 letters with 500,000 words. And the ancient Medu has 700 letters. So a language that originated first with the culture themselves had 700 letters. And here comes menial English with 26 letters. Within those 26 letters compared to 700 letters from the language of the culture it came from, we found a word that defines the entire culture. Within the 700 letters, we can't find that word. Yeah. Let's get started, everybody. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. You've seen many intros if you have been here for the 3 or so years that the House of Attend has been here. The Tehuti PODCLASS has been here. If not, welcome home. This is the home of the network. This is the home of the matrix breaking. This is the home of Ma'at, the truth taught by the indigenous. Everything referenced to the ancient teachings is always referred to what the ancients taught before we were even here. I've been a teacher for several years. My original teachers are these. Because when I was a child, a young man, in my first Ren Pet stages of Ren Pet, I decided to break away from regular people and be amongst these. In other words, go into the fields, forests, swamps, ponds, and lakes, and constantly be around the animal world and observe them. And I noticed amongst the animal world, there was a beautiful structure that took place amongst social animals such as ants and bees and termites and lions and wolves. There was social structure that took place even in the hyenas, the dog world, any wild animal, the elephant structure system. Every wild animal had a structure that was taking place. I noticed it in these same videos that I was watching called nature videos, right on the same channel, sometimes side by side, sometimes in the exact same video. There would be tribal shows or shows on the ancient African tribe of Zimbabwe, the ancient Sankoy tribe, this tribe of the Navajo, this tribe. I noticed that every time I saw those tribes, they would always have animals around them. Their symbolisms were consistent animals. The Metu, or the Met language, that people call the Medu Netter language, you can only speak it if you understand animal life. So there's no way to understand the Medu Netter language unless you understand the animals that it's composed of, because 90% of the oldest spiritual language on the planet is composed of animal symbolism. So if you don't know what the hippopotamus does, and you don't know what the serpent does, you cannot even speak. You become illiterate by simply not knowing the animal world. I noticed that these animal shows were called wildlife. I looked up wild, and wild was the opposite of being tamed. At the same time, I saw that the native tribes don't seem to exist anymore in the public, and that those tribes were tamed by conquistadors. Those tribes were tamed by invaders, or AKA trapped and put in a thing called slavery, or given religions. And thus, when I watched those shows with the Native Americans, with the lions, with the Zimbabwe tribe, those shows were on the nature channel. They were on the wildlife channel, the opposite of being tamed. When I watched the Cosby Show, it was never called wildlife. When I watched 227, when I watched In Living Color, when I watched the Maury Show, and I watched people arguing and screaming, I was wondering, these shows are not called wildlife channels. Why is that? Are these the tamed? Are these the descendants of those who are tamed? And the shows on the Native Americans, the Navajo, the Zimbabwe tribes, the ancient documentary, and the ancient Egyptians, and all of those were on the same channels as the nature videos, the wildlife, and I would see wildlife constantly around the people that were on the wildlife channels, on the nature videos. This struck me as very strange. I realized that there was something that took place that tamed people, and it was called the Matrix. And the Matrix tames the mind, and it affects the limbic system. When I was a younger adult, I would question religion. I would seek out the origins of where the Bible came from. I would question Sunday worshipers, saying simple things when I was a child, like, because I was raised up amongst Seventh-day Adventists, simple things like, well, the Bible says the seventh day. Why are you doing the first day of the week? Just using logics. And I said, don't the indigenous people of the Bible say the seventh day? The Catholics and the Christians say Sunday, but I don't see that inside of the Bible. And I would ask little simple questions like that, and then it kept advancing and advancing and advancing until I realized that the Bible itself was a part of the Psyops matrix. As a youth, I came across Tehuti. I came across some books with Tehuti in them. It became my favorite netta. I came across a lot of information that sparked me to want to separate myself from the regular social life of the people that seem to be all caught up in the tamed life. I wanted to be around the animal life. I wanted to study. I wanted to understand the tribes. And because of this, I was kicked out and expelled of every school I've ever been to. I was thrown out. I was kicked out of public forums, school systems. I was no longer allowed in school. I was about to be kicked out of my household until me and my mother made a bet that the only way I could stay inside the house is if I debate her pastor and won. That debate was set up, and that debate was 5 hours. Peace to my mother that sat there patiently and listened to that for going on 5 hours or so, until she threw him out of the house because she could not understand how this young child is riddling up this pastor until he's thrown out of the house due to embarrassment. Due to that situation that took place, I was legally removed from schools, which I was expelled from schools. But then, after that point, I got a notarization that I was legally now removed from churches. I had a restraining order, not because I was beating up women or beating up anybody, but I had a restraining order from churches. I was no longer allowed anywhere near 100 feet of church property. So I'm expelled from the school system. I'm legally removed from the churches. I cannot survive in this world. How am I going to survive without Jesus in school? How am I going to get a job, and how am I going to get saved if I'm the only person that I know of that if I go around a church, I will be put in jail. I don't know if you all know other people that have been through this, but this was all a part of my DNA development. My genetic change took place when I realized that I couldn't depend on this society to survive. I couldn't be a good Christian. I couldn't go to school. I'm expelled from school. I did not make it past grade 9. So what I did is I started breaking into the schools after I was expelled. I started breaking into the churches, and I would hide amongst the library. I would go into the library, and I would hide there until it was recess time. And when it was recess time and the bell rang, all the school children would come out of school, and I would start teaching in the hallways. And there'd be so much of a crowd that the principal and the teacher never recognized me because there's so many students and there's so much commotion, and I'm there teaching class in the hallways. When the bell would ring, and all the students would go back into their classes, I would comfortably just sneakily walk into the library. I was in heaven because I had all of the books in the library, and I would pick out books, bring my own books, and then and I would teach again in the hallways. And so I was in the school illegally, expelled from the school, but still broke into the school and hid in the libraries and ate my food there in order to teach the children on recess time. And the same thing with church. I would go into the church when I am legally removed from church. I would go back into the church, hide amongst the Sabbath school or whatever Bible study. And I would go there before the Bible study and question all the people so they could ask the pastor the questions, and I would go off into the background. I would just sit there with my head down, and the people would ask the pastor. Because as a young man, I found out the best way to affect somebody is not necessarily you debating and beating a person that they see, but is them asking the one they look up to, and that person can't answer their question, and that's their pastor. That has a bigger effect on their heart than you, who they consider a pagan. So I set up the snake style system when I was a child, where I would get the believers to ask the pastor questions, and they would see that once the pastor couldn't answer their questions, that would affect them. And then I would see them outside the church on the street and start teaching. And I go from church to Bible study to school, and I would do this ever since I was a youth. And this became my complete way of life. This is all that I was doing. I couldn't go to school. So I would just do this until eventually I came across an organization that appeared to be the same. This organization was teaching people that the Bible was errored, and there's an original way of life that goes back to nature. And I went into that organization because I thought that was a truth. It appeared as a youth. And when I went in there, I continued to teach using these animals, and I escalated at the fastest rate I ever saw in that organization, up to becoming the top teacher, where the main owner of the organization was telling the whole organization that if they ever wanted to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep Ra. Amenhotep Ra will teach you how to teach, and this caused a lot of jealousy in that organization. And not only did he do that, but he started telling the people in the organization that he was going to take from what I was teaching, and he was going to implement it into his teachings. And the teachings I was teaching that he was going to take was the nature that I learned from when I was a child. When I was with these, and when I studied nature and I was around nature, I used to use nature to debunk pastors. And he said he's going to take that. That's not anything that I learned from his books or anyone's book. This is me studying nature and seeing that nature defies biblical narrative. And he said he's going to take that. He told the entire organization, don't be mad if I take that from him. You all take from me. This caused major discrepancies in the organization because I'm teaching from outside of the organization. The teacher tells everybody that they should learn from me how to teach, and then he's taking from my teachings, and it creates this very interesting situation. I was one of the only ones he allowed to practice polygamy. He told everybody only one wife for every man, except for me and another brother named Squirrel. So this caused a lot of jealousy and chaos until the main teachers of the organization came to my dwelling with torches, lit torches like the Spanish Inquisition, to burn all of my books that were not written by this master teacher. And they said, we have to burn them because they're not from this organization, or you have to leave. So eventually, of course, I had to leave because I'm loyal to nature. I'm loyal to teaching the truth. I'm not loyal to just sticking to any particular books, but all of the truth that is complementing what these particular books are teaching. And nature existed before the books were written. So I'm teaching from nature that existed before man could even write books. I'm using the ants to teach, and I'm converting people. I was one of the fastest converters of people in that organization ever. I would just go to the college campuses and come back with 3 people every couple of weeks, and I would just convert people. I'm using nature in teaching. They didn't like that. I had to leave the organization. This put me in a situation where I had to survive out in the tamed world. I had never experienced having a job or supporting myself by having any kind of job or anything like that. I was never out in the clubs when I was young. I was never with a whole bunch of different women and dating. I didn't know about the dating life and something called marijuana that everybody was smoking. I never experienced drinking and drink till you throw up, and I never was in that world. I had actually separated, and then when I joined the organization, I was completely separated, and I ended up living in an area where I only went into the city once a week, and we were drinking out of a well, and I had to build buildings using my feet to mix concrete, and I never was out into the world. I didn't know anything about that, so I went into the world and I had to survive. So I used the knowledge, because I was a single father at the time, and I was scraping up coins to feed my son cereal. But I used the knowledge to say, how can I survive in this world? I started teaching health, and I went onto different websites, Elite Fitness, bodybuilding.com, started teaching on the boards, and then I made up that I had a bunch of products that were health-wise products, and people started ordering from me, and I didn't have anything. I didn't have any of the products. People were sending me money because I was such a good teacher. So I took the money, and then I invested in products that I found from an individual that I had to meet up with, and told me that if I give out any of the secrets, long story, but he told me that he's into health, but that's just his hobby. He was an Italian man. He said his job is to take the people off of the earth. I'm removing the people. The people don't like the boss, and you get whacked. This is what I do. The bodybuilding and the workout that's the hobby. I like it a lot. But if you tell anybody about any of the secrets, I'm telling you from my family company business and my people, and we're gonna have to put you in the cement to the shoes. You see the pond over there? We'll put you in the cement. You swim in it with the fishes. And I was like, what does this mean? This sounds like the movies. Is this real? at that time I didn't know I'm separated from society, so I didn't even know that mafia or these things. I didn't know that's such a real thing. I only know this thing from the movies, but I didn't know there was a real Italian man in speaking like that and putting me in cement shoes. I took him seriously. I took the wisdom, and I went back to the organization, and I started teaching them how to make money off of health, real estate, and different things like that without working for the man or having a job. And I took until they robbed me. The actual organization that was supposed to be about knowledge of self did a bad business deal and took me out of thousands of dollars and sent me back to broke again. Luckily, I had taken the finances and I had invested it into learning every type of magic that you can imagine. Whatever you think is magic, I took and invested into that. I met the teachers of the magicians. I had anything, the Ifa, the black magic, the voodoo, the illusionary magic. Chris Angel's teachers, paid them thousands of dollars. David Blaine's teachers, thousands of. David Copperfield's teachers, everything. And I wanted to learn the power because when I was younger, I would always ask, how come in the Bible everybody has these abilities? People have these abilities to do certain things, and none of the pastors, the preachers can do these things, but Jesus said, those who believe in me can do greater works than I. So why does nobody have any supernatural abilities? Why is everybody not doing the things today that the Bible and all these ancient cultures discuss? I want to tap into that. And so I did tap into that, and I ended up losing everything but having that ability. So I took that ability and took it to the streets and started working off of tips, dollar by dollar, $5 by $5, setting up my classes in the streets because I'm performing in this type of shirt with a big unk and my big different things I had, and it would create students around me while I'm performing magic. And I would purposely set up my magic show beside where the preachers are screaming with the bullhorns. You know, those Hebrew Israelites and the preachers, Jeremiah, Jesus is the Lord. I'll set up my magic show directly beside them so that the Christians could see what they appear to be supernatural acts being performed beside a man that's just talking. And I'm using magic to bring couples together, doing all of these different interesting things, and I'm getting students all throughout the city by performing magic. And people ask, how do you do that? What's the culture? Why are you wearing this Egyptian stuff while performing these things? And then I would tell them what the history is, and that created my students in the area. But this was a very cold area because I had moved to Canada. It was -8 degrees that I'm performing. And I'm performing every day. I'm not eating correctly. I have no time for a good diet. I have no time to go to the gym. I'm waking up in the morning, going downtown in Toronto, Canada at the time. I have 3 ladies that I'm supporting with 2 children, including me. That's 6 people that I'm supporting off of going downtown every day and performing magic with, hopefully they give me tips. Rent is being paid, food is being eaten, clothes are being worn, and I'm saving up little by little by little, performing magic and teaching the students so I could come to a place where I could do it every day, which was California. I did that, started teaching, and eventually what happened is some of my students, my lady at the time, still here now, Nania Setmer, was saying that on YouTube there's these teachers. Another beautiful young lady who's not here with us anymore, but they were saying on YouTube there's these teachers that are teaching similar to you, but they're not as thorough. It's not like what you're doing. And so I went to YouTube and checked out YouTube, and I saw some of the children of my teachers teaching. They became YouTube superstars. I also in my past saw people teaching using my voice with their picture head photoshopped on top of my body and selling these audio tapes of me teaching, and it was their face on it with my body. And I have the proof of that. I have the picture of that and everything. And even the name, it said Amenhotep. And they're selling from Trinidad to the UK. And it's my voice. I'm listening like that's me teaching. And so I realized there was some type of evil that was taking place, Isfed, and that is people were doing things for views and something called clout. Clout, I never heard of this word. before, but there's this thing called clout, and basically to become popular, as opposed to what I was teaching for, which was to break the matrix and not become popular, not become paid, doing it all for free to wake people up. And I said, I'll go broke doing it because my heart is just to wake people up. And eventually maybe people will support or take care. But for now, I'm just going to keep teaching. My aunt said to me, "You're not getting paid for this?" I said, "No." She said, "People are teaching way less than you, and they're doing lectures and seminars, and you have to pay $150 a ticket to go see them. You're not getting paid, and you're way deeper than them." And I said, no, I never even thought about it. So at any rate, I went on to YouTube. The brother named Killer Priest had said to me that he saw some of my videos. He wanted to interview me because the person that was there never met the master teacher, and I live with the master teacher. Did an interview on Killer Priest, and it completely changed the Killer Priest podcraft. Anybody who's here now that was there knows everything changed from that day. From that day, that was the first time you seen screen shares and language broken down, matrix and live questions being answered with on back screen, and magic being performed on the show, and animals, snakes being brought to the show. It completely changed the whole Killer Priest dynamics and paradigm. And one day, AD, who was the engineer, took his wallet and he opened his wallet and shook it, and all the money that was in his wallet fell into my hand. And he said, "Take this. You deserve much more than this. We've never seen this on the Killer Priest show ever." And that was my very first time receiving reciprocity. Shout out to AD. That was the very first time somebody appreciated what I did and dumped money in my hand strictly for the teachings. People started having one-on-ones with me because they started realizing that I was the same teacher in Tallahassee, Atlanta, Alabama, Canada, and they wanted to have one-on-ones with me. And they said, "We will also donate to you for one-on-ones." People were having one-on-ones with me, and I was talking to them. I said, "You can give me the money afterwards. First, receive this, and you tell me whatever you feel is worth. I'm not even going to ask for an amount. Whatever you feel it impacted your life." And afterwards, people would cash at me $200, $150, $50 to talk to me for an hour, $100 to talk to me for an hour and a half. Nothing of which I ever asked for. And I started to realize that, people do want this and they appreciate this. Because I thought that people only spent money on marijuana, Nikes, and the Avengers, and going to the amusement park and getting popcorn and candy apple and cotton candy for their children, and buying Nathan's hot dogs and donuts. And I thought that's where everybody's money was going to, and nobody really wanted to support a brother who would actually give up his entire life to teach them the truth. And so when people started donating and supporting, I said to Killer Priest that I'm going to set up a show, because I'm going to set up a class, because it's getting too busy for me to do all of this and take care of all these things and have one-on-ones, and I have over 30 animals at the time. And so I set up what's called the PODCLASS. Killer Priest, the first time I've ever been on a podcast was Killer Priest. He said, "This is a pod craft or something." I said, "Well, I'm going to take the pod, I'm going to remove the word craft and cast, whatever you all say, and I'm going to add class to it. And I'm going to invent a new word called a PODCLASS, and people can come to this class that I have, this breaking of the matrix class." And Killer Priest and everybody was like, people were like, "What is the topic going to be?" And I said, "I don't know." I invented a brand new paradigm, which was, I don't know what the topic is going to be. I'm going to put myself in the hardest position ever, and I'm only going to know a topic when a question is sent in. I'm not going to come with a pre-prepared topic. I want everybody to see this gift that I have, which is ask a question, send a question in. It could build up from last week. It can be on the spot. It can be from the day before, the day after. It can be whenever it is. And my entire class will be based on what you all send in. And it will be an entertaining, educating. I think Karis one told us, said edutainment. It will be educating, entertaining, all of that at once, with the most valuable, intricate information and guidance you've ever seen from ever asking any question. And you can ask all those questions that people think are crazy. All I ask, support this as you did fireworks. Anybody ever bought fireworks in the last 20 years? Support this like you did Halloween. Anybody ever spent anything on Halloween? Support this like you did, like you supported Santa Claus. You supported Santa Claus by lying to your children and telling them that Santa Claus comes when it's you spending over $4 million a year collectively on Christmas. Support this like you supported Easter. Support this like you supported all the holidays that you supported that was based on lies. Support this like Netflix, Hulu, The Avengers, and all those things. The Sprite that you've bought. Support me like a Sprite commercial, like 7-Up, Diet Pepsi, you know, all the things that actually kill you that we give in reciprocity to. Can I put time into raising the psyche, raising the vibrational frequency, and at the same time lowering the vibrational frequency to raise your physical health, mental health, create a systematic structure that breaks the matrix, as teaching you from a magician standpoint, because as a magician, I see the matrix. I'm already hypersensitive to it because I was always raised amongst animals, but then into magic, I can see the magic actually happening around me. I can see the systems that are put into place. Is this more important to you than the Nathan's hot dog? Is it more important to you than the new belt or souping up your rims of the car or whatever it is? Wherever it is, you took your family out to Six Flags and you donated $200 reciprocity to Six Flags for going on a roller coaster. Is this worth any of that? Or do we only support death? I wanted to prove to the world that we can support matrix breaking and that our people are not completely lost. No, I still have hope that we're not completely lost, where we only support death. I'm going to show to the world that people actually support life-changing information. And when I say life-changing information, what is the life-changing information that people have gotten from the Tehuti PODCLASS? A brother that's in this class right now should be watching, or he's in the chat. He quadrupled his income. Coming to the Tehuti PODCLASS and having a one-on-one with me, quadrupled his income. That's just on the financial side. He quadrupled it because that's what he wanted. I never taught him anything about business. I showed him how the magic works. I can't even say what I showed him, but I showed him how the magic works. And by showing him how the magic works on certain symbolisms, he quadrupled his money. What type of questions can you ask at the Tehuti PODCLASS, and how can you support? Well, I developed a brand new system that's never been brought to YouTube prior to, that I know of, and that is send your questions in, not through Super Chat. That's what I was doing on Killer Priest, but send your questions in through Cash App and PayPal. What does this mean? Super Chat only runs when the show starts. Cash App and PayPal is with you when you're walking down the street. You could be walking down the street and come up with a question, or you could be at the movies or in the middle of an argument with your mother or your friends about religion, or at the gym wondering something about health and say, what? And let me send it to the PODCLASS and ask it at 2 a.m. And you can't do that with the Super Chat. The Super Chat only runs when the YouTube channel starts. You can ask the question 24 hours a day. PayPal 24 hours a day. You can send it in, and then I will see it the next PODCLASS. I will get it directly and see it and show people live on the screen that the question came in, and then answer the question based on the reciprocity support. Because if we've ever supported hot dogs, if we've ever supported Diet Coke and Pepsi, Gatorade with E129 in it, death. Look up E129 chemical. It's on the highest rate death chart. If we supported E129 chemical, and we supported hot honey mustard and Cheetos, and we've supported that, can we support the upliftment of consciousness and, what do people call it, discipline? So questions can come in. How can they help people? What are the type of questions that can come into the Tehuti PODCLASS? Anything that deals with the uplifting of your consciousness. Somebody sent in a question on eyesight. What does that have to do with Kemet? What does that have to do with that answer was an hour and 15 minutes long? And they know they couldn't send in a question on eyesight on conscious channels. I want to know about this situation with the eyesight and send it in. Somebody sends in a question on hyperhidrosis. Where have you ever seen on any of those other YouTube channels or any organization where you can send in a question on the hyperhidrosis you've had since you were 9 years old? And I broke the hyperhidrosis, as you saw in the testimony. I broke the hyperhidrosis, that class, and now the person is completely grateful because they've had this terrorizing, tormenting hyperhidrosis since they were like 9 years old. Now they're in their 30s, after 20-something years, and they broke the hyperhidrosis by coming to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Is depression and spirituality the same? What is the origin of it? Is there a Psyops behind it? And I gave it from the origin of the original culture that brought the diagnosis of depression into existence, which was the culture of Ma'at, and solved it. And I showed it from the Medunetter, and then showed it from today's science and the cures and everything, and then showed what mentality is in ancient culture and what depression is in spirit. Anyway, there was a long answer, and that question has nothing to do with Navajo Native Americans. Where can you send in a question on depression and spirituality? And in the class right after, ask about a Navajo skinwalker. Navajo doesn't have to do with Kemet. Navajo doesn't have to do with Ma'at. Navajo has to do with you, the question asker. That's why I purposely set up the Tehuti PODCLASS so that nobody could judge Tehuti on the questions that are sent. How is this going to help us? How is what? Your question is going to help you. And the people that are listening, it will help them. And if not, send in your question. Just like when you go to a restaurant and you're there with your family and nobody argues over the dinner table at the restaurant. I'm a vegan, so could you give me the vegan burger? And the other person right at the same table says, give me the Philly cheesesteak. In the same restaurant, I'll take the Philly cheesesteak. The other one's like, I like shrimp. Give me the shrimp sandwich. The other one's like, well, I'm allergic to shrimp. It makes my neck swell up. So give me the shrimp and nuts. And the other person says, I'm allergic to nuts. And everybody's at the table eating different things from what they requested to the waiter. The waiter sends it in to the cook. The cook cooks it up. The waiter brings it back. And everybody at the table tips the waiter. And nobody's arguing. What is shrimp going to do for me? Nothing. It's his order. Shrimp makes you allergic. What is a burger going to do for me? Nothing. You're a vegan, but you're sitting at the same table. So I set up purposely a system to prove a netter ability, which is, can I answer questions and guide people and lift people up on frequencies which don't have much to do with me necessarily, because I'm not selfish. It has to do with you. So nobody could say, what does Navajo Skinwalker have to do with the development of black people? Maybe nothing. It's not your question. What does triangulation of Ma'at have to do with anything going on with getting my car repaired? Nothing. It has to do with Stranger's question. Welcome to the restaurant. Don't judge the next person's question on you. You send in the question based on what's important to you. And then watch the answer come in. This person asked a question and they sent in $20 for the tape on what's going on in the Pentagon, the UFO meeting in Houston. What does the UFO meeting in Houston have anything to do with gingivitis? That was another Raphael. This Raphael asked about the best toothpaste, herb to cure gingivitis, bleeding, teeth and gums. Fluoride is destroying our people's teeth. What does that have to do with the Ark of the Covenant? Maybe nothing. But Dr. Daniel LaRoche wanted to know about the Ark of the Covenant. 1.5 hour answer. Change people's lives, which whatever he found important with the Ark of the Covenant, which this person who asked about libations may not care anything about the Ark of the Covenant, but wants to know about libations. And this person wants to know about 666, Mark of the Beast. You see? Which has nothing to do with this person sending in what is the hippocampus and its relation to Kemetic spirituality. Some person may say, I don't know about hippocampus in my brain, but my child has ADHD. So I'm going to send in a question. My mother and my friends and me have ADHD. I don't have anything going on with my hippocampus. But Tehuti, can you give a class on ADHD? And this person wants to know about the kinetic origin of algebra. All of these questions, you'll find that once they're answered, they actually all have to do with each other. And you only find that out if you continuously come to the Tehuti PODCLASS. So this is a reciprocity system sent in because this place that you're in right now, this event that you're about to experience today at the houseofatton, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nettiru, is the only place where this event is taking place, which means that here you will see no ad hominem, you will see no slander video, you'll see no videos with a thumbnail is anybody's face on it, mocking somebody. There's nothing about anybody's mother, somebody's child, there's nothing personal attacking. There is so much guidance that the Netter left us that we have no time for any of that. Squeeze that in on your time. This is about building. This is about raising the consciousness of people. And it's about a support system, not a complaint system. So when you go to all the other channels, you will notice everybody sounds angry. Everybody's complaining about something. Everybody has a video about someone else, and that person has a video about this person, and every time you see your favorite teacher, it's always a presentation on what's not right about something else. What's not right about these people? What's not? I'm gonna break down these people. I'm gonna break down this person. This person exposed. This person debunked. This person. No. Scratch all of that and just tell me what you teach. Tell me what it is. What culture is a disciplined way of life in your daily life that your family and those who are around you adhere to, without talking about anybody else? Can you do that? Can you do a class on that? No, because when you see your favorite teacher go on those channels, try to do a class on that, the views skyrocket, ground rocket. They go downwards. When you see the contention videos, this person takes out this person has a problem with this person debunks it, you see the views go up. So people lose track of what they came into consciousness for. When you first wanted to wake up from Christianity, you didn't come into it to argue to fight with anybody. You came in it because you wanted truth and you wanted source knowledge. Then as you got into it, there was nobody teaching source knowledge from the indigenous people. Everybody was just teaching, and here's where the Bible is wrong. Here's where the contradiction is. Here's where the mistake is. Here's where the Hebrews are wrong. Here's where this is wrong. What you need to know is this. What's this? And the government's doing this. And the government, what you need to know. And you ended up getting lost in that and forgot about what you came out of the Christianity and Islam for. You wanted to know the truth. But you got so psychologically caught up in debunk, expose it, debunk it, debate, and fight and argue in this, that you forgot why you wanted to wake up in the first place. And next thing you know, 20 years has gone by, and you have no teaching or discipline. But you know how the Bible is wrong. What is right? What is right? What did the ancients teach that were right? And how long can you talk about what is right? Well, you send in a question here to the Tehuti PODCLASS, and I can talk about what is right for 2 hours. Where have you ever seen a Hindu, a person straight from Indian background, say Hotep Ma'at Namaste, coming from an Indian Sanatan Dharma background with all its spiritual practices and rituals? I now acknowledge that Ma'at is the mother of my traditional culture, and I owe reciprocity to Ma'at by living for it wholly. Thank you, SABA Tehuti. Where do you get to see that? You see that because I never came in even attacking anything about the Indian culture. I don't have to. Teach the truth and the people will follow. I don't follow nobody. I don't follow no man. I ain't no follower. Then you just hate this place called Kemet. Just say, I hate Kemet. After all that, just say, I hate Kemet. You can't show me anybody in Kemet who is not a follower. You can't show me anybody in this place called Kemet that didn't have a ranking system of somebody above them that was their teacher, and they were following a whole system from the top of the Nile to to the bottom of them now. Name that individual. I represent Kemet, my ancient ancestors. I represent. Well, just name the individual, please. Name the individual in Kemet that wasn't a follower, that wasn't a Sheshu. Name one that wasn't the follower, who didn't say, I'm the great follower of Amenemhet. I'm the follower of Ptah-hotep. Name one that didn't have there's no ranking system in what you're into now, but in the culture, everybody's echoing each other in the original culture. So we're going to get right to it, beautiful people. We're going to get right to it. There's questions that were sent into the Tehuti PODCLASS. What is the Tehuti PODCLASS? What are some of the questions that came in through Tehuti? Africa, Kenya, Somalia, Psyops. What is that? Original religion of Kenya, land of God. And today, a very special thing at the end of questions that were sent in. One of the brothers in the class are going to get their Ren ceremony, which is the naming process, right here in front of everybody live in the Tehuti PODCLASS, which is what we did at the Ren ceremony. But this brother had things to do with his family. Praise him for that. He wanted to help somebody in his family, so he couldn't do that travel, but he did it last time, so he didn't receive his Ren there, so he's going to receive his Ren here. So we're going to invite people into the room right now. I'm going to step away with some water. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. This is one of my serpents that represents duality. The name of this serpent is Entandra. Entandra, which means duality, because within this pretty little head of Entandra's lies two toxins, two venom toxins. One is somotoxin, one is soditi toxin, and the somotoxin is that which attacks mammalians and seizes mammalian with the venom, and the other one, soditi toxin, is that which attacks birds and is harmless to animals. Within one head, there is a duality and an entendre going down, with one head having two ways to subdue prey, and that is entendre, all the way from Nicaragua. How you doing all the way from Nicaragua? Tehuti, why are you playing with it like that? You have to ask me that question when I was 8 years old, when I was 10 years old. Why are you doing that, Tehuti? What are you doing? This is just how we communicate. This is what we do. So this is what keeps me calm, and I must be calm around these beings, because if you're not calm, they will calm you. Right, Entandra? All right. So this is Entandra all the way from Nicaragua. And we're going to put the link in the room, invite the students in. And I'm going to go over the first question, everybody, of the Tehuti PODCLASS. Let's bring the people in the room. Let me put the link in the room. In the link in the room, I see some old supporters from back in the day. Who was that? Jamio X. Shout out to Jamio X, one of the old supporters from way back in the Killer Priest days. Hope you send in some good support today, Jamio. And Monroe, who said he or she, I'm not sure which one, is coming to the panel, hopefully, as a supporter. So all the supporters in the Tehuti PODCLASS, those of that support, can come in. This brother right here, King Ram. King Ram, did you see your last question answered? What was that question again, King Ram? You sent in a question and got the blowaway. I think I boosted your question past others who sent in from before, because you're a brand new person. And you feel free to click on and come on and tell people what you thought of that answer. So there it is, everybody. I'm going to go look in the box to see who jumped on. Here's one of the great supporters right here. He doesn't come on the panel, but that's no problem. He told me in private why that is, and it's totally acceptable. That's a good brother, Robert Williams. I'm a girl. I love it. I love it with an exclamation mark. I'm a girl with the snake. I'm a girl. All right, so wonderful. And Monroe, you can come to the panel, because I believe you have support and you're coming pretty consistent now. Oh, I see people popping up in the bottom. There's going to be Amun and Amunet, of course. The first, they click on the button. I'm going to let everybody in. So we got Amun, Amunet, and we got Israel, Watermelon TV. There he is. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a brother that is going to receive a new name today. From today forward, you're not going to see Israel on the screen. There's going to be something else, and he's going to receive his name, and I guarantee he's gonna love this name, because within this name that he's gonna get is gonna be an echo of one of his great passions that I know about. So we're gonna find out what that is. What is this man's great passion that Tehuti knows about, that I knew about from years and years, that he had from before he even met or came to any podcast? He had a great passion. It's gonna echo throughout his name today, and he's gonna look and see. Wait, how did you? Wait a minute. That's before I knew you. Oh! It's gonna hit him. And it's gonna be great. So we're gonna find out. This is what I do. How you doing, Watermelon TV? How you doing, Israel?
I'm doing well, sir. Doing well, man. Love what you're doing. Just want to show face and support, and of course the panel. I'm just looking forward to the class. You know, I'm a shy guy. You know, I appreciate what's going on.
Wonderful, wonderful. Amun and Amunet, how are you all doing?
Doing excellent and wealthy. Great SABA. Well, very much for having a podcast today. I brought Ma here today.
Hey, which one is that? That's
Spirit.
Oh, Spirit. Yes, Spirit. I see the yellow. I see the white and the yellow. That is Spirit. Tell the world where that came from. Where that come from?
Came from the great, wonderful, magnificent SABA Tehuti.
Oh my goodness! Wait a minute. Hold on. You tell me there's a conscious comedic T-shirt that you can also get snakes from?
Yes.
Huh? No, that can't be. No. What are you talking about, man?
Special snakes, not any snakes. Very special.
Wonderful. So yes, everybody, those who are wondering, Tehuti shares his family snakes with the students. You can inquire about how to get your snake. Many students in the pod class, some who are afraid of snakes now have their own. Some have 9 of them now. Some people have 4, 5, 8 of them now. Black Alucard's gonna get one. Primordial, everybody's gonna get their own serpent. Gabriella's gonna get something else. I have something from her, straight from Kemet. It's not even a snake. We're gonna start her off with something else, straight from the sands of Kemet too, and it looks like sand. All right, how are you, Amunet? How you doing today?
What's up, Mary? I'm doing really good. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm happy to see you and hear your voice. Well, Hotep.
Nini, what's the last word you said?
I said Hotep.
Oh, Hotep. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, everybody. I'm going to step away for just a moment. We got all the way from the islands. Hush Nation stepped up, wearing a winter hat. Are you still on the... Is it cold over there today?
Hello, Hotep, Dua, Saba, Tehuti, Amun, Hotep Ra, Hotep Marie, Amun, and Amunet, Israel, Hotep Marie. Yes, Saba. I ain't in the islands. I in Netherlands.
You're in the Netherlands?
Yeah. So it's like Netherlands, but with the H.
Are you still in the place that's by St. Martin's, or are you somewhere else?
Somewhere else in Europe.
Right now?
Yeah.
That's not where you... Oh, okay, that's why. Where'd the hat come from? That's an awesome hat. Where'd that come from?
The hat come from Amazon. I had get this hat like 10 days ago.
That's awesome.
Before I fly out tour.
What a difference from the islands to the Netherlands, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's man, oh man, that's a big difference. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna step out right now for a moment. Everybody tune in. Questions are sent in. I'm gonna show the banner of what some of the topics are going to be addressed in today's class. Look at these topics here. Africa, Kenya, Christian Psyops. What was the original spirituality of Kenya, Somalia? Did Kenya and Somalia even exist in pre-matrix time? Serpent wisdom, land of the gods. Tehuti names one of his students. And there are the images of the serpent. And there I am with Black Asar right there. My biggest black rattlesnake viper right there. And on the side, we have the images of the people in Kemet with the serpent at the top, which I may say who that is in this class. Okay, so we're going to get into it, everybody. I'm going to step away for just a moment. When I come back, these questions will be answered, and it's going to be beautiful. So I'm going to step away. Peace and love. For those who want to jump on, you all stay on and build with each other. Tell the crowd to support the podcast, send your questions. If anybody else wants to jump on, you have to wait for Annie. Oh, Annie was right here to come on because he can let people in the pod class. Okay, so I'm going to step off for a moment. Annie, are you there with us?
Hotep, yes, I'm here, Great Saba.
Okay, great. I'm going to step off right now, and I'll be back to answer these beautiful questions. Hotep and peace. Support the Tehuti podcast. Support what this is, this event, this phenomenon that's taking place that you will never see anywhere else, because no one else cares directly about your direct questions with your direct personal guidance. Understand that this is the only movement that's created a YouTube channel where the show is personalized for you. You're not just in the audience watching a lecture. The actual entire class is based on your inquiry, and it's stamped in YouTube forever. Customized documentary type ebook, personalized directly for you based on you just having an inquiry. And this does not happen anywhere else on YouTube or the entire internet or a book or anywhere else, because the lecturer comes up there and does a lecture on what the lecturer wants. This is based on you. You can have a discrepancy with your mother about religion. You can be having an out of body and want to know what the source of it is. You just have to wake up in the morning, go to your Cash App, PayPal, type in the question, and then you have a YouTube class based on you that you can show your family that you were arguing with, or do yourself at night, or whatever it is that you're interested in, and always refer to it now. Not just a book that you're flipping pages, because nobody's going to write a book for you. You have visuals, you have comedy, you have interaction, you have everything on the screen, videos, documentary clips, everything based on a feeling that you had one day. I have a feeling that I want to know about this. I want to know about feng shui because my mother told me feng shui is evil. Boom, now you have an entire 1 hour, 45-minute class show based on that conversation that you can play for your mother, play for your children. You don't even have to talk. Play for them, and boom, now they're like, wow, how does that person talking about what we talked about? Oh, because I can send in this conversation to Tehuti. Go ahead and debate with me about something else, Mom. Go ahead and ask me something else, little brother, friend. I dare you to. I got a big brother named Tehuti, and you challenge me to something, and there's going to be a show on this, on our conversation. Oh, you 666 Mark of the Beast. Oh, exorcism. Oh, wait right there. I'll be back in a week or two, and you're going to see a show based on that. I'll be back, everybody. Peace.
Hotep Ma'at, peace and love. Let me come to the screen here. All right, Hotep HERU, peace and love. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Everyone, make sure to hit the like button if you're here with us live, and for those who are watching on the playback, be sure to hit that like button. Help the algorithm and allow this podcast to travel. Peace and love to the great brothers and sisters on the panel. Always lovely to see you all. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. It's a very special, important day for the great brother at the bottom, Watermelon TV. I'm excited for you, great brother. Looking like a phantom Ba in the sky. Tua and Hinu to you.
That's real. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Let's bring Miku Ara up to the stage. Hotep, great brother. Yes. Peace and love. And I have the link pinned to the top of the chat for those who would like to ask a question to the great Saba. And as he speaks about producing an entire class on your question. So those links are pinned to the top, the Cash App and the PayPal. They're also in the description box below for those who are watching on the playback. So please utilize those links. If you're here and you're taking in the information, show your reciprocity and support. Support. This is a very important system that is set up, and it's just as important for us to allow the Ma'at reciprocity energy to permeate these matrix systems that promote against it, right? Support that which destroys you, breaks you down, poisons you. But here, it's a beautiful portal of healing that takes place. So support this, and dua hinu to everyone who does. Houseofatton.org. We have a beautiful website for everyone to enjoy and go and look at everything that we have taken place here at the House of Atton. There's a lot, and we are consistently growing and adding. So it's a very beautiful thing. Houseofatton.org. All the links to our social media platforms are in the bio below as well. So follow us on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. We have a Facebook page as well. So follow us there. And give much hinu to Aminette here on the panel with us. She is our social media manager, and she does a fantastic job in making sure that content is consistently scheduled for you all to enjoy shorter clips of these long, extensive classes. So go support, follow us on all these platforms. And yes, I'll pause there, and we'll go around the panel and let everyone speak and have your tones be heard in the airwaves. So we'll start with the great brother Amun and see how you're doing, great brother. Hotep Henu, Ma Karu or Sin. How are you doing?
Hotep Henu, Ma Karu to you as well, Brother Sin. I'm doing wealthy, excellent, balancing, handling the snake, Ba, talk at the same time. So it's a little, tiny little piece of grain of sand of what SABA has to go through. Holding these circles, they like to move a lot sometimes, and he's holding big ones with venom and all different types of stuff. So it's really fascinating to know that he does that very often. It shows that he does it outside the podcast as well. I'm looking forward to this class. Looking forward to Israel Horley getting his new rant. I'm happy that I can be here. Happy that other people can be here as well for it. Like, that's a very important part, having other people around. It creates connections that deepen the family aspect within the HOA. I'm happy that you're able to get your rant. I'm happy it's going to be live. I'm happy that you're going to have it recorded. I'm looking forward to the answer about Kenya. I hope that helps a lot of people. I'm going to learn no matter what. So I know it'll help me, but I hope it specifically helps people that live in that area. So that way they have a better understanding of where they're supposed to be and what it used to be like there. So I'm looking forward to that answer as well. It's going to be very important. It's definitely going to change the lives of many people, especially because these videos are here forever. So it's going to have an impact, definitely. So tua to ma HERU for asking that question. I'm definitely looking forward to that answer. I'm very, very interested to know what your rant is going to be. Israel Hoyley, I'm interested to see how you're going to react to it. I love seeing the reactions, and I'm looking forward to seeing you be it more and more every day.
Yeah, that's real, man. I fumbled the ball. I really had all intent purposes to go this year, which would have been back to back like Kobe and Jordan. And I fumbled, and I really want to meet, because I don't think I met y'all last year. You know, it was just, I was and I was the kid in the school in the back of the classroom. Didn't really want to talk to people. I don't know why I'm like that, but then once I start getting loud, I start getting loud. But I just appreciate y'all, man, and seeing y'all each week. You know, doing the thing. So I'm here to learn, man. That's it. You know, but I appreciate you too, brother.
Well, very much. I appreciate you as well.
And sister, I'm sorry, and sister. Right.
Well, very much. I appreciate you as well. Looking forward to meeting you in the future. Hopefully, we don't have to wait a year, but we will see. Either way, it will still be spectacular when we all come back together. I'm happy everyone here watching and on the panel is alive and healthy. That everybody is safe. I know that they will continue to be healthy and safe. I'm happy that we're all here, experiencing our individual experiences together. That's beautiful and fantastic. Everybody make sure to support our wonderful, great SABA Tehuti. The amount of things that he does is beyond numbers now. We're in infinity. Everything about SABA and what he associates with is unique. Like he said, you can purchase snakes from him and other animals. You can do so much. You can, like he said, send in PayPals and Cash App whenever you want for a variety of different situations and always have it there. There's an infinite amount of things that he is doing and will continue to do in the future that is unique and happens nowhere else. What you see here speaks for itself, and it definitely deserves support in this life and in the next life. So to all, everybody, thank you for allowing me to speak. Uncle Justined, Hotep Marie, and Ani, hope you're doing well as well. When you have the chance, you can answer how you're doing if you like. To our Hotep Marie.
Hotep Marie, to AMUN, for your wonderful words and adorations that you give. I appreciate everyone for being here as well and supporting yourself and the great SABA for what he does for us. I appreciate the great SABA very much. As I say frequently, he has saved AMUN and I's life and has changed it for the better in so many ways. And we could not have done this without him and gotten to where we've gotten without his help and his guidance. So I'm very appreciative of SABA Tehuti, and I appreciate all of you as well for healing yourself and doing all that you do when the PODCLASS is during the week before the PODCLASS begins again. And I appreciate SABA for having this every Saturday and being consistent and intense in the way he is, because I definitely need the great PODCLASS. It is very life-changing, and it means a lot to me to be here with you all as the beautiful family that we are. So Hotep and Mary, Uncle Justin.
Peace, peace. Hello everybody. Peace and love to our master teacher SABA Tehuti. Peace and love to the panel. Peace and love everyone in the chat. December 14th is the 3-year anniversary of the Tehuti PODCLASS. I put in the Discord for anyone who is interested. Every year we do a tribute video to SABA to thank him. It's like you do a self-created, self-recorded video, just paying tribute, giving homage, HERU, to our master teacher, for congratulating him on the 3-year anniversary, or any well wishes that you have for him, or any testimonies of how he has impacted your life. So please send in your video by December 4th. And I'll put my email in the chat, and you can send your email, your video to me. So we are probably like a month away, a little bit. Yeah, close to a month away to December 14th will be the 3-year anniversary to the Tehuti PODCLASS. So looking forward to that day, to that celebration. Looking forward to this class. Happy to see everybody. Henu Hotep.
Henu Hotep. Hotep Marie, Uncle Justineb. Big love to the family, big respect, big ma'at. Definitely appreciate another opportunity to be here with the family. Salute Israel and Iran. You know, that's a big move there. Big vibration, big frequency. Salute to everybody else who got Iran too. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this bill. I hope I don't drop sleep on it because you know we are a whole nother different timing. But yeah, looking forward to the African breakdown, you know, because like especially how Uganda is like at the end of the night, and then you have demo at the bottom. I want to see the relation, like how it was back in the days, you know what I mean? So definitely looking forward to that breakdown. So yeah, everybody.
I'm sorry, brother. You think a lot of Kenyans and Somalians are Muslim? You know, it's a Psyops, so I'm thinking, yeah, it's Islam all up and down what we call in those areas now. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see where he goes. I didn't want to cut you off, but I just want to, you know, throw that for you to see.
Yeah, there ain't no problem. That correspond with my bill, you know, because I know they have a lot of Muslim in them area, but I ain't sure about the Kenyans, you know, so that's why I definitely looking forward to the breakdown to see the relationship, how it was back in the days to how it line up now.
Yeah.
I definitely looking forward to that breakdown. So Uncle Justineb, the host of ATTON, Hotep Marie, SABA Tehuti, Sekem, Hotep Marie, Nini Asetmer, Hotep Marie, Titi AMUN, and big love, big Marie, big Mahat.
Yeah, you know, I just, without keeping any dead air, I met Tehuti on Killer Priest's podcast. And, you know, I met Killer Priest in Austin, Texas one time. And we were just in the back, not just us, but it was a bunch of people. And I recognized him. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then, you know, of course, time goes past. And I see that he had a podcast. And I was like, hey, let me look at Killer Priest. And I love what they were talking about and doing. And then that's when I seen the top hat with the spider on it. And I was like, who is this guy? And I was like, oh, he's probably just getting more, you know, he's not talking about that. So I never really watched the podcast. And then one day I was like, you know, let me watch. And he was on there. And Rasul was there. And it was just going like disrespectful. And I was like, man, y'all not giving him a chance to talk. And once he started uttering, oh man, I was hooked. I was like, oh, he's a real teacher. So I guess this is my testimony. And I've been following ever since and meeting the other brothers on the panel and seeing y'all's name change. Like my boy Ba Satut Maka X, you know, and I'm new to this. You know, and so it just y'all drive me too as well to keep with my study. Like he said earlier, not to forget why I'm here now, is to continue to, you know, evolve and grow until, you know, we're not here no more. So I got a lot to work on in my own self. You know, first of all, the weight. You know, like you said, do a PODCLASS top, not for the ladies, but for the guys. No shirt, walk around swole. And so he made me laugh when he said that, because it's the truth. And so again, I just I tune in weekly because it's so much and so many notes to take. And I'm a slow learner, so it takes me a while. But I just appreciate y'all and appreciate being here. And I didn't really want to make it my name and being on this podcast. And it's not about me at all. It's about all of us. And then where do we go from here? In my mind. So, but anyway, I just want to say a little bit. That dead air they talking about, y'all. Somebody.
Peace. Hotep Marie, peace and love. Great to see everyone here. Great to see you too, brother Israel. I remember meeting you at the first Pathways.
Yes, sir.
Had some good conversation. Yeah, we sat right next to each other. And I remember you were saying it's like you feel like you was church back in the day. But it was something greater, most definitely, because only a great SABA teacher can bring us people from all around the world together and everything with one common goal, and to elevate ourselves in consciousness. So that's a tribute to our great SABA, great teacher. I'm grateful. It's hard to believe, really, that this class has been going on 3 years. Feels a lot longer. Feels a lot longer. But also when you add Killer Priest to it, that's extra year and a half also as well, and whatnot. But definitely, so many things have changed within my own heart, my own mind, just the way I view the world since I've met SABA and been introduced to him and the House of ATTON and to you great people. So I'm definitely grateful. And like at this point, it's limitless what we can do now, because all the matrices that have been broken and that are continue to be broken within ourselves, and how we view our perspective on things as well, because we're taught a certain way through schooling and through programming, and a lot of it has our origins with our ancestors and connect, but it's been hidden from us. So I'm just grateful to be in the light now that of the knowledge that Baba bestows upon us and the ancestors have given to us. So I'm grateful, yes. Peace and love, everyone. I'm glad to be here. Yes.
I didn't watch the Mike Tyson fight, by the way. It had it blocked. So I didn't pay for it and I didn't watch it. So, I heard about the outcome, but like you said, it's just those minute distractions, when we could, like you said, support SABA Tehuti and what he's disseminated. So, I like being here, man. This is new blood.
You said new blood.
New blood.
I wanted to watch the fight now, but I on different timing. But like how the pod classes be on Saturday now. Saturday is like my Sabbath, so I doesn't really study the boxing no more.
Yeah, no, I hear it. I hear that.
Yes, Hotep Henu. The beautiful thing about what takes place here is you can't get it anywhere else.
Sorry to cut you off, bro. Sorry to cut you off, but you check it out. Like Saturday is my Sabbath. My Sabbath. You check it out. My Sabbath, my doorway.
Hold on, I'm having. You're a little bit lower than the music. Let me turn this down a bit.
You hearing me? You hearing me clear?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was showing you how the Saturdays is like my Sabbath now. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
so that way I doesn't have time to check the boxing no more. But I was showing you how the Sabbath with the Sabbath, the doorway.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Saturday. That's real.
yeah, it's I wouldn't consider or call that boxing. It's acting. It's acting. So that's
real.
that's the matrix, right? Make
Yeah.
something seem like it's real
Yeah.
when it ain't. And that's that's what exists all around us. So yeah, two out to everyone who spoke and let everyone hear your tones and your ebe. It's a beautiful thing. Two out to you, Hush Nation. I heard that you're said you're somewhere in Europe. Yeah, I remember you were speaking about that. So I'm glad that you made it safely, and glad to see you here and healthy. Great brother. So Tuahinu to you. So yes, peace and love. Maharu, Hotep, great brother. Acknowledge some of the great people in the chat. Peace and love to you, great brother. Tua for what you're doing. I see you post on TikTok the PODCLASS and things of my aunt. So Tua to you, great brother, for pushing the information forward. Got the great brother Dejed Sajem Ma'a says I'm almost home. Okay. Looking forward to seeing you on the panel, great brother. Hotep to you and Gabriella and the Aout. Great brother Hinu to you. M. Monroe, Hotep. And yes, this is a woman, a girl. So she says Netherlands. Is that where you're? I think it's where you're at.
Yeah. That's where it is.
Okay. Peace. Glad to see you commenting here in the PODCLASS. Looking forward to seeing you come up on the panel. Always love when new people come. Allow yourself to be seen and showcase, what the great PODCLASS is doing. It's a beautiful thing. So Robert Williams, Hotep to you, great brother. Jamie OX, Hotep. So yes, houseofatton.org. Everyone, make sure you're subscribed here. Make sure you have the notification bell hit, so that way you can be notified if there's any announcements or something that needs to be put out here on the Tehuti PODCLASS channel. And yes, I hope that you all are having a fantastic weekend so far, and you're ready to get into what the Great SABA is going to teach. Getting your notes ready, and throughout the week, continuously staying within your studies and continuously reading the SABA as a HERU, as a member of the House of ATTON. You are able to come into a class that I give on Fridays called my Fundamental class, and we go through and showcase the papyrus and go through the Medu of so many Seba'i and teach from the perspective of the scribes that actually write them, to deepen your guidance when it comes to what the Seba'i says, because English translation is a very small percentage of what the scribes are actually teaching whenever they write out a sentence. So it's very deep, and that's available for all the HERU to join in on Fridays. Make sure you're part of the Discord so you can stay up to date with the announcements on that. And it's a beautiful thing. So we provide many different avenues for consistency to stay maintained within a group setting, right? It's important to build individually, right? And study and take your time to dig into research that's important to you. But it's also just as important to build collectively as a group, because we are doing something that will bring forward the ability for us to be in person, flesh to flesh, collectively as a group. And the beginning process of that is the Pathways to Awakening, which just passed this last October. And you know, within the time span of us within the meeting space, we provide different opportunities for us just to grow and build collectively, which is important on many different levels. So we have a Discord meeting at the end of the month, every month, the last Friday of every month. And that's public for everyone to come in and build. So there's many platforms that we touch. So peace and love and tua to everyone who participates in everything that the House of ATTON is building. I'm very thankful and grateful to have to be in the presence of such powerful boss that really want to break the matrix and live in Ma'at. As the great scribes taught about, we're going through a particular SABA. Just started it as I'm breaking down the teachings of Amun and Mope very extensively. But within the interim of that, I brought forward another papyrus, and one of the instructions, or one of the wisdom sayings that is said, is that there are those who are able to teach without have been guided or taught, and there are those who have the teachings but don't live by it. So there's a beautiful dynamic and duality of being able to do less with more, and while simultaneously on the other end, there may be some who are surrounded by a particular set of tools and do not utilize them. And this is an ancient saying from one of the scribes, and it's very relevant today from what the Seka'u, the scribal writings are about. So it's a beautiful thing that we have access to the Medu, to the language of the great ancestors that set such a permanent standard for us to follow. As the great SABA Tehuti spoke about there was no one in Ma'at who wasn't a follower. And of course, that's you only know how to lead by being within a position that allows you to learn from that within experience. So Tua, it's a beautiful thing. Everyone, make sure you take advantage of everything that exists, as each day is a gift that we have to do what pleases the Ba, do what pleases the Ka. So it's a beautiful thing. Very grateful and thankful for SABA Tehuti and for all that exists around him, which is the foundation for what we are able to build and do right now. So continue to support this, as this is not just a YouTube show. You know, this is not just a YouTube channel, you know, that you see in most occasions that is taking place where everything is just about a show or a spectacle, some form of chaos. And we have the advantage of being able to connect from all around the planet and be within one hub at one time and communicate in real time with no delay. And this is something that most people take advantage of simply because of the ease of it. You know, whenever you no longer have to work to do something, the effect, the importance of it seems to diminish if you're not fully aware of the advantageous position that you're in to be able to have access to that, right? Just like going to the store and purchasing your food, and you no longer have to go out and hunt. And so it creates a different dynamic relationship within the mind that you have with the things that you do daily. So from the very beginning, I always made it a point to iterate, to not take advantage of this opportunity that is here because of the simplicity of being able to click on a link and fast forward, rewind, pause. When there is a time when you had to be in the flesh to be able to receive teachings, right? So support this so we can continue to expand and touch different areas and go to different levels to allow more people to receive this, because just as we all are here wanting to learn about Ma'at and what each individual person asks a question on, there are many that just do not know that this place right here exists, and there is a great benefit for applying yourself to spreading this, because this is the work of the Natiru. So Dua Hinu to the great Natiru, to the Neter, the Pa'ut, the ancestors who live and exist within what you see here, and everyone that you see putting in work, that RE, to build this. It's just such a beautiful thing. So houseofatton.org, go get your merch, support. We have shirts, we have many items, and each item sold helps the growth of the House of Atton. It helps to support SABA Tehuti, and you know, we this event that we have every year, the Pathways to Awakening, is consistently transforming. It's in a Kepara state, and it's because of everyone's support that we're able to do something like this, and create an environment for everyone to come and meet Saba in person, and to be able to spend time with him and his A'u and each other, you know. So it's the love, it's the Meri from everyone that supports the House of Atton and the PODCLASS and Saba Tehuti, that really just allows something like this to really exist. You know, it can become surreal in moments because of the power of the matrix and the hypnotism that it has within so many minds of people, and it's something that we combat every day. It's nonstop, and there's an intelligence behind it. So the fact that we exist and that we're here and that we support that which combats that for ourselves, for the youth, for the children that are coming up after us, it just makes me extremely proud and honorable to be a part of something like that, because it's a real thing. So Hinu and Tua to the great Saba Tehuti, and his animals, his A'ut. What everyone sees before you taking place is such an anomaly, but because it's done in such a consistent manner, it becomes normalized, right? We normalize things in our mind that are not normal, right? And a lot of times it happens on the Isfet side when it comes to chaos and trauma, right? You normalize something in your mind, but it also happens on the great side as well. And this podcast is an example of that. And what SABA does in being able to put together these answers the way that he does, and the length and the detail that he goes into doing it is one section, but then putting it together within a presentation form and then performing it every single week is just amazing. It just does not, you don't see that too often, of the highest level of something being done consistently. And I always point that out, because for anyone who does anything great on any level, you understand the difficulty it is to maintain that consistency, because there's so many things that's taking place around that can distract, that can take time away. So for anyone who actually does any form of creation, understands that process. So what we see on a weekly basis is absolutely a phenomenon. It's phenomenal what we're a part of, because if it was something that was able to be done on a large scale, you would be able to find it elsewhere, right? You can find masses of many things, but there are things that exist that are extremely rare. And once you come across something that is rare, everyone, I'm sure, takes time to appreciate that which is there, because you may not experience that again. And when you understand that this is an experience that we're a part of, you appreciate it at a grander level. So wanting to support and place your aku, your energy into something that is so powerful and is about guidance and teaching of expansion of the consciousness. It's just a beautiful thing. So tuahenu to everyone who utilizes that and is here consistently, and here who supports, participates in the building, right? Not walking around complaining about what's not happening, what we don't see. You see that a lot. But instead of speaking about what don't exist, putting yourself in a position to create that which you want to see. That's what we're here to do, is to create what don't exist. We all want to see a change take place in some form. So it is up to us to create that. And you can do that without complaining about something else, which actually takes away from your own ability to create that which you want to see. So each and every day is an opportunity to do that. And that's what we do at the House of ATTON. And here's, I just brought a great brother up on the panel who's a part of that process. And we'll let you get some great words in. To Jed Jim, Hotep Henu, great brother. How you doing?
Hey, peace. We doing good. Another beautiful podcast. We ready? Hush Nation, I see you, great brother. Yeah, boy. Yes, sir. Basa Tut. How's it going, great brother? Hotep Henu. Amunet just came in on the scene. Peace and love to you, great sister. Yeah, man, cool. Amun. Hey, we here. Feeling good. Just got back to the house. Was out with the family. So, it's PODCLASS time. So, yeah, we doing good. Hey, beautiful, very Nefer class yesterday. that was really good. I love the those fundamental Fridays. We love those, man. So peace and love to you, and your consistency in that definitely sparked some things. So to you, great brother Ani. Definitely appreciate those classes. We feeling good. Definitely excited. I see somebody about to get their REN this evening, so that's gonna be a beautiful thing. And hey, we here. Shouts out to everybody in the chat, to the House of ATTON. You already know we still building, we growing. Everybody's healthy. Gabriella's doing good. Contractions is starting to happen now. You know what I mean? It's those things are starting to happen. So yeah. We good, man. We definitely grateful, healthy, and just excited to be here. I hope everybody else is good, and definitely excited for another podcast. Shouts out to our SABA Tehuti AMUN Hotep Ra, his wonderful Naturts, and ready to grow, man. Peace and love. Hotep Marie.
Hotep Marie. Great brother. Glad to see you. Glad you made it safely. Tuan Hinu to you and your A'ut and the works that you're doing. Looking forward to the next level of the works that you're putting in and what you're creating. Great brother. It's a phenomenal thing that you're doing. So Tuan to you, great brother. So yes, everyone who's come in and afterwards from the beginning, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. Share this out to your platforms so this can continue to grow. It's a beautiful thing. So peace and love and support. The links are pinned at the very top. They're always there consistently. So utilize those links that are pinned to the top. All right, welcome back, great SABA Tehuti. Like your
welcome. I'm here.
Blue frames. I like those blue frames that you're.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yes. They're very sturdy because these glasses, they don't last long. I wear them all the time, and they don't seem to last long. But I get them at a very discounted price, so. These ones here hopefully will last another 2 weeks, and then I get another one. My glasses don't last too long. What are you doing? Okay. All right, everybody. We're getting ready to get started. We're getting ready to get into this great answer. Nice to see everybody on the panel. The jet to them. Where's Israel Hoyley's gone? He's off the screen. Okay. Israel Holy, shout out to you. Peace and love. Minko Ra is here. Basa Tut is here. Everybody is here. And get your pen and your pads out, everybody, because we're about to get into this next podcast answer. I may even bring something. Man, Scribe, I have to bring something from Kenya now to the class. I gotta bring something from Kenya. Okay, I gotta bring something from Kenya then. I gotta go to Kenya and go grab an animal. Minko Ra, what animals are in Kenya I can bring back? What's that? What's in Kenya?
My guess is lions, elephants.
I gotta
monkeys.
Oh my!
Oh man, I gotta go get something from Somalia and bring back here to the PODCLASS because every time almost every time I do these classes, there's always an animal to match. So an animal has to represent the teachings because I have a class on these teachings that I'm teaching. Like you saw, what's his name? He's on called Marcelo. What do you call himself? He calls himself Dome something. But Knowledge Born, who was here, said these are the things I've been teaching on for the a lot of them for the past 30 years ago. Right? The Jed? 30 years ago. And so these are things that I've been living by and for years and years. So I have animals to represent different things that I actually live by. So maybe in the middle of the class, maybe for Tuti Overdrive, I'll pull out. I'm gonna pull out something from Kenya. We'll see. Piece of. You want to see a giraffe, Amun? I don't know. What do you want to? You need a hippo on the class? I got a hippo. Oh yeah, the jet. That's what I got for you. The jet, a hippo. You want to start with that animal? Let's start, Joe, with the hippo. I don't know. I gotta find out what lives in Somalia and come back. There's gonna be animals in this class in the actual teaching of the class because I don't know if I put it in the title, but I'm gonna use a particular animal in the class from the indigenous area to be the link to show what Kenya, Somalia actually was originally to the ancients. I'm gonna use a particular animal to reveal that. So everybody support the Tehuti PODCLASS. If you are watching, we're about to get into it right now. That is the AI moderator. Support with Cash App, TT Amun, PayPal at Rocky SV. Speaking of moderators, these are the moderators right here. And where's the one with everybody on it? I have so many different. I have too many buttons. These are the moderators right here. Nania Setmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ani Pata, Aten Tehuti, Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. And where is the here's the other one. And right there, Menku Ara Marie Ma'at. Let me get this off the screen. Menku Ara Marie Ma'at, so at Nani Aset Mer, Ankia Ma'at, Ani Pata, Aten Tehuti, Atef Rem Kem Ma'at, the Techu, the scribe, my great secretary, the beautiful Nani, Boom Circle, Nitert, Menku Ara, the great organizer of the festivals. He'll be interviewing Donald Trump next week. We're gonna find out what's going on. He'll be interviewing Donald Trump back to back with Mike Tyson, find out what's going on in this world. So we're gonna find out. These are the great why did you lose? Was it rigged? So we're gonna find out what's going on. But these are the great moderators, everybody. Get your pen, your pads ready. We're about to truly enter into a very interesting topic. I've never been asked this before. Is Maharu in the room? Is Maharu here? Maharu, are you here? Good brother. He's the one that sent in a question. A couple of these questions that I'm answering are not from Maharu, but I'm throwing them in there. He asked the main question. So let me check the chat. Do you all subscribe? Do you see Maharu in the chat at all?
I saw him earlier, 14 minutes ago. So
oh wow, you got a time?
I see the time.
And a half minutes ago. Okay, 14 minutes ago. So yes, those are the moderators. There may be a new moderator next week as well. We're gonna see, but those are the moderators. I'm gonna have to change the fit everybody in. But those are the moderators right there. We are the Tehuti PODCLASS House of a 10. Come get your questions answered. Support what it is that you've never seen before. And what you've never seen before is a movement, an organization that actually represents the Natu, or represents the ancestors, and retrieves information from the other side of the matrix to reveal it from a magician's standpoint, understanding what is happening behind the veil that everybody is behind that I see. So we're going to talk about the question today, Kenya. We're going to talk about the Great Serpent. Does the Great Serpent have anything to do with Kenya? What was Kenya and Somalia originally? Where was that place? I've shown you Psyops says where the maps have changed. Ethiopia used to be in the middle of a place called Africa. Africa was Roman Africa at the bottom. There's been many Psyopses, and depending on what time period you were born in, depends on what you are calling Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopia, what you call Africa. Just depends on the time period that you're born in. We're going to go back to a time period prior to all of that to find out what is actually happening. And let me put this back. So let me ask everybody a question before I go on to this answer. Isn't it interesting when we hear these names? They sound Native African, don't they? They sound it to our brains. They sound of it. They don't sound Japanese. They don't sound French. They don't sound English. When we hear these names, people are proud of these names: Kenya, Somalia, Mozambique, Nigeria, we hear these words and we automatically identify. I'm African. I'm African. I'm African. I'm Kenya, Nigeria. We from the. And when you hear those words, they send an echo in your heart that there's something to be proud of. And then you have people fighting over different words. You have people fighting over land areas that are not that were not even developed by the nations. I'm Senegalese. I'm this. I'm that. And we're gonna find out if these names are on the ancient stone walls. Are they on the papyrus? Are they? Was anybody proud to be a Kenyan in 200 BC? We're gonna find out today, everybody, because people say they want to represent what their ancestors represented, but are they actually representing what their ancestors representing? Or are they actually entertaining a psyops that they're hypnotically involved in? And this is gonna go right into a lot of interesting things. And of course, you know, it's gonna go into overdrive, which is gonna go into papyruses and things like that. But I'm about to remove the reality from people's. I'm about to remove certain realities from people's minds. I am the present reality remover. So what you think is real, I'm going to remove that. And this is one of the reasons why they don't want Tehuti around, because once I remove those realities, those supposed realities, then you're stuck in a place where you don't know what to be proud of anymore. Once you remove the reality of black, I'm African, I'm African American, I'm Kenyan, I'm Guyanese. Once you remove those and tell the reality on where they come from, and you can't use those terms anymore, then you have to ask yourself, what were we proud of before those terms? And that's actually what everybody was ashamed of today. So we're going to get into it, everybody. Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Are we Dominican? Are we Kenyan? Are we Puerto Rican? Are we Mexicano? We're going to find out today at the Tehuti podcast. Welcome. So everybody, support the Tehuti podcast, Cash App, TT AMUN, PayPal at RockSV. As you're watching the answer, just as you watch a set of break dancers, just as you tipped your waiter, if you appreciate what you're getting, simply send a tip of support in. Send your appreciation in. It is Cash App, TT AMUN, PayPal at RockSV. I have sacrificed my entire whatever life I was doing. I only do this now. This is what I do because there's so much demand on me that I actually cannot do anything else. So we're going to get into this, and this is what I do. Newcomers, watch closely. All right, everybody. We're going to put the question up on the screen and give this person a huge round of applause because this question was sent in with a large support. And let me go to it. Let me find out if I can find it here. Questions that need to be answered coming from the brother Maharu with this monster support. Where is this question? Is this it right here? Let me see if this is even it. He has two of them in here. Let me see if this one's even it. Maharu. Atef. Immortality. What's this? Immortality. Oh, this is the goosebumps. I already answered that one. I already answered the hair stand up in the back of your neck. Here's the other one. This is the one he sent in. This must be it then. Yep, this is it. All right, everybody, I'm going to put this on the screen. We're going to give this brother huge round of applause, big noise for this big support. This is the brother, for all those newcomers that are watching. Let me close this room up. This is the brother that first asked about out-of-body experiences. He got his answer on the out-of-body experience, and then he had a situation with his mother passing, and he had a one-on-one with me plus a couple of pod classes, and I walked him through how to continue a relationship with his deceased, even though they are past, and he followed instructions, and now he has a complete relationship with his mother who has passed and cousins who have passed, just as our ancestors didn't think that just because someone has passed, that's the end of the relationship. So this is the brother right here. We're going to put him on the screen right here. Boom, and give him some huge noise, and then we're going to get into the answer of the Tehuti podcast. Here it is right here. Boom, and Chrome tab. Here it is. Give him some big noise. This is B. Get Leisure, known in the room as Maharu, who sent in this large support with this question. I'm going to get, let me get, Hush Nation is the closest here with any kind of accent. We can't get a Kenyan accent in here, so Hush Nation is the closest Could you go ahead, Hush Nation, and read that question for us, please?
Yeah, no problem, Saba. Tua for letting me read it. Tua
Nini Hush.
Tehuti Saba. Tua Tehuti Saba, can you answer question? I know previously you told us, Saba Tehuti, that Nubian and so-called Egyptian are same. Red Roma. So can you, Saba, explain why they are divided into tribes in Abtet, East Kenya is due to Arab invasion. Because the people are unaware of Ma'at and are engulfed into politics, Christianity, and religion. Tua.
Give him some huge noise, Annie, please. Thank you, Hush Nation. Thank you. Give him some big noise for this question.
Yes, Saba.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So why are they divided? Why is this place that Tehuti said was Retz M. Roma and that the Nubian and Egyptian were one? Why is there division now? Why is it because they're unaware of Mat? Why are they involved into politics, Christianity, and religion? What's going on here? What's the change? What happened? We're going to find that out and much more here at the Tehuti podcast. Let me take this off the screen. All right, everybody. Am I still here? Uh-oh. You all still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Saba.
Yes, Saba.
Okay, wonderful. We're gonna get into it, everybody. You all jump back in the chat. Peace and love to you. And we're gonna get into the answer of this beautiful question of the origins of Kenya. Why is it? What's the religion there? Why is it there? What has actually took place? And we're gonna get into much, much more. So here it is. And when we get into Tehuti Overdrive, I'll pull out an animal. I'll grab something from Kenya and pull out here, and you all can give support for that too. Watch what happens here. Are you ready, everybody? Press 9 if you can hear me. Where is everybody? Press 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get into the answer here. Asked at the Tehuti podcast, House of a 10. Let's do this immediately. I'm very happy about this one. This is good. This is a good one. Let me see the 9s. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Press the 9 if you can hear me. That's right. Both Christian and Muslim. That's right. What's going on, huh? What's going on over there? Are they working together? What's happening? Did it start off Christian and Muslim? Maharu, you're right over there. You can see. Here we go. You ready? We're about to get into it, everybody. Boom. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Press the 9 if you can hear me. All right. Are you ready? We got new people in the room. Shout out to Rainwater. Peace and love to Rainwater. Are you ready? Rainwater. Shout out to Rainwater. Shout out to everybody in the room, all the new people in the room. Maharu is here. I am here, Saba. We're going to get into it, everybody. Soze Mania is here. Lisa is here. Somebody asked in the room, why is Kenya and Somalia being discussed by York followers? I have no idea. I didn't know York followers were discussing that topic, but if they are, shout out and peace and love to them. We're going to find out. I don't know why. I don't know why they're discussed by York followers, but if they are, I hope the York followers bring out the truth on Kenya and Somalia. But today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to find out. This question that's asked here is the banner for the question that was asked. Boom. Africa, Kenya, Christian Psyops. What was the original spirituality of Kenya / Somalia? Did Kenya and Somalia exist in ancient times pre-Matrix? And serpent wisdom of the land of gods. Support the Tehuti podcast with reciprocity. If this has benefited you in any way, do it at the end. We're going to find out about all these interesting topics. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS, and here we go. Let me move this from the screen, and let's get into this beautiful question with a beautiful answer. Everybody can hear me? Press A9 if you can hear me. Gabriel Lopez presses a 9. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Robert Williams presses a 9. Amun, Ka, Tes, Unk, Tehuti presses a 9. Soze Mania presses a 9. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Uben Ra Nini Uk presses a 9. And here we go. Are you ready? Wonderful, wonderful. Where's Nania Setmer? I know she's here somewhere. Jamio X says, Hotep, Sunu Sunut. Hotep to you. Wonderful, wonderful. And I know Nana Setmer is somewhere in the mix here. She's somewhere here. She'll pop up. I thought I saw the name, but peace and love to Nania Setmer and Ankia Ma'at. Zai the Great presses a 9. RPM is back in the building. And RPM, shout out to you for bringing, I believe the young sister's name is Tiffy. I think you're the one she referred to as you brought her to the PODCLASS. If it is you, peace and love, and you are doing your job. And I hope Tiffy is doing well out there. And I hope she's watching the PODCLASS today. If not, she can watch it on the rerun. Shout out to RPM if that's you that did that. All right, Hush Nation, Maharu. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Let me get the timer out, and we're going to find out what this question is and what is going on here. Boom. Timer out. And here we go. And somebody will find out the riddle of why York followers are talking about Kenya and Somalia. I've actually never heard them talk about that, but whoever those York followers are, bless you or shame on you. I don't know who you are, though. But here we go. Are you ready, everybody? Boom. Oh, that was you. Peace and love, good brother. You're doing your job. You're doing your job. Peace, peace, peace. TB Cowboys. That's a new name. Just tapping in. Peace to the God. I like all the symbols there. Oh, coexist symbols. I like these symbols. I like them all. I've done class on all those symbols. Love them all. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Let's get into it. Boom. Get this on the screen. Get all these other things off of the screen so it doesn't slow down the answer. How you doing over there, Mr. from Mozambique? I'm going to bring you out another day. It is Somalia Kenya Day. There we go. Boom. We're going to close all that up. Close all this up. Close it all up. And we're going to start this class with beautiful peace, love, and harmony. And here we go. Let me expand it so all you beautiful people can see and participate. Let me drink some water. And let me share the gift. Are you ready? Let me shrink this down so you all can see. Perfect. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom. And I'm going to turn these notifications down a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. All right, here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom, and boom. Let's start it. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS, the question and answer class of the House of Attend. Due to the kidnapping of your history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the Nitiru, what about health and purity, what about my mental detoxification, out-of-body experiences, are they true, and are there ancient sources for that? What about government psyops? Is the government watching us? Is there really government conspiracies going on to hinder, detain, or control people? How about telepathy? Is telepathy the same as quantum entangled consciousness? Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised and is infiltrated in the form of New Age, quote-unquote, black consciousness, and atheists who have disguised themselves as quote-unquote comedic teachers or conscious teachers, woke teachers, in the agenda of the Matrix, just to focus on quote-unquote the knowledge, but not the spiritual discipline of the ancients, who will not have classes on these actual teachings or on their actual teachings or disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but just wear ancient symbols for fashion, egotistical self-gratification, who do not live by any actual written culture. Thus, they can only teach from memes or do what's called counter teaching, which is just go against what someone else teaches. They only do debate, debunk, expose, or challenge videos to others' spiritual beliefs, topics that only range from the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, and the Hebrews are wrong, and the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, and the Hebrews are wrong, and the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, or the Egyptians are this or not, or the pyramids were here in America, they're older than the ones in Egypt, or we're the Abos, we're the Native Americans, we're not African, or they may say, let me tell you why you're wrong, or what you fail to recognize, what you fail to realize, attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of the attack of what they actually adhere to on a daily discipline, what they and their family actually practice, never showing you what they actually believe in, because in truth, family, those so-called conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything, but they just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention, thus to hide that they cannot actually answer questions because they don't live by anything. They have made you feel uncomfortable to ask these questions, and then you're laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocities and get an ebook, personalized documentary type answer, customized. Then on top of that, taught live with each answer, get subconscious matrices broken for you, is here at the Tehuti PODCLASS, House of Attend. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And the question came in from the good brother Beged Leisure. Tua SABA Tehuti, can you answer the question? I know previously you told the SABA Tehuti, Nubian and so-called Egyptian are the same, Ret and Roma. So can you, Saba, explain why there are divided into tribes in Abtet? East Kenya, is it due to Arab invasion because the people are unaware of Ma'at? Are they and are engulfed into politics, Christianity, religion? What is all the division? Why are they into Christianity and religion? What has happened from the time? What is the original? What is the origin? And what actually took place to change the situation? Another great question sent by one of the great students of the House of Attend, and we will see, is the spiritual culture chaos in this place called Kenya due to outside Arabic or Christian invasion? How was it once associated originally with Ma'at? Prior to that, was it once associated originally with Ma'at prior to that? Would you be surprised if I told you the foreign invaders of Kenya came from a place that looked like this? We're going to get some interaction, everybody. What is this right here? Would you be surprised if I told you that the foreign invaders of Kenya came from a place that looked like this? What do you mean? Would you believe that once, thousands of years ago, people lived in this icy, mountainous region, and they eventually migrated downwards and started infiltrating quote-unquote African cultures? What is the popular name for the icy, mountainous region that quote-unquote cave dwellers lived, that this scenery may bring to mind? Go ahead and type it in the room. What comes to mind when you think of this cold, mountainous, icy region that so-called cave dwellers lived in, that were invaders and eventually came down and invaded the African regions, as we were told? What's the first place that comes to mind when you see this? Type into the room, everybody. What's the first place that comes to mind when you see this? This icy, mountainous region that cave dwellers once lived in. Type it in the room. And don't worry, family, there's no right or wrong answer. There's just what comes to your mind when you see this image. Type it in the room. What area on the map, what type of people come to mind when you see this mountainous, icy region? Go ahead and type it in the room, please. We got the Caucasus Mountain. Somebody put Colorado. Yeah, looks like Colorado. Caucasus. Somebody put the Mountain of the Moon. Okay, Caucasus, looks like Colorado. Caucasus Mountains. Okay. Remember, there is no right or wrong answer. But Caucasus Mountains. Okay, most people putting Caucasus Mountains. Okay, no problem. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. This is interactive. Wonderful. Okay. So what scenery comes to mind? Caucasus Mountains. Okay, great. And I put here the Caucasus Mountains from the word Kuksos, which means icy. We will get back to that later in class. Let us take a look at one of the indigenous quote-unquote tribes of Kenya. Now we're going to go to one of the indigenous tribes of Kenya. And I actually put two of the indigenous tribes, the Kamba tribe over here and the Kikuyu tribe right over here. What do we see here? Get a good look. The Kamba tribe, happy smiling faces, and the Kikuyu tribe. There they are right there. Wonderful. Okay. Let me ask the class, do these look like Christians to you? Do these people look like Christians to you? Just a question for the class. Do these look like Christians to you? When you walk into your Baptist, Seventh-day Adventist, Pentecostal church, is this how the pastor and his daughters come out? Do these look like Christians to you? Yes or no? Type it in the class. I'll come check answers in a moment. So here is the indigenous tribes. So if these are the indigenous tribes, that means that these people had more time to populate the area than any other people, than even the foreigners that may have came in afterwards. So these people have been populating the area for thousands and thousands of years prior to anyone else coming in. So Kemba tribe and Kikuyu tribe, religion and spirituality should be in abundance, being that they've had more time to populate the area than anyone else. Do these look like Christians to you, family? Do these look like, maybe they look like Muslims. Are these Muslims? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Kayfa halik? Any kwais? Do these look like Muslims to you or Christians? Let me check the room real quick. Let me close out some of these images here. Boom. 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 Okay. And McCafe, get out of here, man. Okay, boom. These look like Christians to you, family? Let me check the room and see. Nope. No. No. Nope. Lisa said no. Lisa, no. Angela Gates, no, no, no. No, no, no. We got no, no, no. No, these do not look like Christians to you. Okay, wonderful. All right, do these look like Christians to you? All right, let's take a look. Here we go, everybody. Boom. And boom. Being that these Kikuyu and Kamba tribes, that they are indigenous people of what people are calling Kenya and have been there the longest, then the spiritual population should reflect their spiritual system as the majority, right? Well, let me take you to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And here we are in the KNBS, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and under the section of religion, total. What do we have here? Catholic, total, 9,010,684. Protestant, total, 18,307,466. Other Christians, 4,559,554. Here are the indigenous people, the Kamba tribe, the Kikuyu tribe, who was there longer than any other set of people. So they've had a longer time to populate and to spread their spiritual teachings longer than anyone else who has been there. So the numbers of religion should reflect, or at least have these people on the number statistics somewhere. They've been there longer than everybody. I asked, do these people look like Christians? The obvious answer is no, because nobody's ever walked into a Christian church and seen, first of all, seen anybody with their breasts out. No. Have you seen anybody with their breast out at your church? If so, do a video on it and send it back to the podcast of your Christian sisters with their breasts out. Have you ever seen this type of dress code in your church? Absolutely not. If so, no need to argue about it or discuss it. Just make a live video of you inside of a church with people that look like this, calling themselves Christian. Have you seen people dressed like this, doing these dances with this hair on their head, this hair on their feet, and they're praising the Lord Jesus? Nope. But yet, when we go to the Reflective Bureau chart of statistics, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, we see Christians in the 9 millions, Protestants in the 18 millions, which are all Christians, other Christians in the 4 millions. Is the Kikuyu even on the chart? What happened? What number is that composes Christianity? What is this number that composes Christianity in Kenya? What's the percentage number? What is the number? 318 million. Oh, this is a typo right here. But this is 318 million. There's over 300 million Christians in the area. If you keep going on the chart is actually longer than that. It shows other different types of faith, but 300 million Christians in the area. What percentage is that of the entire population of Kenya? Let me take you to the 2019 Kenya Population and Housing Census, Volume 4, Section 2.1.7. And let's see what percentage the actual Christian population makes up. We're in the two, and it's much more than this, because this is 5 years ago. This is 2019. Kenya Population and Housing Census, Kenya Population and Housing Census, Volume 4, Distribution of Population by Socioeconomic Characteristics under the Section 2.1.7, Religious and Ethnic Affiliation, Tables 2.29 and 2.30 presents the distribution of the population and religious population, religious and ethnic affiliation, respectively. The data shows that the majority, 85% of the population of Christians, with the Protestants, Catholics, and evangelical churches accounting for 33.420262020.4% respectively. So 85%. So 85% of the number of that large number of people, actually makes up 85% of the entire population of Kenya. 85%. And what does it go on to say? And evangelical churches accounting for this number here. Muslims only account for 11%. Muslims aren't even on the chart. Muslims are only 11% of the entire population. Christianity is 85%. So wait a minute, 85% and 11%, that's 96 to 97%. 96 to 97% of the millions of people in Kenya are Muslims and Christians, and 85% of that is Christian, 85.5. The 5 most populous ethnic affiliations were Kikuyu, Luhya, Kalenjin, Luo, Kamba, while the 5 least populous were Dahalo, Imolo, Konzo, Gosha, and Wayu. So now here at the bottom, the most populous ethnic affiliations were this tribe here, the Kukula that I mentioned. And now 85% of the area is Christian. Boom. 85% is Christian. And let me ask the class, what is the official language of Kenya? Does anybody know? There's 2 main official languages. What are they? Type in the room. Name one of the 2 official languages of Kenya. I'll give you a minute or so. Go ahead and type that in the room. Official languages of Kenya. What are the 2? Does anybody know? Hey, Mr. Mozambique, I'm going to have to turn off your light, man. I know you're getting hot over there. I see you getting hot. Let me turn your light off. They say you're from Mozambique. Is that really what it's called? Here we go. Okay, boom, lights off. All right, you can go to sleep now. All right, so what is the official language of Kenya? What are they, everybody? Does anybody know? Go ahead and type it in the room. Official languages of Kenya. All right, we got Dark Side said Swahili and English. Okay. We got yep, Swahili. Okay, here we go. Swahili and English. Swahili and English. Okay. Swahili and English. Okay, Swahili and English. We got it. There's Hush Nation with the English. And there's Maharu with the Swahili. So 85% of the area is Christian. And the two main languages are Swahili and English. Wonderful. Okay. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Are you ready? Boom, boom, boom. Let's get back to it. So ding, ding, ding. You all are actually right. So 85% of the area is Christian, which does not seem to reflect this right here. Kamba tribe, Kikuyu tribe, are they Christian? We'll find out at the end, but if you can go into a church and see these people, just do the live video of people that look like this with this exact dress code on, screaming about Jesus. But yet, the 85% are Christian, and the two main languages, two official languages of Kenya, Swahili and English. So let me take you to the Ethnologue Republic of Kenya. We're going to find out something very interesting here. Let's go into the Ethnologue Republic of Kenya. Here we go. Boom. Here we are. We're in the Ethnologue Republic of Kenya. Summary. Kenya is a country in Africa. And now they have here is a home to 53,771,000. So yeah, the last answer was a typo. It was 3,771,000. It's 53,771,000. It is also a home to 61 living indigenous languages. Now, one of these, Swahili, is an official language of the country. Kenya was also the home of one indigenous language that is now extinct. In addition, 7 non-indigenous languages. So Swahili is an official language of the country. Okay? And you all right when you said Swahili and English. Wonderful. Let's find out what's happening here. So Swahili, here it is. Swahili, and it states the indigenous language. The indigenous language is now extinct. Thus, the matrix Psyops begins because this is stating two facts clear. One, Swahili is not the indigenous language. Two, if the original form of communication between indigenous people is extinct, then so is their original way of thought, culture, and it was replaced by an invader, resulting in the division and influx of foreign religious Christianity and Islam today, of course, resulting in the removal of the memory of Ma'at, now altering and removal of the language is the beginning of colonization and the toxification of an indigenous mind, creating chaos and isfet in the mind of the people. So is Swahili the indigenous language of that area? How far back does Swahili go? Where does Swahili go to? What are the ancient writings of Swahili? What language is the word Swahili? The word itself, what is it in? We're going to find out right here in the Tehuti PODCLASS, because once you remove the language of a people and the indigenous spiritual system, of course, chaos will ensue from there, and the people have no identity but to imitate those who invaded them. But let's find out about Swahili. So Swahili's language and literature, resources for Indian Ocean studies, introducing the dynamic historical context. The term Swahili already echoes oceanic orientation. It comes from the Arabic. Uh-oh, what? What happened? It comes from the Arabic Sawahil, meaning coastlands and lands of the edge. Kiswahili, an African language of Bantu family, came into being from 800 to 1000 AD. What happened? When did the Arabic invade? Okay, so this is not BC family. This is AD. 800 to 1000 AD. This coincides with the first archaeological evidence of stone mosques in Swahili port towns. What just happened here? Swahili is an Arabic word meaning coastlands or land of the edge. This language, or this Kiswahili of the Bantu family, came into being from 800 to 1000 AD. What does this coincide with? Does this coincide with the indigenous people that were there thousands and thousands of years ago? It coincides with the first archaeological evidence of stone mosques in port towns. So the date of Swahili origins coincides with Islam coming in 800 AD to 1000 AD. The word Swahili has its root in Sawahil, which is an Arabic word, and the date of it coincides with Islamic invasion, and it coincides with stone mosques in Swahili port towns. Between southern Somalia, which we're going to get into as the class continues, and northern Mozambique. Chronicles Kabari of Swahili towns commonly include references to incoming traders and Middle Eastern ports and kingdoms, Muslim, Arab, and or Shirazi, who brought their merchandise, above all cloth, and came to settle, converting the ruling families to Islam, founding new local dynasties as mutually competing city-states. What are some facts we've drawn from this? One of the main official language of Kenya is found no older than the time of the stone mosques that came in around 800 AD, because we know that after 632 AD, around 700 AD, Muslims started storming different parts of the Nile. They started storming in to the area that people call Egypt today. They started storming in and invading and enforcing Islam down through the Nile, all the way down into these areas. So now Kiswahili dates back to the same dates of the storming. Now we know that the anthropology and the tests that were done in the area of the Homo sapien and even the common ancestors that were found go back to that area some 185,000 years ago. People in that area, the Kenyapithecus, even the name of the bones that were found were named after Kenya. The Kenyapithecus bithapi, and the indigenous Homo sapiens that were in the area go back to over 150,000 BC. Yet somehow the language that is the official language of the area only goes back to the time when Muslims invaded. So could people not speak, read, and write in the area until 800 and 1000 BC? What was the official language in the area? What was being written and what was being spoken prior to 800 and 1000 AD? It coincides with the trading of Muslims that came in with merchandise converting the ruling families to Islam. Does this mean that Islam was the indigenous religion of the area? No, Swahili is an Arabic word. So people that try to take you into learn your authentic original culture. You learn the Swahili. The Swahili is the original language of Kenya, and when you come to Kenya, you get back to your roots with the Swahili, and you ask them, what language is the word Swahili? What language is it? Can you pull up any indigenous writings in Swahili? Can you pull up the word Swahili itself in any ancient indigenous writings? Or did we just learn how to read and write? You know, us ignorant, illiterate Africans that need to be civilized. Did we just learn how to read and write in 800 AD? Or did we have queens, kings, civilizations, mathematics in the area in the BCs? No, it came in with Islam. Swahili is an Arabic word. Swahili is an Arabic word. Okay, here we go. Boom. So boom, 1080, 1,000 years after Christianity, not the official Christianity that was 325, but Christianity in the sense of when they say Jesus was born. AD is Anno Domini. Anno Domini is the year of our Lord. So Christians teach that Jesus would have been around 1 AD, somewhere in that time, because he starts the actual years. So this Swahili came about 1,000 years after Christianity or after Christ. That is an infant language. To put into perspective of how young that is, 1000 AD is approximately the time that simplified Old English came into existence. So simplified Old English came into existence the same time as Swahili. And that's our ancient native African, that's the native tongue of the ancestors. The same time as English, as simplified Old English came into existence. What does the oldest Swahili script look like? Let me take you to New African, September 9th, 2020, on the original Swahili manuscripts. What do the old Swahili manuscripts look like? Let's take a look. And what are their dates? All right, we're in New African. We're going to go right to the African New Letters themselves. Time to address reparations of SOAS, Swahili manuscripts. September 9th, 2020. Let's take a look at the Swahili manuscripts, huh? This looks like the Quran. This looks like... what? Does that language look familiar to anybody? Anybody can read this? This ancient manuscript? So, just to let you know, this particular language that's on the screen, and Naptian Arabic, came into existence around 200 BC. This particular script. We're trying to find the Swahili script that goes back to the BCs. Straight Swahili, not Arabic invasion, not anything that looks like Arabic. We're trying to find the native Swahili script. Or were we illiterate people that couldn't write? The Africans were illiterate, but they couldn't write until the Muslims. Where's the original Swahili script of the proud king and queen of the area stating in the BC times, you know, before Christianity, that Swahili was their language and they were writing in Swahili? Where is that script? Does it exist? Here is New African, time to address reparation of SOAS. We're going to find out what SOAS is very shortly. Swahili manuscripts. Here's Swahili manuscripts. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuhu. Here's the Swahili. Yes, it's Arabic, as so is the origin of the word Kiinya itself. The chaos and the transformation of what is taking place in that area was created and named by the invaders themselves, which were Christians and Arabs. Let's go back to that article, the same article, to see who owns the oldest Swahili manuscripts and who was working together in the ownership of these old Swahili manuscripts. Here we are. Let's address it. Let's find out. What does it say here? The earliest manuscripts held by SOAS were collected in Mombasa, by the scholar and church missionary society member Reverend William Taylor, who worked closely with local Islamic religious leaders such as Muallimu Sakujwa, Sir Mbarak Henawi, and Muhammad Kujunwa. The sources for the Reverend Taylor's manuscript. So these early manuscripts are collected in the possession of and controlled by Christian Church Ministry Society and Islamic religious leaders. Let's walk down the path. Let's see what happened to Kenya. Let's see what's happening here. Boom. Christianity and Muslim hold possession over the oldest Swahili manuscript. As a matter of fact, ask any of your pro-Black, conscious, pro-Swahili teachers to show you any manuscript written in a language called Swahili or any indigenous people before the invasion, that they will not be able to show this language. And is it presented today? Is it older than English? Yes, it cannot be indigenous language if that to that land thousands and thousands of years ago, if it's the same age as Old English, and Arabic is a script. And what nationality are the Catholics called? What nationality are Catholics called, everybody? When you think of Catholics, what is the nationality put in front of the word Catholic that is common? Do you think of Chinese Catholic? Do you think of Bulgarian Catholic? Czechoslovakian Catholic? What's that word that's usually in front of Catholic and it's been there from its origin? What is that word right there? Is it a Jamaican Catholic? What is the word that is synonymous and placed right there with the word Catholic, right before it? Go ahead and type that in the room. What is that word that associates Catholicism with a particular area? Is it Pakistan Catholic? What's that word? I'm going to go look in the room real quick because I can't see I don't really look in the chat for people who are wondering. I only look in the chat when I ask the question. So I'm just going to look in the chat and see what the answer is. There it is. Roman. Rome. First Netter says Rome. TV Cowboy says Rome. Roman. D Degrade says Roman. Rob Bassatut, Roman. The Tef says Roman. Roman. Okay, there it is. Roman. Bing, ding, 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 ding. Israel says Haraz did. Roman. Maharu. Rome. Okay, we got it. We're Romaned up. Here we go. We got the answer. So there it is. So what do you think of? What are they called? What is the nationality or nation that's associated with Catholic originally? Boom. You all right, everybody? Yes. Roman Catholic. A concise history of the Roman Catholic Church. When was the Catholic Church founded and by whom? You'll find that out if you study the concise history of the Roman Catholic Church. So Roman Catholicism is associated with an area called Rome in the Roman language or the Latin language, the original Latina. People want, what are you? Welcome to a Puerto Rican man. I'm a Latina, Hispanic. I'm a Hispanic, a Latina. I'm a Hispanic. I'm like, wait a minute, do you know where Hispaniola is? Do you know? Speak some Latin for me. Anybody from Mexico, speak some Latin. You're Latina. I'm a hot-tempered Latina. Write some Latin for me. Write Latin, because Latin was there in the BCs. Go ahead and write some Latin for me. So these are the original Latins that unfortunately the South Americans have taken up their title, thinking that they're Latino. It's Hispaniola. These are the original Latins. The original Latin language was the language of the Romans. So here it is. Thus, guess what other script the original manuscripts of Swahili are also found in? Let me take you to Leiden University catalog on Swahili manuscripts project. So we got one over here, manuscripts in Arabic. We know that's the Islamic influence. So what's the other language that the manuscripts are in? We're going to go to Leiden University catalog, the Swahili manuscripts project at SOAS 2000 to 2004. This is African Research and Documentation, language, English, Great Britain, subject, Swahili language. Here's Swahili language. What's the language? Here it is, archives of the school. So in case you want to know what SOAS is, what is SOAS? What is this an acronym of? So in case you want to know what SOAS is, here we are. Archives of the School of Oriental and African Studies. SOAS, School of Oriental and African Studies, hold the largest collections of Swahili manuscripts in Britain. There are about 100 original manuscripts dating from 1790s, dating from 1790s, 1970s. Many of them are in Arabic script as well as in Roman. Of course. Arabic script as well as in Roman. The manuscripts of 7 collections brought together by various scholars and deposited to the SOAS library. These collections are prime research source for the writing of the cultural and literal history of Swahili language and culture, and more generally, the history of the people of East African coast and hinterland. This article deals with Swahili. This article deals with the Swahili Manuscripts Projects, whose aim was to create an online academic catalog of the collection of Swahili manuscripts at SOAS. What is SOAS? School of Oriental and African Studies. It outlines the nature of the manuscripts collections, the structure of the website. So what's the purpose? Most of these are in Arabic and in Roman. The purpose is to resource, the purpose is the prime research source and the writing of the cultural and literary history of Swahili language and culture, of which is in Arabic and Roman language. Boom. All the Swahili manuscripts, all the old ones that they show, Arabic and of course Roman. Those are the two people that came in. The Arabs, Muslims, and the Romans. And now the national official language, English and Kiswahili. Come learn your culture. Kiswahili. And thus, of course, all of this leading to the mental confusion of the inhabitants of Kenya. And I have a map here of what people are calling Africa. Another chaotic term. I have a map here of what people are calling Africa. The labels of the countries are removed. I want everyone to participate with color identification. So the countries, the so-called countries, are actually labeled and identified in color codes. The names of the countries are not there. I want everyone to now type in which color is Kenya on the map. So here it is. I don't have it written here. I just have this right here. Look at this map, everybody, and tell me, what color is Kenya on here? Which one of these colors here? Boom, 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 boom. Which one of these colors are Kenya on the map? Just type in the color, or the closest color that you can associate the color with. What color is Kenya, everybody? Type it on the map. Anybody from Kenya? Anybody been there? Anybody seen on the map? Anybody want to Google search it? What color is Kenya on the map? The labels of the titles of the countries are stripped off. All you have is colors on the map. Type in the color of Kenya, everybody. I'll give everybody a few moments. Go ahead and type in the color. Let me give everybody a few moments. I'm going to put it back on the screen. Go ahead. Here we go. Boom. Okay, gave everyone a few moments. Let me see what you typed in the room. Any color in the room? We got orange, red, green. Oh my goodness, where's Kenya? It's all orange, red, green, rose pink. We got pink, orange, rose, red, orange. Okay, good. So orange, somebody put, okay, where's Kenya? Red, pink. Oh my goodness. Let me look at this map again. Kenya's all over the place here. We got orange. Now, some people may confuse the orange for pink. I have no problem with that because there is a little interesting color there that's not too common. So orange, red, pink. I'll give everybody that as the same. Orange, red, pink. Okay, good. No, nobody put yellow. Which one is Kenya? Orange, red, pink. All right, wonderful, everybody. Excellent, everybody. There is Kenya right there. Orange, red, pink. Right? Okay. Excellent. Everybody ready? Here we go. Boom. All right. Now, what if I were to tell you that that is not Kenya? As a matter of fact, what if I were to tell you that there was no such country called Kenya and that the original place called Kenya was not a country, but in fact an unlivable landmass of snow? What, Tehuti? What did you say? Whatever color you pointed to on the map, that is what they told you was Kenya. Did the native people ever call any of those colors Kenya? Let me break what you think is your reality right now. What if I were to tell you that none of those cultures are what the indigenous people called Kenya? Only the indigenous people of the area have the right to name the landmass that they're indigenous to. So any other name that you give it is the name of an invader. Like if someone was to kidnap your daughter, sexually attack her, put her up in an attic, and your daughter's name is Nairobi, and your kidnapper says, no, her name is Veronica. No, her name is Nairobi. You're the indigenous father and mother. You named her Nairobi. The rapist and the attacker does not have the right to overpower what you say the name is. Only the indigenous people can name the area because they were the ones that were there. So none of these places, what if I were to tell you that Kenya, according to the indigenous people, is not even a country? In fact, it's an unlivable landmass of snow. What's a Tehuti? No, it's on the map. It's called Kenya. The people there today call it Kenya. The people call it Kenya. They call it today. It's Kenya, isn't it Kenya? Well, did these people call it Kenya? Any of these people? Did the Kamba tribe that was there, did the Kikuyu tribe that was there ever single out a landmass and call it Kenya? Who named it Kenya? Does anyone know? Who named it? Was it the Bambi tribe? Was it the Kamba tribe? Was it the Kikuyu tribe? Which tribe named that area Kenya? Let me give you a few moments. And anybody here, give me the people that named it Kenya. Who named it Kenya? Which tribe? Anybody? Just type it in the room. Don't type in ad hominem. Don't type in opinion. Don't type in what you need to know. What's the purpose of this? Don't just give me the name of the tribe because we're to be proud of that landmass. We're to be proud of the landmass. So we must have been intelligent enough. We, as in whoever believes that they're associated with that whoever thinks that is the name, should be proud of it, because intelligent people name their landmass areas. Right? Kings and queens, or people that are native to the area, name their landmass. So we're looking at a landmass, and people say, I'm a proud Kenyan. I'm proud to be Kenya. I'm from Kenya. I'm very proud. Very proud. What's your landmass? Kenya. Wonderful. So what was what tribe had the intellect to name it that? Because I want to be proud of that tribe. I want to be proud of the intellect that came up with a vibrational consciousness to look at an entire area and say, of all the words, this is the word that will identify us as a people. Kenya. And I want to be proud of that tribe. So type the name of that tribe that called it that. And then type the archaeological find or the paper that backs that up also. So to find out what the actual native people called it, was Kenya the country? Did the native people, not those that were there when the Arabs came, not those that were converted, but the native people in the BC times, in the early times, did the native people even have a concept of a country? Did the native people create a border and say, this is the country, this right here, right? See, this is Kenya, right here, this list of Somalia, with Somalia. Did they say that? Or was Kenya the name of the area that they could not live? Imagine if that was true. Imagine if Kenya was a name from the native people of the area that you could not live in. That means it could never have been the name of the country if it was the area that you could not live in. And of course, everybody, to get to that, to find out what actually happened, what was the original name? Was Kenya actually the name of the country? Or according to the natives, was it the area that you could not live in? To get to that, we're going to go right into Tehuti Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Let's find out, everybody. Let's find out the consciousness that came up with Kenya and what it was actually describing. We're going to go into Tehuti Overdrive mode. Here we go. Yes, what if I were to tell you that the history of Kenya started with this man right here? There we go. How you doing, brother? Who's this, man? Who's this? What's this old letter here? Who is this? Who is this? The history of Kenya started with this man right here. Who is that, Tehuti? A German man named Johann Ludwig Krafter. He was a linguist and traveler. Uh-oh. What? A German? What do you mean a German? No, the natives. The Maasai tribe called it. They created the Kikuyu tribe, no, the Bambi tribe. They created these borders. We have records of them creating these borders, and it stops right here, and then that begins Somalia. It stopped right there, and this other area begins in no, a German man named Johann Ludwig Kraft, a linguist and traveler. Here it is. There's Mr. Kenya. There it is. History of Kenya starts right here. Somebody show me a country named Kenya by the native people prior to this man. Who is this man? What do you mean, Tehuti? Who is that guy right there? Let's find out what he is. Let's find out who he is. Let's find out his participation in the consciousness of Kenya. This is Ludwig. Hey, Ludwig Krampf. Ludwig was accompanied by an indigenous man, a chief tribesman whose name was Kivio Mwendwa. Here he is. So Ludwig, when Ludwig was traveling, he was accompanied by this man right here. Here's the chief, Kivio Mwendwa. He had to be accompanied by a native to take him around because he's from Germany. What does he know about the area? What does he know about what areas are safe, where to walk, what the animals are in the area, what could kill you, what tribe could kill you? Who gives this man a pass to walk through? He has to walk through and be accompanied by a native to show him the area and tell him what is what in the area. So the chief, Hivyo Mwendwa, tell him, we have a country named Kenya. It must have been the chief, right? This chief must have told him that. We have a country. And I'm the chief of the country. And it's called Kenya. What actually really happened? He had told, so the chief Kevwe Mwendwa, he told Ludwig Krampf, this man right here, Ludwig Krampf. He told Ludwig Krampf, when the mountainous region caught Ludwig's attention, that was the area that was unlivable because of how cold it was, he told him. So they called that mountainous, unlivable area Ki Nia, or Karima, or Karin Yaga, which meant the mountain with brightness. Ki Inya, the mountainous region that was too cold for them, that they looked up at, and they saw the snow falling, and they felt coldness. They could not go up there. The natives, the Kikuya, and the native people, and the Bembe, and those people were used to the beautiful warmth of the lower regions of that area. So when they looked up and saw this white stuff, we'll call it white stuff, we know that it's snow, but they're not familiar with it because they don't live in those mountainous cold regions, and it's not snowing down there where they're living. So when they looked up, they saw all this white, and they called it Ki Nia, or the mountain with brightness. Kianya, the unlivable area. But why the mountain of brightness? Well, remember how this class started? I started talking to you about these icy mountains that everyone related to the Caucasus Mountains. This was the Karinyaga Mountains, or Kenya, which had bright white snow in the area of the original Kamba tribes, the Kikuyu tribes, that said the area above them is unlivable because it's too cold. It was too cold up there to do the farming, too cold up there to be comfortable. They stayed in the warm areas. So they called it the bright region, the Ki Inya. The area that I showed you in the very beginning. The icy mountainous region right here. We don't see any farming going on here. I don't see one person up here. I don't see any Bantu. I don't see any. I don't see any tribal dance men up here. I don't see any chief up here. I don't see any. Hold on a second. Where are these women? Where are these women up there? Remember how the class began? When I asked about the Christians? Where are these women up there that have their chest exposed? Where are these men that have their chest and legs exposed? Are they up there in the icy mountains? Does this look like the icy mountain region? These people would freeze. They stayed away from it. The Kikuyu tribe, the Kamba and Bembe tribe were dressed in an area where it was nice and beautiful sun. They was very comfortable to have your chest exposed, your legs exposed, little clothing. It's very comfortable in the sun, especially when you're blessed and enriched with melanin. Very comfortable to be dressed like this. Where are these people dancing up in Kenya? Where's that? Where are they dancing up there? They're not dancing up there. They're not, because Chief Mwendua told Ludwig Graft, it's too cold up here. That's the bright area. That's the white area with ice and snow. We can't live there. We can't do our tribal dances in comfort here. We can't plant seeds here and farm right here. I'm sorry, we can't plant here. We don't go there. This isn't our place to live. Ludwig is fine with looking at that because he's from where? He's from Germany. When he went to the area, this was the only thing he saw that was familiar to him. Have you ever seen Russia and Germany? So here he is in this beautiful, warm climate with these tribal people, barely dressed in the sun, hot and nice. And then he looks up and he sees this. This looks like home to him. This looks familiar. He's like, what is that up there? He asks him, what is this? I see ice. I see snow. What is that? That's where we can't live. Ludwig is like, I can. I can. That looks familiar to me. What is that area? Ludwig was very attracted to this area right here. So attracted that this one icy place area that nobody can live became the name of a country. Uh-oh. Your country's named from a person that saw a familiar area to where he was from. Was very attracted to it. Asked the tribesmen, what is that up there? That doesn't look like where we're walking. What is that? That's icy land. That's Kenya. That's the bright place. We don't live there. That's non-livable. German man is like, I just came from there. I set up shop right here. This looks like where I'm from. This is familiar to me. And took his consciousness of a place that looked familiar to him in Germany, took the name, the word for the icy area, and the whole country area became known as the place where no tribeswoman, no tribesman is doing anything fertile. Let's go. Here's the Kikuyu tribe. Boom! And thus, the matrix has you focus on the area that is cold and unlivable, the mountain of Kenya. And he pronounced it Kenya. Kenya. And now the whole world is echoing an area which was simply a mountaintop that was unlivable. And now calling an entire country with the frequency of an area that is unlivable, and now has you believing that this was an ancient country called Kenya by indigenous people, when the indigenous people said that this is the area we cannot live in. Thus has you calling the entire area with fake country borderlines the frequency of biological, anti-biological imperative, and anti-life, now you probably call the entire area Kenya, the non-livable land. This is a neuronic contradiction, and of course leaves the native people and the tribes confused again, enforcing the Psyops. Because the native people and the tribes that were there never said this whole area. What was the borderlines? Where's the archaeological written evidence that the native people created borderlines and called the entire area that word? Why would they call it that word? Did they say so? Because we don't go by what the native people of any culture actually say or do themselves based on their culture. We go by native words we go by foreign words of things. And those foreign words of things have different histories and different frequencies. They don't call the area of Smaui Tawi, they call it Egypt. They don't call the Ne'et tribe. They say Navajo. Everything is changed to what the invader, the Blackfoots, and all these different words that are invader words. This is a cartouche. It's called a Shen. Cartouche means a gun cartridge. This is the Sphinx. Sphinx means to choke you out. That was the Harakuti Temra. This is Egypt. Continuously calling these things by invader names. And now you actually think that the native people actually chalked out or lined out an area, and now there has to be a king of the... Who was the ruler of ancient Kenya? What was the name? What was the king's name? What was the... Every area has a ruler, right? Or were there multiple tribes? Did all the tribes agree? The Bembe tribe, the Kambi tribe, the Kikuya tribe all said, let's get together. This area that we all live in, this is called Kenya. The Bambi agreed to that? They all agreed to that? And who was the king of that area? Who was the king of ancient Kenya? Could he read? Could he write? Could she read? Could she write? Did she have any scribes? Or we were just illiterate? We never had it. There's no writing of the... Writing wasn't important to us. We didn't write. There's no archaeology. Nothing. Ludwig did it. So Nia, the icy mountains, and ask anybody from the area, what are those icy mountains called to the people? What do they call those icy mountains? You have the name of it. Find out. And find out how the German conglomerated, took words and just said it in a different way, and now that becomes Kenya, and that becomes a country. Does Kenya have a president? Does it have a king? What's the concept of a country? What does a country have? What makes something a country? Is there a ruler of it? Is there a dictator? Is there a king and a queen? Is there a president? If so, what was the Bamba's president called of that country? What was the Kemba president? What was the Kikuya's president? Because now there's presidents and now there's all these different concepts that didn't seem to be there before Ludwig. Where does the concept come from? It comes from the invaders that bring that consciousness in. And the borders are fake. Can't show any ancient maps that was drawn by any indigenous people that had some separation of Kenya from some other place within Arabic word, Somalia. Can't show any of that because it didn't exist to the natives. They didn't walk across some bush and say, "Oh, hey, we're on the borderline. We're on the borderline. Okay, we were about to walk out of Kenya and walk into Somalia." That's what the Kamba tribe said. Well, that's what you say today because of colonization and the warping of what it originally was. Let's get back to it. Ready? There we go. Let's get back to it, family. Are you ready? Let me put it on screen share. Hey, man. Okay. Oh, I'm off camera. Let me put it on screen share. Here we go. Boom. Boom, 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 and boom. Here we go, man. You're proud of Kenya. Proud of Ludwig. There we go. Boom. So it's the unlivable landmass, and now the unlivable landmass is the name of the frequency of the area was the frequency of where the native people said we couldn't live. There it is. There's the Kenya area. Who agreed to this? Who agreed to this border here? And when you step across this bush, you're in Ethiopia. What language is Ethiopia? When you step across this bush, you're in Sudan. What language is Sudan? Arabic? What language is Sudan? When you step across this bush, you're in Uganda. When you step across this bush, you're in Somalia. When you step across this bushel right here, as soon as you cross this, don't cross it, because now you're in Tanzania. What's Tanzania? It's a word that ties back to a word that means slave ship. Tanzania, Somalia, Ethiopis, Greek, Sudan, Arabic. These are not the names or the consciousness of any of the indigenous people. No indigenous people separated their lands and named this whole area after this icy mountain that they couldn't live. Is that what happened? No. That's not what happened. None of this came with the consciousness of any indigenous people. None of this 45-degree angle. It cuts the line right here. We're going to go into this angle right here, and over here, this is straight over here to and all of this right here. Nobody from the Kemba tribe can verify this. Nobody from the Kikuyu tribe who verifies this? Who called it this? All of these are Arabic mutated words that came from invaders. Why? Because your father names you. Your mother and father names you. That's the concept. Your mother and father names you. And when you're looked at as an illiterate child, or an illiterate tribesman, they're the primitive tribe. They can't read, they can't write, they're illiterate. We have the authority. Us, the Germans and the Greeks and the Arabs, we're smart. Those are little children. They have a child's mind. Even the Egyptologists say Egyptians had a child's mind. The Pygmies had a child's mind. We're the intelligent ones. We can name them because your father and mother name you. So you're walking around with the name that your father and mother, the European, gave the areas, and the Arabs gave the Arabs areas. And there's no chief, no tribesman, no ancient records that can justify or verify that this is called Somalia, and this is called Kenya, and this is called Aswadan. These Arabic words, it's called Ethiopis. Nobody verified that. No ancient record. Who's the ancient king of Somalia? What's the name of him? Huh? What king couldn't? What ancient king can't read and write? What ancient king has no writings about them? So this is all invented psyops, and this is why there's that separation and chaos brought in, because the indigenous people there and yourself have been lied to make you think that this icy region can qualify for the name of this hot, beautiful, tropical, flourishing region. This is non-hot. This looks like Germany. The Germans were familiar with this, not familiar with this environment. Let's go. And guess what else Ludwig was and did? Remember the image up top when I showed you the indigenous people to the area that's being called Kenya today? Well, those are the people Johann Ludwig could have met. None of them were Christians. And guess what he did? What did you do, Ludwig? What else are you responsible for? You took the icy land, Nia, created this Kenya concept, and what did you do with these people? Were these people Christians like this when you met them? What'd you do? Well, in order to be Christian, you'd have to have some type of Bible, right? You'd have to have some New Testament, a Bible, some writing of Jesus in order to be Christian. You have to know about a Christ. Who brought the word of? How did the word of Christ get all the way down to this area that people are calling Kenya today? Was it the disciples? Johann Ludwig Krampf, 11 January 1810. What did you do, Krampf? Talk to us, Krampf. What did you do, man? Was a German what? Missionary, Christian in East Africa, as well as an explorer, linguist, and traveler. Krampf played an important role in exploring East Africa with Johannes Rebmand. They were the first Europeans to see what? Mount Kenya. With the help of Akamba, who dwelled at its slopes, and Kilimanjaro. Ludwig Krampf visited Ukambani, the homeland of the Kamba people. In 1849, again, 1850, he successfully translated the New Testament into the Kamba language. Come on now. He successfully, what did he do? Because the Kamba people, they couldn't read the New Testament, could they? Was it written in the ancient Kamba language? Was it Kikuyu New Testament? No, Ludwig Kampf, the same one that mutated and created the Kenya concept, Kenya word, is a missionary Christian. He successfully translated the New Testament for them. Why do you need it successfully translated if you're already Christian? I remember somebody in the chat said, yep, they're Christian under the skies. They're Christian under the skies. So then you already know about Jesus. You already have the writing of Jesus. Why is Ludwig Kampf translating the New Testament into the language of people that are already Christians? They already have it written. Translate into a language because it never came to them in that language. It was brought in by the foreigners, the same one that named Kenya in the first place. Boom. He was a Christian missionary, the first to successfully convert by translating the native indigenous people of that area. He was and bringing them the New Testament. And he has us calling it Kenya today by giving them the first Christian New Testament in what? Their language. Remember how this class began? Their language, which was not was it Swahili? Was the original language Swahili? We already dated Swahili. We dated Swahili. So if any of them were speaking Swahili, we know that Swahili is 800 AD. We know those tribes existed there way before the ADs. Do you see the key role language plays in enforcing the matrix and warping the minds of the native people? Because now the doctrine of Christianity is relatable because there was a language switch. And this was the beginning of the confusion of the people, tribes of so-called Kenya. This is the Christian influence, New Testament, and the naming of the place, going all the way back to 1849. You see, if you rename an area, give people a new language, give them a foreign religion, then of course in turn, they will begin to have a false identity. And then, as Maharu's question asks, paraphrased, why are all the people divided and unaware of Ma'at, or in their origins, are mainly Christians and Muslims now? Because of the Christian-Muslim invasion. They went from this to this. Here's the Christians. These are the same people. The Kikuyu tribe, there they are, now converted. When they're converted, now they're the Evangelical Covenant Church of Kenya, Kitengele, empowering believers for the future glory. Is that what these people were doing? Were these people empowering believers? Were these the evangelical ancient people empowering the glory of Jesus? Or did this come after Ludwig? Huh? Show me a building like this with the cross on it. Show me a Hebrew synagogue in Kenya in the BCs. Show me anything. They were converted, and thus the chaos ensues. And thus now when you research, the Kikuyu tribes, or the Kikuyu is also pronounced, tribes today, what do you see when you go to do a simple research? Although the Kikuyus historically adhere to indigenous, although the Kikuyus historically adhered, past tense, to indigenous faiths, most are Christians today. Although the Kikuyus historically adhered, past tense, to indigenous faiths, most are Christians today. Although the Kikuyus historically adhered, past tense, to indigenous faith, most are Christians today of varying denominations, as well as various syncretic forms of Christianity. A minority of Kikuyu practice Islam. Remember, that's the 11% of the area. Notably through Arab, Indian, Persian missionaries. Was Ludwig Christian missionary? Why are they practicing Islam? From Arab, Indian, Persian missionaries. Why are they practicing Christianity? Through the missionaries. Ludwig. Trade with the rest of East Africa. Where did the trade happen? The same time the Swahili kicked in. A small group of Kikuyu, numbering about 60 people, in 2015, practiced Judaism in the town of Kusuku. While they practice a normative form of Judaism, similar to conservative Judaism, they are not recognized as a part of any larger Jewish group. Hey, Ludwig. Good job, man. Good job, Ludwig. There you go. Ludwigging it up. Now you got a bunch of people, proud Kenya. I'm from Kenya. Kenya, the country, the Kenya. The Christian, we're going to create Kenya. I love Kenya. What the heck is Kenya? Where's Kenya pre-colonization? Show me Kenya. Show me any ancient king talking about Kenya. Where's that? We couldn't read and write. We were illiterate. So what did the indigenous people actually call this area? And does it trace back to Ma'at? What if I told you the secret is found within a specific bird? I'm going to take a little break right here, everybody. The secret of what the people call this area indigenously is found within a specific bird. I'm going to take a little pause right here. I'm going to get the team to come in the room, and I'm going to take a break for just a moment, and I'll be back to continue this. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Let me put the link in the room for the supporters and the great students to jump in the room, and I'm going to take a little break and step off and come back and continue this and find out how the origins of this area and its real name link back to a specific species of bird that's actually banned from the public. The actual bird and its indigenous carvings is now banned from public visualization. We're going to get into that in a moment. Jump in the room. We got Anu. We got Dejed. Jump in. Anu, jump in. There you are. How you doing, Dejed? How you doing, Anu?
Doing good, great Saba. Can we comment on this right now, or you want us to wait till the end?
No, I'm gonna take a break. You can comment all the way until I come back. I'm gonna be back when I come. Go ahead and comment.
So, look, you have. I think I've said this in the past before, but since being around you, studying under you, I realized, like I said, the importance of learning and passing it down to one's children. It's important because when you're born, you're introduced to those words like, oh, that's Kenya. That's called the book. Oh, that's called this, right? And it's easily accepted, right? Because the mind doesn't know anything, right? It's just here. It's here, and it's accepting whatever it's introduced to. And ever since learning under you, I've really started to like hone into that, like really grip that and say, like, look, hey, all of these things that we're being introduced to, that is not the original name. And it reminds me of like playing some kind of warfare video game. You conquer a place and then you start building your structures on it. And that's kind of what it is. What a land used to be, and now it gets conquered, and then you start changing the coups. You start implementing your Christianity. You start intermitting your Catholicism or whatever it may be, right? And it slowly starts to change. And when you break that, oh my gosh, man, Seven. You're showing us literally how things are like morphed into something. Hey, to it to you, Sam. I'll wait till the second part is done and everything, but to it to you, so appreciate you.
Nini Ugg. Amun, you're proud Kenyan?
No.
Yeah, we're gonna this is just the intermission. I'm just taking an intermission. And when I come back, we're gonna get back into it. I'm gonna step away right now. You're doing good, Amun. You doing good, and Amun, you doing good?
Yes, doing great, Saba.
I'm doing great as well, Saba. Very much for this class.
Nini, I'm glad you appreciate it. Pata, how you doing, Scribe?
I'm doing excellent, Great Saba.
You down with the Ludwig crew?
I'm not. No.
No.
What is what these days? You know?
Yeah, this is why they don't. I mean, I understand. Shout out to all the other channels. Shout out to all the other teachers. Shout out to everybody. Much respect for whatever you're doing, but I understand why. You know, when I come to a channel, when I come and visit a channel, or whatever, it finishes, because it's like, imagine you're on this pride for these areas, and you don't even know there was a Psyops going on. You don't even know. Imagine that. A fruitful, beautiful area with almost every fruit, vegetation, animal in the world, all down in those areas, is named after a place that can't yield anything, that looked like the place that the visitor came and recognized it. It looked like where they're from, and the people said, we can't live there. No fruits grow there. No fruits. We can't build seed there. We don't. Forget F that. This whole place called Kenya. We're gonna what? The whole place is called the icy land that looks like where I'm from. We're gonna call it Kenya. How's that for you? Huh? No, we can't live there. Well, guess what? You can't live. You can't live. Because we're gonna kill you, and your children don't know that. So you remember this? We're gonna kill you. Well, you can't live there. No. And then 200 years later, Jesus. We're the Kenya Evangelical Church. Jesus. So we're going to come back and get into this. And yes, I did bring all the way from Kenya. And I'll tell you the name afterwards. But all the way from Kenya. They call it Kenya. I'm going to call it Kenya until I show the real name of the area. But here, and then you're going to get the name of this beautiful being right here. Came all the way from that area. Implemented, shipped in, coming in. Here you go. What's up? Say peace to the people. Say peace to the people all the way from that area. We'll call it Kenya for now, because the real name of the area is gonna come back when I come back. And the reason why she looks so fat and I have to hold her like this to support her is because she's gonna have babies. She's pregnant, and I gotta hold her like this because if I hold her one way down, the babies may roll. So I gotta hold her like this. Boom. I can't tell the people your name right now because the name is gonna come in the second part of the class. But this is all the way from that area that they're calling Kenya, Somalia, and she has a beautiful family. And say peace to the people. Say peace. I'll be right back, everybody. And when I come back, I'll reveal the name of this beautiful being right here. I'm gonna put her down now because she has the babies. Baby's coming out anytime now. I'm gonna put you down right there, flatland. Nice and flat for you. You're a big fat mama. And her husband, Big Papa, her husband's only about this big. Her husband, the male of this species is only about this big. It looks like a little worm about this big, and she's like all thick and all thick and big. She's like 5 times the size of him, all thick and voluptuous. I guess the original snakes were black. I'll be back.
He said it don't matter. I'm give me the thickest one. Hey, look. You take this knowledge, and then if you go into that area, man, you have to be on a SABA level to start changing consciousness, because you're talking about changing over 200 years of conditioning, ripping away true identities, ripping away. That's what I call real cultivation. That's cultivating. When one can be masterful at conditioning minds, taking over, stripping certain things away, adding new things to it, and over a period of time, people start to think that that's their real identity. Like that's the original. Think about the Arabs right now, and that's that's around the Akus. Like, you know, they really think that they've been there forever, and that they built the pyramids, and that they put it all together. They really do think that is going on right now. And they haven't even been over there that long. But the children that have been produced, that have been brought on this earth and taught by their parents, who, and so on and so forth, they really think they've been there this whole time. No different between any person that comes into this country and they say, oh, hey, we've been here forever. I'm this, I'm that, and they stick to it. To me, that's the engineering of a mind, man. Rather one is big, small, strong, weak. It's the mind that controls it all, and when one becomes masterful at that, real hakau, and they're really structuring consciousness and getting beings to believe that whatever that is, y'all don't know what that does to me. Like, that is I see that in multiple layers, and it's hard to put it into Medu. It's hard to put it into that, and Saba's just revealing what is going on, and one can be born and be completely Pan-African or whatever, talking about standing on the word Kenya, hardcore, ready. for whoever want to bring any smoke, standing hardcore on Kenya and standing firm in it, because that's what the coup was introduced to when it came into when it came here on this earth. And they stand firm on it, but don't even realize that the very ren that they stand on is complete is fat. That's all I gotta say. Hotep in
Beautiful words, Orderson. There's a lot of things you said there that definitely should be quoted. I like how you said it doesn't matter, like small or big, strong or weak, about the mind, how they can control the mind. And the way SABA breaks the matrix is very, very smooth and very graceful. It's like a beautiful dance, or like smooth handwriting or something like that. It's very, very smooth if you're willing to accept the truth and not what is already preconceived within the mind. This class is a perfect example of that. The step-by-step process he's taking us through to show us about this piece of land that they call Kenya. It's very, very beautiful the way that he trained our mind to walk backward, back to the original state of what the landmass was. This information is extremely powerful, because if people were willing to just look for the truth and not looking for ways to justify their preconceived ideas, then this could literally change a part of a continent today. A place that has its own finances, its own military, its own infrastructure. It has a lot of things independently up and running, and if that could all be changed with the truth, that is something that is extremely powerful. And people that are from that area, from those tribes, they should, when they hear this information, they should think about that, because true pride in your tribe and who you are is to go back to what your ancestors did and the truth. And then you will have true power, real power, not power that is actually an illusion, because there's puppets running places and making things seem one way when it's really another. The real power comes in being the echo of your ancestors, and to be able to change the minds of people back to the original state, for them to eventually change a landmass, can cause a chain reaction that can literally change the world and change the reality that we live in, which is extremely powerful. And that's why they have so many countermeasures placed within people's minds, so many defensive mechanisms that happen, things like cognitive dissonance, because it is very powerful, because the truth is very straightforward. You can't go against it. That's why people that denounce what is happening here, they never say it to our face or say it to SABA's face or anything like that, because they know that it's just emotion and opinion. They won't be able to actually justify anything against the truth. The truth is the truth. 1 + 1 is 2. You can't get around that. You can't change the facts. So it makes sense why they place other countermeasures in people's mind to stop them from just simply accepting what's right in front of you when presented, which is the facts. And I agree with what the Jed said, with how saying you need someone like SABA to be over there masterfully breaking people out of these matrices, because the truth isn't enough for the people that have preconceived ideas. It takes more hekau, more skill in psychology in order to remove the defense mechanism in these people's minds, so they stop self-sabotaging themselves and instead love themselves and love their ancestors, and break themselves free from the cycle of saying they want the best for themselves while actually doing the worst for themselves, which is absolutely wild. So like when Saba said last class that he thinks to himself, like, are they gonna come get me? Are people gonna come and get him? Then he wakes up and he's fine, thankfully, and he'll continue to be fine because of that HERU. I understand why he would think that about himself, because what he's saying, if people really let it into their mind, it can actually change the world. So I hope everybody understands, all the people listening who are for and against this, understand that what is being taught here can literally change the world. That is very, very, very big. It's a very big thing. And by simply accepting the truth and then by teaching the truth, you can be a part of that change, which is very beautiful. So I'm very thankful for Saba having this class. I'm very thankful for his life. I'm thankful for all of you. I hope, well, not hope, but I know that this will help many people. I know my HERU will use this information very well, and I know that people in the future as well will benefit from this information. It's very powerful because this class here is a force against the programming that is going into the children. So now there can be children that watch this and they will be able to at least have two things to choose from instead of just one thing being fed to them. They will have this, the truth, and then whatever else they have, which would be the falsehood. So I'm very thankful for Saba having this class. I'll let somebody else speak now. Protect me. Oh, you're on mute.
I have no words, brother. I'm soaking it in, man. I'm back at the classroom, listening. You know, but no, it's real. It's real, man. I just want to show face and just waiting for Saba and y'all's word, you know, to come in. But you know, I'm here. I'm here with y'all.
I'll say to both Dejed and Amun for your wonderful words on this beautiful, powerful class. I'm very appreciative of Saba for all that he's doing. This is super powerful, and I feel the shift happening. I've said this before, but in this class, I truly feel the shift happening while the class moves forward, and it's very powerful. I think about the children and how Amun said they have this to look at and find and have, and this will be here forever for them to find. And that's why it's important as well for us to do our part in sharing this and making sure that people can find this, because this is truly life-changing, and as Amun said, it can change the world, and it is changing the world. So that is very powerful, and I'm very thankful for the great Saba for all that he's doing and the matrices that he is breaking within our minds in all of these classes. And it's so important. The things that he's breaking down and building back up is so important, and it truly brings us back to what we're supposed to be and what things were originally, and that is the most perfect thing you could ever ask for. And it is exactly what everyone needs to return to, that original state of mind that we were all in before any destruction. And that's where the Tehuti PODCLASS brings us all. If you are listening and if you support and take this in and understand it fully as much as you can, and definitely rewatch this and soak this in and as I said before, it's just so important for the children. I'm very, very thankful to us so much. SABA Tehuti. What's up, and
I'm looking forward to what Saba's going to bring forth when he gets back. I'm very interested to know what the original place was called by the indigenous people and how it ties into Ma'at. I absorb all these classes and the way that they're formatted. So I'm definitely looking forward to what comes next, because what's being taught here, you could literally remember it, write it down, or show somebody the video and just go the exact steps SABA is taking and break somebody out of the matrix. So for me, it feels like it's like, okay, I know where Kenya came from now, that word. I know about what it's like now, how it is now, and now I'm ready to keep taking the steps backward in order to, well, backward and forward, because we're learning more now, but progressing, but to learn what it originally was. And one day I hope that I come across a Kenyan or some one of those indigenous tribes, and that I can show them this video and bring forth this knowledge to them, and hopefully make them feel better about their pride within their tribe and where their ancestors come from. That's a very beautiful feeling, to help somebody unlock something on their journey. So I'm appreciative of SABA for that. And he does that with every class, every single class. He teaches us how to how to break people out of the matrices they're in, and teaches us how to teach ourselves and other people how to love themselves more and their ancestors more. So I'm really excited for the next part. Remember, he said he's going to show some papyri, so I'm excited for that. Excited to see some medu. Looking forward to the entire rest of the class.
Yeah.
Thankful.
You know, I feel like we are the people in the Matrix movie. For future babies and humans, just 20 years from now. Think about all the babies being born in the next 3 months. Just 3 months. You know, before my lease is up. My lease is up in the next 3 months. You know, so think about the babies and people that's being born that's gonna, of course, you know, for me and my channel, what I'm trying to build in the next couple of years, I'm gonna direct it back to Tehuti, because that's what he says. He says, you know, oh, the Christians don't direct it back towards the Nile Valley and the people of Kemet and of you know, that area. So it's all about giving respect and homage to the ones who come before us. Like you said, the followers. You know, my favorite rapper is Nas. If it wasn't for Nas, I don't really get into the metaphysical. And I know SABA broke that down, what metaphysical means. But if it wasn't for Nas, really Nas, and maybe Rakim and Common them, but I don't get into the metaphysical world and get into that subject. So, you know, this, you know, we right where we need to be, man. Us brothers, man, that's on here right now, doing our thing with the computer and all this kind of stuff. We right where we need to be, teaching the people that's around us. And so I never, you know, no matter what my age is, I never, you know, oh, I came up with this, I did this. It's like, no, I stand on the shoulders of people like Tehuti, Amun Ra Hotep, and Amun, and the Jet, Tiket, Ma, Emeret, Pa. I can't, you know, I'm doing my best to announce it. But I stand on the shoulders of y'all as well, because I'm steadily learning. So that's what I love about this channel and about this particular group that I'm a part of. You know, so this is deep. We are the 1%. Us right here, right now, because only what 30 people watching, but that's the good thing. That we're the 1%. So imagine if one of us hit the Powerball. So you know what I'm praying for. I'm praying for the Powerball. I'm asking for the great spirits for the Powerball. Not so I can get me a bunch of clothes and all that type of shit, but just to help, I guess, broaden our perspective and get more people to be like, yo, or not more people, but what is it? Like when the teacher, what is it? What's that saying? When the student is ready, the master will appear. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, because that's me. You know, when I was ready, bing, here comes Bobby Hemmett. Bing, here comes John Henry Clark. Bing, here comes Sarah Sutanseti. Here comes Sonetta. Here comes Tehuti. And for me, Tehuti is teaching on the actual metal nature and the glyphs, and that's what separates him from everybody else to me. Because everybody else didn't teach that. They just was kind of showing people that, hey, we're this. You're not just an American slave. You're not just a Republican or Democrat. So, I'm trying to find my place so I can get myself ready for 2030. I'm not ready yet. Watermelon TV is not ready yet. I'm listening to Tehuti's PODCLASS. I'll be ready by 2030. I'm out.
Hey, what did I come into? That was awesome. It looks like you're in outer space.
Yeah. I changed my background. I'm just stunting and trying to front.
Okay, everybody, I am back. We're gonna get into the rest of this answer, everybody. Those who have watched so far, if you enjoy, if you're learning, if you're advancing, enhancing, if you appreciate the guidance, the knowledge, information, support, the Tehuti PODCLASS with whatever you feel that the support should be from you. And definitely, if you want to wait to the end to give the support, when you find out, when you get to the end, you definitely should support. If you ever supported Nathan's Hot Dogs, 7-Up, Sprite, Bubblicious, Bubble Gum, or whatever they call these things that everybody puts in their bodies to destroy themselves. If you ever supported Dunkin' Hines, Dunkin' Donuts, or whatever these Starbucks, whatever bucks and coffee you've sipped on, smoked on, whatever that did for you, support this, because this should be elevating you higher than that. If you ever bought weed, marijuana, any of those things that you supported that energy, support this, because this is changing the reality. I know it's intimidating for some people because they're saying, I didn't, that's not what I was taught. And it doesn't matter what you've been taught, it matters what you're going to add to it to create the complete picture. If you've never heard of Ludwig Krampf in your life, go research, go find out who this is. Most people, because of cognitive dissonance, they're against things that they first hear about, but you can't be against something that you've never heard of before. You never had a teaching against it, but prior to. Go look up these things, go find out. Why are these areas named this? What is it they're hiding? When they know the truth of what the indigenous name is, why do they still go by the invader's name? It is an agreement that they are going by. They all agree to it, even when they find out this is not called this. They don't change what the agreement was. It doesn't matter if the word Desi means 10. We will stick to December being the 12th. We've corrected it. We figured out Desi means 10, Sept means 7, but we're still going to call this the 9th month. We're still going to keep. We know that the natives never called this Egypt. We know these people never call themselves this, but it doesn't matter. Kuku will always be Psyops. Even if nobody in history called them Psyops. It doesn't matter. They stick with the frequency. It's the frequency alteration that they stick with. Okay? Sinosaret will always be Sisosterus. Where'd the S come from? Sesostris. His name is Sinu Suret. What's Sesostris? What is that even? That's not a translation into the Greek language. Understand? This is a psyop. This is not. In Greece, we always have this word called Sesostris. And now that we see Sinu, we're just translating it into Greek, because in Greek we say Sesostris. Show me the word Sesostris prior to Sinu, prior to Sinu knowledge. It's not translating it, it's purposely changing letters to change the frequency. They purposely change things to change the frequency so that you can't trace it to what the discipline. The psyops is to remove the discipline from you. That's what it is. Not your ancestry, not all that, your discipline. Not your ancestry. My E1, B1, 5-1 ancestor group. Okay, now you know all that. Give me the Nathan's hot dog. I'm 5-1, E1, 5-1, B1, 2. I know my ancestors. I went to ancestors.com. I come from this tribe. I come from that tribe. Give me the Avengers movie and I'll take extra butter on that popcorn. I'm E1, B1. But the original people were disciplined. The focus of the psyops is to remove the discipline from you. Not your ancestry, the discipline. The discipline from you. That's what it's all about. No Chinese man is out there saying, and I'm 5-1K, yellow man, 5-1-3. No, he's disciplined. He lives a particular type of lifestyle, and it keeps him in sync with the culture, the lifestyle. Every culture was disciplined. Every culture had a ranking system. New conscious movements don't have a ranking system and don't have any kind of discipline. That's the psyops. You think you are what you are because you're born looking like something. I don't look anything like Scribe. Don't tell me and Scribe are the same race. We're not. I don't look anything like him. Scribe doesn't look. The Jed Saddam looks nothing like Amun, does he? But the racial phenotype of the Scribe had the hair, the racial nose of my ancestors. Which ancestors? Which one look like Sinbad and which one look like Wesley Snipes? The laziness is to think that you're something because you're born as something, so that you don't have to do anything. I'm born this, so I'm just proud to be. I'm proud to be because I'm born it. You're supposed to be proud to be what you do. I'm not proud of a black serial killer. I'm not proud of a black rapist. But he's black. You should be proud to be black. Being black, being anything, doesn't mean you can't do anything, does it? Asa Dejed, being Chinese, being something, does that mean that you can't do something?
Not at all.
Chinese men don't rape? No, they do. But the Taoists rape. Huh? Whatever. The Buddhists rape? Asian men do, but the Buddhists do. So to be a Buddhist, you can't do that. To be Asian, you can. Because there's nothing about being Asian that has any type of law code system or moral value. It doesn't matter. All of that doesn't matter. What matters is what's the discipline. So once they remove the names of things, it removes the discipline. We're going to find out what the discipline was of the people of this Kenya place. Let's get back to it, everybody. A little extra jewels for Tajed. A little extra jewels there. Me and Scribe don't look nothing alike. I was Scribe. Sinbad. Hold on. Kid Sinbad and Wesley Snipes are the same people? What people is that? What tribe looks like Sinbad and which one looks like Eddie Murphy? What's that tribe called? Huh? There's a bigger psyops going on at play. So we're here to break all that psyops and to see how disciplined you are. Don't think you know 5-level black belt kung fu because you were born in China. No. You got to start from white belt. Just like the Russian guy does. The Russian guy and the Chinese guys both have to start from white belt. I know Russian guys that can destroy Chinese guys down here in LA because they were disciplined in something. So you rise to levels of things when you're disciplined in it, not because you look like something. That's why nobody's proud of the lion that's in the zoo. They're part of the lion that's in the plains of Africa. Nobody ever says, I want to be a conquering zoo lion. No, you don't. When you talk about you want to be a conquering lion, you want to be like the ones in the forest. No, all lion. It's just a race of lions. We're all the same. So you want to be the lion that jumps through the fire hoop? That's the same lion as the one in the. That's the one you want to be like? No, you want to be like something that's behaving like something. Okay? So let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into the roots of this, and let's find out if people are proud of a landmass and a name, or are they proud of the discipline that comes with it? I bet they're not proud of the discipline. Nobody yelling out, Maasai tribe, the tribe. Nobody, Maasai tribe. Pass me the Nathan's hot dog and the weed, because the Maasai smoke weed and follow the Knicks game. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Let's get back into it. So peace and love. Y'all jump back in the chat. We're gonna get into these into this answer. Here we go. Maasai smoke weed. Here we go. And drink Heineken. All right, here we go, everybody. Get ready. We're gonna put the timer back on. And here we go. Let's get back into it. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Peace to all the great supporters, all the great students. We are here. We're not going anywhere. There's a screen right there. We're going to back up right here to your man, Ludwig. Back to Mr. Kenya. We're going to call him Mr. Kenya. Back to Mr. Kenya himself. Back to the missionary. Here we go. Hey, Ludwig. So there we go. Boom. So what do the indigenous people actually call this area? And does it trace back to Ma'at? What if I told you the secret is found within a specific species of bird? Let's go. Ready? Here we go. So we have established that it is the matrix, psyops, and nonsensical psychological nuance that this place was ever called Kenya by indigenous people, and that was just the name of an actual place that was non-livable, and people and tribes in the area were based on life. They were based on life, not non-livable things. Thus, to name an area based on non-livable land would be an oxymoron and a contradiction. So we know the name of the area will be based on life. It'll be based on fertility, life, things that are actually beneficial to life, not a snowy landmass that you couldn't live by the ancient people. That was all ancient people's mind states. Okay? All right, live by life. Ancient peoples, what was the word for life or existence pre-matrix over 3,000 years ago? Here's the word for life right here. This is the word for life, or exist, or to come into existence, over 3,000 years ago. It was the word un. This word un can be found 1250 BC on plate 2 of the Purim HERU. Adoration of Asar un Nefer. Un is existence, and Nefer is longevity, beauty. The Netzer, the great within, Abti, king of eternity, the sustainer of everlasting, the Tichet, traversing unlimited amount of years in the duration of his life, son of the eldest of the womb. Asar was a fertility rabbit. This is where you get your Easter rabbit from. It's a fertility rabbit called the Un, one of the fastest producing mammals on the planet to bring its life into existence. And the water was the key, or the waves. The water was the key to all life, or the waves, which became the letter M. The letter M, which was the word Fatu in the Medunetter, was the word for waters in the Nile, and that's why the meme in the Hebrew language now has the equivalent of 40, and you have the 40 days of Lent and Easter. It all goes back to the 40 of the meme, which was a part of the Un, which made the terminology for a productive existing rabbit or something that was extremely fertile. It was the word Un, which was the wave. They took the wave, and the Freemasons took the wave, and all they did, they took one of the sections, and that created your letter M. There's your letter M right there. The letter M became Mim in the Hebrew, and letter M, which was waves, N, M, and N. N was just this part right here, M was this part right here, and it became the waves, or the letter M, which had the equivalent of 40. And that became associated with water. They threw it in the Bible as 40 days and 40 nights of rain. 40 Lent in Easter. The Easter bunny, the Easter rabbit. There's your 40 right there. There's the letter M. All right, here we go. So this word can be said un, or it can be said ni, because in the Medu language, you can pronounce the word forward and backward. It can be ra, or it can be You can put the vowel sound before it or after the word. All right, this can be said un, or it can be said nu or ni. Right? Some may say yes, Tehuti, but that is Merunetter. It doesn't represent the Bantu languages, the Bantu that are native to other quote-unquote African tribes. Oh, guess how you say exist in the Senegambia and the common Bantu? How do you say exist in Senegambia and common Bantu? To exist, ni. In the Wolof, Senegambia, common Bantu, the word na, to be, na, which is the reverse of un, because it can be un or it can be na or no, which is to exist. That got into the Senegambia language thousands of years later, and into the Wolof, into the common Bantu as ni, na, no. It means to be, to exist, which is a word now used in Yoruba. Boom. We see some of these ancient words continued on into later quote-unquote African languages that these people didn't think associated with the Meru. Now keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Here we go. Boom. Let's go. The meta word for pu, meta word pu means that which is. The way you say that which is in existence or to come into existence is pu, and un. Something of beautiful existence or something that comes into existence. And to emphasize fertility, you have the letter T at the end of the word, which words create the fertile existence into pu, un, ti. That's pa, which means that which is, or the origin of something, as in pau, or pu, un, ti, or pu, or pa, and then un, which means existence, and then ti, which is the fertility aspect, which is why if you ask somebody, how do you make something feminine? Well, you add the letter T. Well, what is it that stands about the feminine different from the masculine? The feminine life actually comes physically out of the feminine. Just like plants come out of the earth, just like fertility comes out of the earth, comes out of things, and that makes it a feminine aspect, the te. Now Hatshepsut is recorded to have taken a caravan down into this luscious, fruitful land that was called Punt. There has been a debate about where this area is due to racism, because this land called Punt was also called the land of the gods. That's when you research it. You research Punt in basic research, you find Punt, Egyptian. Pa'un, there's the rabbit right there, something out of existence, Pa'un, and Tunt. And there is the land area right there, and the mountainous regions and the heaven regions. Pa'unt. Alternative, let me shrink this down a little bit. So you see Pa'unt, alternative Egyptological reading. Punt was the ancient kingdom known from ancient Egypt trade records to produce export gold, aromatic resin, blackwood, ebony, ivory, and wild animals. Recent evidence locates it in northwestern Artesia. It is possible that this corresponds to Opon, as later known by the ancient Greeks, while some biblical scholars have identified it with biblical Put or Havilah. At times, Put is referred to as Ta-Neter, the land of the god. The exact location of Punt is debated by historians. Various locations have been offered: southeast Egypt, coastal region south of it, along the Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, and the Indian Ocean area. So they're debating over this Punt. Why? Because this would be the land of the divinity, the land of the Neter. If you know what the land of the Neter is, then you can identify the so-called race of the people, or at least the race of what the most divinity looks like. If you can narrow divinity down to a land, as opposed to what the Christians did, was they narrowed divinity of where God was to heavens. Thus, heavens has no genealogical background. Thus, no racial identity involved. Well, before that concept, The area of God was the land of God. Punt was on a physical landmass. So they find that physical landmass, and they find the people of the Nile Valley worship the Neter. Then you get a good idea of what the Neter looked like. Through racism, they toss around the area of Punt. We're going to find out where Punt is due to a special species of bird that is now banned from public vision. The actual bird and where it's located on the walls is banned from the public to see. What an interesting thing. Let's find out, everybody. Here we go. Boom. Punt, called Ta Neter, land of the Neter, the fruitful origin land, and attestation directly from the indigenous people say this about the land that Hatshepsut went to and the others for its natural resources and abundance, from its rich and full of life existence. The attestations and images of Hatshepsut's journey to Punt are today found in a temple today called the Portico of Punt. Here's Hatshepsut going back 1473 BC, a little bit further than Swahili. Here's the Temple of Hatshepsut, 1473-1458 BC. Here's Hatshepsut's sailors journeying to the land of the gods, land of the Netiru called Ta Neter, and also called Punt. The land of the gods was also Punt. Where is this place? Where did Hatshepsut go? Now, according to this, in the debate, Hatshepsut could have gone to the Red Sea area, Asia, the Gulf of Aden. Some say Ta Neter is Saudi Arabian area. You know, Saudi Arabian area. So where is it? Is it in the Red Sea, Saudi Arabian area, Indian area? Is it on the southeast of Egypt? Where is this place that these sailors are depicted going to, and how do we know where they went? Well, there is the word or punt, right there in the indigenous writings on the wall, the protocol wall of Punt. There it is right there. If you look close, you see the rabbit and you see the water symbol. In the indigenous writing, there's the which means to bring things to be, which is the root of Punt. Punt, that which is the area that brings things into be, which is the fruitful area. That's why they say when they went to Punt, they found gold, ceramic resin, blackwood, ebony, ivory. What else they find? Wild animals. All of this are beautiful things of existence that Hatshepsut is going there for. She's creating a caravan to go to this area here called Punt, the land of these beautiful existences. Now, due to matrix racism, this land of the Netiru has been kept in an ambiguous, non-clear destination to the public. Because, of course, if one was to reveal the land in which the gods, the Neter, come from, it would reveal the quote-unquote race of the origins of the people of the Nile and what race image they held in the highest divine spiritual supremacy. Well, there was a specific species of bird. Well, there were specific species of birds discovered by an Egyptologist from the Polish Academy of Sciences. There was a specific set of birds, a specific species of birds. There were specific species of birds discovered by an Egyptologist from the Polish Academy of Sciences, Dr. Philip Tatarka, that were found on the temple walls that were brought back from Hatshepsut's journey to Punt. His findings have been confirmed by ornithologists specializing in these species. So the ornithologists came in and specialized in species of birds, looked at the bird that the Egyptologists showed on the walls, and they confirmed that this is a specific species. I will now take you to the birds in what's called the Egyptian Art Met Museum in New York City. So we go to the Met Museum of New York City. They call the Egyptian Art Museum, the Egyptian Art Met Museum of New York City. What do we see? We see these. This is the sacred bird, birds of Egyptian Art Met NYC. What kind of bird is this? This bird looks very interesting. It doesn't look like a falcon. It doesn't look like an eagle. It doesn't look like a hawk. It doesn't look like a duck. It doesn't look like a goose. What is this interesting looking bird here? Here's this interesting looking bird over the Neb symbol, and it's over Neb symbol, which is sustainer. This is the sustainer. This is the basket sustainer called the Neb symbol. And this bird is seen to be always on top of this with the Tua symbol and its hands in the Ka. What bird is this? It doesn't seem to match any bird that's indigenous to what people are calling the Egypt area that Hatshepsut lived in, but this is on the temple walls. The actual walls of Hatshepsut have been banned from the public. These images are from other walls throughout Tamaray, or what people call Kemet. But the ones that prove that Hatshepsut had these birds, they're banned from public view. Only the Egyptologist said he saw this and confirmed it with the ornithologist bird specialist, but they won't let the public see that wall. What is this bird? And what makes it so special in the determination location of the land of the gods, the land of the Nitiru? Well, this is called the Karani bird by some of the native people in an area that it comes from. So from the area that it comes from, the native people there called the Karani bird. It's also called the secretary bird to ornithologists. Ornithologists call it the secretary bird. The native people in the land call it Karini, the Karini bird. Okay? Here's what it actually looks like. You see that? That's different, right? It looks like the head of a hawk, but it has these feathers spiked up, and the legs are extremely longer than any hawk or any eagle, and then it has these extremely long tail protruding out of the back, and his legs look like a crane legs. This doesn't look like a regular bird. This bird here is not a regular bird native to the area of Hatshepsut with these crane type legs and this type of interesting look right here. It is the Karini bird that Hatshepsut had the scribes draw. That was one of the birds that was brought back. Now, where are they indigenous to? And by the way, they never leave the area. What do you mean, Tehuti? Hey, is that Sweetie? Hey, hold on 1 second, everybody. 1 second, 1 moment. Hold on. You don't hear me? Press the 9. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Press the 9. But I look at it and just got to see 1 9, and then we're back to it. Somehow I got bumped off. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Press the 9 if you can hear me. I don't even know if I'm back in the room yet. I'm not sure how this thing works. All right, we got a 9 from the Angela Gates. Angela Gate. We got a 9 from Amun. We got a 9. Okay, good. I just had to see 1 9. Uben Ra, Nini Ook. Big Vapes. Nania Set Mur is in the place. Here we go. Okay, here we go. That's all I had to see. Let's get back into it. What's this? Stopwatch. Oh my goodness. What a class. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. So what is this bird? The Carini bird. What is this bird right here? What is it? Here we go. So here we go. Secretary birds inhabit open grasslands, savannas, lightly wooded areas across sub-Saharan Africa. So we know that we're leaving the area that people are calling Kemet into where the race is called sub-Saharan Africa. They prefer areas with short grass and scattered trees, shrubs, which provide both hunting grounds and nesting sites. Their range extends from Senegal, Somalia, and south to South Africa. They are non-migratory birds, but they make local movements in response to food availability and rainfall. So they're in this Somalia or anywhere in the south of what people are calling Africa, and they're non-migratory. So they don't fly from place to place. They stay inside of these areas right here. The southern part of Africa, which is in this area, this sub-Saharan made-up area called sub-Saharan, where all the Egyptologists say that's where the Negroes are, that's where the Nubians are, that's where the blacks are. That's the sub-Saharan. Egypt wasn't sub-Saharan. Yeah, that's where Somalia is. That's where these areas are in the southern parts of what they call Africa, and these birds are non-migratory. They're non-migratory, but they're seen on the wall, the protocol of Punt, in the walls of in the Hatshepsut temple, and logged as one of the birds that she brought back from where she went to the land of the gods. So for wherever she went to, had to have been sub-Saharan Africa, non-migratory, Somalia area, Senegal to Somalia area. Boom, non-migratory. It is indigenous and it stays to one area. And whatever that area was is called Punt, the land of the Natiru. Now remember, the name I gave you to the native, the name I gave you. Now remember, the name I gave you, the native people in the area called this bird. What was it? Karani. Let me take you to the Impala Life African Native Observatory under Secretary Bird and tell me what language the bird's name is in, and where the PO box is to this Impala. Here we go. Secretary bird. What's this called? Carini bird. What language is that, family? What is that? Uh-oh. What language is this? Swahili. Swahili. Carini. Swahili name. Swahili. Impala Live. So wherever this native place is that people are seeing this bird, their tongue now seems to be Swahili. The name of the bird is in the area of the Swahili speaking people. Let's look at the PO box. What's the PO box? 100 400 Kenya. Kenya. That's the PO box, and the native, the word for this bird is in the Swahili language, the same language that we established earlier as the official introduced language of Kenya. And the PO box is Kenya, and its Swahili name. So wherever Hatshepsut went, that this bird is indigenous to and is non-migratory, it doesn't leave the area. Wherever that area is today, people today are speaking Swahili, and it's in some southern part of Africa. I wonder where that is. Boom, Swahili, Kenya. And what way of life were these original people of early quote-unquote Kenya, Somalia? Tehuti, why are you adding Somalia in there? Kenya and Somalia are two different places. That's what I learned in school. That we know today was originally called PUNT. So PUNT was the area. Let me take you directly to the people of PUNT, modern day Kenya, Somalia's interaction with Hatshepsut from the reliefs of PUNT. So where this bird comes from is the Punt area. It is non-migratory, which means it stays in a specific area, but that specific area seems to include this mass area of the southern quote-unquote African area of Somalia and Kenyan area, which we're going to find out are both the same place. That's where this bird is indigenous to. It's not found in the areas of Arabia. It's not found in the areas of what people are calling Egypt. It was brought there. Hatshepsut brought it there on the walls. And wherever she brought it from, she said she went to Punt to get it. Well, Punt is the area that today is being called Somalia, Kenya, and that whole area, because they say it doesn't leave the area. So they say it's non-migratory. It doesn't leave the area. So what areas are it found in? It's found in Kenya, Somalia, and the southern parts of Africa. So that's considered one area. It said it don't leave the area. They're non-migratory. So wherever that bird is, it's one area before fake borders were put up to separate areas. So now here we are. Here are the reliefs of Punt. What did the people say to Hatshepsut when she got there? The native people of this area that we're going to find out in Somalia, Kenya, and that whole area right there, what did they say to her in the dialogue? They said, "How did you reach here? The country unknown to men. Did you come down on the ways of heaven, or did you travel by land or sea? How happy is the netter's land, Punt, which you now tread like Ra." The people of the area are greeting Hatshepsut, talking about Ra. That's what they're talking about. In 1427 BC, that's what the people are talking about in that area. That's the conversation in that area. When you see the images of the people in ancient time in that area, you would say those are the ancient Egyptians. It was the same culture. You tread like Ra. Did you come down from the heavens? That's what the people said. That is how they're drawn. That is what they're saying. That is the conversation. They did not fight Hatshepsut. There's no fight between the people in the area of Punt when Hatshepsut got there. There's no war. The people are greeting her. The people are greeting her. They're having conversations back and forth. The people are going back to that area with Hatshepsut. But regardless, the area is in the Somali, Kenya, and the other area right above it, which are only separated now by fake land borders that were set up recently that they're actually arguing about today. They have no agreement on the... We'll get into that later. The original united way of life of the people of Kenya, Somalia was Ma'at, and they acknowledged Ra and the Nitiru according to the ancient indigenous writings, not the confusion that has been foreignly imposed on Kenya today. This is back in 1427, and even before that with Tehuti, back in the early 1400, 1500 BCs. That's where she got the bird from, because the bird is indigenous to that area. It's non-migratory. That's where it lives. And now people are not allowed to see that wall of Hatshepsut that has this bird on it, because she said she brought this bird back from the land of the gods. And the indigenous records of Hatshepsut, what was this Kenya Somalia area called? Here it is right here in the Metanetter. Let me shrink it down a little bit. Here it is. Instructions were heard from the great throne, an oracle from the Netter himself. Explore the routes of Punt. There's Punt in the writings. Open the roads of Mur terraces. Lead an expedition on water, on the land, to bring exotic goods from Ta Netter. There's Punt in the writings. There is Ta Netter. To this Netter, who created her beauty. So here we are with the people of Hatshepsut in the caravan, leaving the place where everybody says they worship the Netter. If you ask anybody, what's the culture that worships a set of entities or an energy force called the Netter? They'll say Egypt. That's Egypt. In Egypt, the Neteru. Then we won't find the Neteru in China. We don't find it in Pakistan. We don't find it in Russia. Egypt. So the ancient people claim that that area is the land of the Neter. But yet, the place that's called the land of the Neter is not in what is being called Egypt today. The place, according to Hatshepsut, who worship the Neter, they have to do a caravan out of the so-called place called Egypt, because that's invented also. That fake border that you see that's called Egypt, and you see this little square type border, that's invented. There's no ancient map that shows that that's the border. They're traveling to the origin areas. The origin areas are what they call the Eye of Ra, the eye of the original eye, which was what people call today in the area of Lake Tana, and where the Itiru now actually begins. They have to travel to those origins because that's the origin of Hapi. That's where the fertility starts from the waterfall down of where the Itiru that Greeks call the Nilos begins. That's in the southern areas. The people that worship the Netiru are calling that area the land of God, the land of the Netiru. Hatshepsut's not calling the area that she's ruling the land of the Netiru. She has to go somewhere else, and it's calling that the land of the Netiru, because that somewhere else was all part of the same place. They're traveling just down this area to the beginnings of where the Nile starts off because of the waterfalls and gravity. In Lake Tana, as they call it, Lake Victoria, and all those places, and beginning in Uganda, as they call it Uganda, because these new borders separate these areas. Like Uganda is different from this area and this area. That's all modern day separation. None of the ancient people had any ancient place called Uganda, Somalia, Kenya. None of that. All that separation is to cause chaos. The original people never agreed to that. So she went down there into the land of the Neter and found that bird. And that bird is indigenous to what people are calling Kenya and Somalia today. There we go. The land of the gods, the Ta Neter, right there in her writing. She's not calling where she lives Ta Neter. She's calling where she's going the land of the gods. That was the Kenya area. Boom. Kenya, Somalia, Punt. Ta Neter, the land of the Neter. And who is the female goddess, Neter, or the people of ancient Kenya, Somalia area, recorded by the indigenous people as the ancient sailors of Hatshepsut made their journey? Here they are making their journey, the land of Ta Neter. Now we're going to go to the ancient records of Egypt. The departure fleet, 5 vessels, 2 of which are still moored, the rest already under sail. The last vessel bearing over its stern, the pilot's command, steer to port, small boat lashed to a tree. Above it, words, an offering for the life, prosperity, and health of Her Majesty, to HERU, the mistress of Punt. They're not calling HERU the mistress of where they're from. They're calling HERU the mistress of this area called Punt. Arrival by the envoy of the king to the land of the Netiru, together with the expedition who was accompanying him before the princes of Punt. HERU, bring of every good thing from the place to HERU, the mistress of Punt. Bringing every good thing from the place to HERU, the mistress of Punt. Here's the mistress of Punt. That's the word Hempt. That's the Hempt of Punt. The Netiru goddess over the Kenya area was HERU, according to the indigenous writings. And in the ancient school texts of Kemet, going back to 1991 BC, here's the ancient school text in archaeology. anointed with myrrh of Punt, with the scent of the land of the Netter. This goes back to 1991 BC. This is like 500 years before Hatshepsut. It was known always to the people as the land of the Netter, and HERU being the mistress of that land. Now, when you look at the map, here's Lake Tana, and here's where all the division takes place. Sudan. This is fake. There's no ancient area called Sudan with these borders. Ethiopia and then Eritrea. There was no division between Ethiopia and Eritrea. There is no ancient place called Ethiopia that was divided from Eritrea. They're all the area that is at the base of the Nile, of where it begins. Lake Victoria down here. Look at Lake Victoria. Here it is. Here's Lake Victoria from the area of the Nile's beginning. What's here? What is this area right here that they're calling Kenya? What's this area right here? Uganda. See this fake line? A fake line between Uganda and Kenya, like as if any ancient people had some kind of line right here and said, this is Uganda? We're going to draw a line right here. And if you cross that line, now you're in Kenya. Show me the ancient people that agreed to this in any ancient pre-colonial writing. Could they not write? Or we're black? The black illiterates, we didn't write nothing. We ain't write nothing. We are illiterate. We don't write nothing. We don't write. So there it is right there. Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda. All of this is one area that surrounds Lake Tana from where the Nile is beginning. That's where the secretary bird is found in these areas right here. They call it southern. They call this Egypt, way up here. And they say when you go southern of Egypt, Lake Tana, that's the beginning of the Blue Nile area. Then you go southern, you go to Lake Victoria. Now you're in Uganda, the very beginning in Kenya. That's where the Nile and the lake is, what they're calling Kenya, where they're calling Uganda, Tanzania. Now modern day people come and separate this and call this Tanzania. The slave ship. Kenya, the area of the bright area of the mountain. All of these names, Ethiopia, all of this, Dominican Republic, all these different names here. This was the area of the secretary bird, and this area was called Punt. Punt, where she came on Netter, because it's the land that the origin of the Nile begins. The fake lines come thousands of years later. And now we believe that there was some ancient people that were proud of Sudan. There was some king of Sudan. And there was some king of South Sudan. And there was a king of Kenya, right? The culture of Kenya. Then there was Rwanda. No, all that came way later. This is why when we go to ancient records of Egypt, James Henry Breasted, page 103 to page 104, what does it say about Punt? What do they say about Punt? When they trace it back to Hatshepsut, what do they say? Here it is. Discussion here, but it was certainly in Africa. Punt, certainly in Africa. Oh, the question of the location of Punt is too large for discussion. But it was certainly in Africa and probably was in the Somali coast. The Somali coast. You see? What's the Somali coast? In ancient time, was there just a Somali coast? Was there a place called Somali that was different from Kenya? In time before invasion? Was there such a thing happening? Or is that a new concept introduced to the natives and now people are fighting over these fake landmass of which nobody was an ancient king of? Boom, the land of the Natiru on the coast, on the Somali coast. Where is the Somali coast border even? Is it even a real thing in existence to the ancients? Or is it something that politics made? Let me break the matrix for you right here. Here it is right here. These tribal borders, so-called tribal borders, which are not even invented by any tribe, these so-called tribal borders and government borders between Somalia, Ethiopia, Kenya are all man-made, recently man-made, and can change at any moment. Somalia and Kenya were all the same area because Somalia and Kenya actually connect. Let me take you to the Horn Affairs International Court of Justice Kenya, New Somalia, and let's see if there's an agreement on the coastal borders. Here it is, Foreign Affairs. We're right in the newsletter, right from the country, right from the area itself. Here it is. What does it say? ICJ to start hearing of Somalia-Kenya maritime border dispute. What dispute? So they're not in agreement? There's a maritime border dispute? The International Court of Justice will open the first session of hearing the case of the maritime border dispute between Somalia and Kenya next week. Senior Somalia government official told RBC Radio the hearing will take place in the court's headquarters in The Hague, where Somalia government has filed its Somalia-Kenya border map. Complaints against Kenya's motive to steal a part of Somalia's maritime. They don't even agree where the border is. This is all recent disputes that are taking place. This is 2014. In 2014, they're still arguing over the coastal border because the coastal border came after the conquest of the invaders invading this area and creating these fake border lines. And now the people today, up until 10 years ago, still have no agreement over the coastal border. They're submitting to the border map. They're submitting to the Court of Justice. And Kenya's trying to steal a part of the maritime boundary. There's no agreement to it. They're still fighting over it. Boom. So yes, the division area, the border of division area, the border division, the travel division, the religious division is all now political due to the infiltration of foreigners. It's now political. It's not based on any ancient tribes. It's all political due to the infiltration of foreigners and the confusion which led to the forgotten indigenous names and culture of the people. But guess what the International Court of Justice Foreign Affairs shows as the name right there with Kenya and Somalia? Are you ready, family? What's the name right there with Kenya and Somalia that the official, this is in the same article, the official international court system. Remember, they're submitting, where the Somalia is submitting the Somalia-Kenya border map because they think Kenya, they're saying Kenya is trying to steal a part of Somalia's maritime boundary. So the official maps are submitted into the International Court of Justice. What does the International Court of Justice and IGC have as the official area names? I wonder what they are. We know Kenya's one. We know Somalia's one. I wonder what the other one is in the official Justice Court. I wonder what it is. I don't know. Let's see what it. What could it be? Let's see what it is. This is the official International Court of Justice. I wonder what it is. What could it be? I don't know. Let's see. Here's the map. Hey, there's Ethiopia. Look at that. There's Ethiopia. There's the border right there. There's Kenya. Oh, here's Somalia right here. Here's the border. The maritime area, Mary's Water. Here's the area. Here it is. What else? Okay, good. We got, oh, there's Somalia. There's Somalia. Puntland. Huh? What's this? Punt? What? Puntland? Am I reading that right? Puntland, right here. There's some fake dots right here. But they're still maintaining the name in the official justice court, maps that this is Punt land. Well, Punt land existed and is documented as far back as almost 2000 BC. Where did these other names come from? And who put a line right here? Who put this line right here? There's a ... Where did that come from? ... This area was Punt. All of this was Punt, where the secretary bird lives, where the beginning of Lake Victoria is, the beginning of the Itiru Nile, the land of the nectar, the origin land. In the Horn of Africa area, all this area right here, they brought in Ethiopia. Where did this come from? Ethiopia. Now this is Somaliland. Where did this come from? Somalia. Where did that come from? Kenya. Where did this come from? We have Hatshepsut talking about Punt. This area right here. Somebody created some kind of border lines, like as if the original people of Punt said, you know what? Here, where we stop right here. We stop right here. There where we stop right here. We stop right here. When did they say that? So, if Punt and Somalia are supposedly two different places, right? Here's Punt. They're still keeping the word Punt. I think you escaped. But if Punt and Somalia are two different places, and Kenya are all different places, they say that the secretary bird was gotten from Punt land. But the secretary bird, wait a minute, the secretary bird is in Somalia. Is native to Somalia, south of Africa. So Somalia is where this bird is from. It didn't say Puntland, but when Hatshepsut got there, to the same place that today is being called Somalia, in the Kenya area, that whole area right there, they called it in 1427 BC, they called it Puntland, or Punt, the land of Punt. They just left the word God out of it. Now it's not the land of the gods Punt, Ta-Neter, the land of the god Punt. Now it's just Punt land. They left the god part out. It's just Punt land. But the secretary bird, they say, is native to Somalia. So that means that this border is fake, because this secretary border was gotten from, supposedly just from here. But no, because the bird doesn't care. The bird doesn't acknowledge these fake borders, and neither did the people. The bird didn't get to this border and say, oh, I'm non-migratory. Let me stay right here in this borderland of Somalia. Don't let me cross over here. But Hatshepsut is saying, I got the bird from here, because it was all here. This whole thing, it was the beginning of the Nile area. Boom. Even in modern day, they still have Punt. Still there. The flourishing land of existence. The land of Asar. The land of the nectar. Indigenous secretary bird. Before modern day borders separated the people. Oh, man. And one of the earliest records of Punt, which is found in what is called today the shipwrecked sailor, 1990 BC, the sailor gets stranded in Punt area and comes across a type of a Naga type serpent. As described as some type of Naga type serpent being who is worshipped as an Itiru. We don't read that, Tehuti. We don't read ancient Kemetic records. We're embarrassed of it. Here's a shipwrecked sailor papyrus of the scribe of AMUN 1990 BC, and it's now in the Museum of Petersburg, Imperial Museum of Petersburg, 1990 BC. And what does it say in the writings of the indigenous scribe AMUN Here it is right here. Siddim, as a part of the Jez name, Siddim, then I heard a big thunder noise. I thought it was a wave. Some big noise that the shipwrecked sailor heard was confused for thunder and wave, something extremely loud. What's making this extremely loud noise? That's comparable to the wave and the wave of the sky and the wave of the sea and the thunder of the sky. What's making this big now? It sounded like trees breaking. Whatever this thing was coming towards him sounded like trees breaking, like the earth was trembling. It sounded like thunder, like waves of the sea. What was this thing approaching the shipwrecked sailor? He covered his face when he uncovered his face because he was scared. He covered his face. When he uncovered his face, what did he see? What was this thing that he heard that was making a sound comparable to thunder? It sounded like trees were breaking, not grass, not weed. Trees were breaking. Earth was trembling. What did the shipwrecked sailor see that the common conscious community is embarrassed of teaching? That's why your conscious teacher will never read you the shipwrecked sailor story. They're not real. Nothing's real. Nothing the ancient people wrote is not real. He's saying it's as real as the sound of trees breaking. What did AMUN and EE write about? What did he see that's coming towards him that sounds like trees breaking, sounds like thunder and waves and the earth? What does it say? The earth trembling. The earth is trembling. What in the world is making this big noise? Is this a regular man walking up to him? The earth was trembling. It sounded like trees were breaking. It was so scary, he covered his face. He finally uncovered his face to see what was this thing approaching him. And what did he say? While I was on my belly before him, oh, here it is, I found it was a serpent coming. Ask your conscious Kemetic teacher what type of serpent approaches. This is a military man, by the way. This is one of the military men. What kind of serpent in existence comes towards a person, and it sounds like trees are breaking and the earth is trembling and waves of water, humongous sounds? What kind of serpent is this? Ask your teacher and watch him make up an answer. It is a symbology. It is the symbolic trees of the knowledge of the tree of life. You see, the tree of life and the waves were the waves of the waves of knowledge. You wave your hands if you're sure. Anything except for what the ancient people actually wrote. What type of serpent thing is this that caused this man to fall on his belly? What was this? What was this thing approaching him that sounded like it was breaking down trees? What is this Naga serpent being? This Naga type of creature that caused this man to fall in his belly? Worship. It's so big, it sound like the trees are breaking, earth is trembling. He falls down to worship this being. What did this being in the indigenous writings say he was the ruler of? Let's read it from their writings that the conscious community is ashamed of. I am the ruler of Punt. Uh-oh. What happened? He said to me, you do not have much myrrh, although you have become an owner of incense. Who's saying this? Who's talking? The serpent thing. This is some type of serpent. Something that's compared to a serpent that's strong enough that when it approaches you, it's making the sound of trees breaking, earth trembling, and it can speak the language of the sailor. Whatever this thing is, it's so intimidating, it caused the sailor to bow. He says, I am the ruler of Punt. All that myrrh, all those things that you're collecting, all that stuff that Hatshepsut came to collect, I own that. I am the prince of the myrrh belongs to me. All the oil, all the abundance that you're collecting here in this land, that you're trying to offer to me, I own that. That oil which you said will be brought is the main product of this land. I am the prince of Punt. That myrrh and all of that belongs to me. Belongs to who? This serpent type thing that sounds like when it approaches you that trees are cracking open. Ask your teacher to explain it. Can't explain it because he has no teachings of it before you brought it to him. He has to make up the teaching on the spot. The people of Punt revere this Naga type of netter in Ma'at, the serpent Nakas, from which the word Nagas and Naga derives from, was enlightened wisdom expansion of consciousness. So these Naga-type beings were revered as beings of high intelligence, and the serpent that was an actual reptile, cobra, was used to demonstrate in the Medunetter the wisdom of the mind expansion, because the hood of the serpent. Thus you see on the back of Tutankhamun's crown, you see this long type slender image, and then this big expansion. It's the hood of a cobra called the Araret. We can clearly see the back is narrow, then it expands like the body, which is this. That's the front of the head wearing of what the part EE wear. That's the long part right there, and then it expands. It represents expansion of knowledge, as the cobra does. As the Naga type beings, which were the wisdom beings that brought knowledge to the ancient cultures, that people want to ignore because they never read you that part. They just tell you the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black. How about the Egyptians that fell down to their face to describe a being that sounded that it was so powerful that it sounded like trees were breaking? It scared the man. What about that? Is that in the Egyptians are black teachings too? You're not proud of that part. No. You're proud of your nose, but not part of the teachings. Now here we are in the papyrus of Ani. Take possessions of things of Osiris, and the Tuat has spoken the Rarati, which is the double line to me, chief of which appears in the house of the Nemes. That word Nemes, crown, which is in its hiding place. Get back thee to the heights of heaven. See that word Nemes? See that right there? That's the cobra head. It's called the Nemes. The Nemes in the Nakas was the name of the cobra expansion head, and also the name of the beings of Punt area were also called the Nems, where you get the word gnome from. The little short beings, it comes from Nem. But when you look up Nem in the Medunetter, it literally says Nema or Nem, the beings from Punt, from sub-Saharan Africa. It calls them the Nems. So here they are. What does Nemes actually mean? When you go to the Egyptian reading book for beginners, page 89, Nemes, to enlighten, wisdom. The Naga beings were the beings of wisdom, and the ancient Par-ee imitated them by wearing a crown, which imitated the cobra because the cobra's head expanded, and it represented the expansion of knowledge and wisdom. Because the Naga beings, or the Nemes, or the Nakas beings, were the teachers in this land of Punt. And in that story, laughs. Hatshepsut goes to Punt and collects myrrh, collects these beautiful things, and brings them back to the area that people call Egypt. When this sailor gets stranded and is trapped on Punt, he sees this big Naga type creature, and he tries to offer this creature the myrrh, and the Naga being laughs at him and says, I'm the ruler of this land. I come from this land. I'm the prince of this area. You can't bring these things to me. These things are valuable where you're from. You can bring them back to that area in that part of Kemet. They're valuable there. They're not valuable to me. I'm the prince of this place. That's what he starts saying to him. But who is the ruler of that particular landmass? It's this Naga type being. Yes, light, the light wisdom serpent of consciousness of Ma'at, and near human form serpents ruled Punt. Remember, the original people of Kenya were called the Kikuya. Remember that, right? Here they are, Kikuya tribe. Let me take you to the Kikuya and Kamba of Kenya ethnographic survey of Africa to see what the divinity was and how it was depicted. What was the divinity of the Kikuya people before Jesus got there? Here we are in the Kikuya and Kamba of Kenya, East Central Africa, Part 5, John Middleton and Greet Kershaw, Ethnographic Survey of Africa. Here we are. What was divinity to them? Snake worship. He is actually referring to the rite in the Ituka ceremony, which features the Endamanatha, or the rainbow serpent. Modern religious movements, Kikuya, has been the scene of much missionary enterprise of separatists. Snakes, particularly pythons, are also thought to be favorite vehicles. Occasionally, the Iomo take near human form, and there are legends of unusual tall one-legged men who stop travelers on lonely roads. Go argue with the Ethnographic Survey of Africa. The Kikuyu tribe have the serpent as a symbol of divinity and talk about these python type things that are like vehicles and this near human form type part serpent type creature. Well, in the ancient records of the shipwrecked sailor who said he went to Punt, that's what he said he saw in this Kenya, Somalia area. It comports with what the Kikuyu people find as a divinity and describe it as a part human type near human form. This is what they say. Tehuti didn't write this book. Boom. Serpent worship and near human form beings. In the land of Punt area that the shipwrecked sailor said, I found it was a serpent coming, and I fell to my belly before him. When you fall to your belly in praise, that thing is a form of divinity. You look up to it. It's a form of worship. It comports with the Kikuyu tribe. Very fair cry from this. A very far cry from this. Evangelical Covenant Church of Kenya. Much different from the Kikuyu tribe. In this teaching, the serpent is the devil. In the Kikuyu tribe, the serpent is the beings of wisdom, the beings of knowledge, and python-type vehicles of travel. In this Kenya, the serpent is the devil, the great Lucifer. It's a far cry from this, but more similar to this. I found it was a serpent coming while I was on my belly before him in the land of Punt, the Somalia, Kenya area, worshiping the serpent. It seems to match the 1990 BC of what's going on in the Punt area. And when the Kikuyu still revere as the high divinity to this day. It seems to comport with this. With being on your knees before the serpent image. That's what the ancient records say. The Naga serpents of Kemet and Punt, as the indigenous writing stated. Oh, what was the name of the supreme divine force within the original people of the Kenya, Kikuyu tribes? What was the name of the supreme divine force? I wonder what it was. Spirituality and religion, the Nagai. The Nagai, supreme creator. The Kikuyu were and still monotheistic believing omnipotent creator, whom they refer to as the Nagai. All the Kikuyu, Mbu, and Kamba use this name. Both the Kikuyu and the Kamba use the Nagai. Nagai, also known as Marungu by the Muru and Emba tribes. Malungi, variant word referring to the creator. The Nagai. The Naga, the serpent. That was the area of Punt, and that was the original worship, and that is what Hatshepsut logged. That is what the shipwrecked sailor logged, and the Naga and the serpent is still being revered to this day by the Kikuyu, no problem. Hotep, I am done. Boom. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this, more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you've spent over the past years on July 4th ritual, or if you have learned, or if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your recently current understanding of this particular subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity and appreciation called the Kenya Psyops, Land of the Gods, Punt, or any creative title you can come up with to PayPal at RockSV, Cash App, TT AMUN. Hotep, I am done.
And this is PUNT from PUNT. The T at the end makes it feminine. Fertile, reproduction, existence. Meet PUNT. Tehuti, you walk around with a serpent staff. I watch the Knicks game. Will it show? Will it show? Will it show? Or will it show? That is interesting. Yeah, there are 2 hours and 26 minutes. Hotep, I am done. Hey, Punt, how do you like it over here? Huh? Tell those people it's not called Kenya. Tell them, Tehuti. I'm going to put the link in the room and let the supportive members jump in, and then I'm going to go right over to the support that was given. Cash App, TT AMUN, PayPal at RockSV. Did you like that, Punt? On the way from Kenya, you are the fertile existing one who's going to have a lot of babies. You're going to bring things into existence. All the way from Punt is Punt. Hey there. Huh? Meet Miss Existence. Hey, man. Hotep, I'm done. Team, jump in the room. We're gonna start. Let's see what the support is. Let's see what the donations are. Let's see what that. See if I can compete with Sprite and Nathan's hot dog. How you doing, Amun and Amunette?
Doing excellent. Thank you to all very much for this class. This class is absolutely beautiful, extremely interesting for me personally. I love the way that you laid out the entire class. I love the way that you went with the entire class. The information within this class is very, very impactful to me. I love when there's things that are shown that show that things that people are skeptical about in today's civilization is actually something that our ancestors knew very well. I love how you showed the shipwrecked sailor and his encounter, and then showed it from the people that live in that area themselves. That's absolutely beautiful. I am very interested in those topics, and I do have a question, but it's a question if I should send it in more with the donation for another class.
Oh, the Jet is starting a trend here. The Jet's fault. Live questions and answers, sponsored by the Jet. Go ahead, ask the question. The Jet will send the cash up for. There we go. See if he continues this. Let's get 10 people in here. Each of you get to ask the question on the Jet's cash app. There we go. Let's go with the Jet. Each person gets the question live with the Tehuti. Sponsored. The Jet is the guy at the bar. Shots on me. Is that what it's called? The Jet shots? Shots? I don't know what it's called. Shots on me. So there we go. But before you get into that, before we get into that, you go ahead and ask it. But before I get into responding or anything, we're gonna go before the crowd gets distracted. We're gonna go into the support given for this particular 2 hour and 26 minute class that I just gave. Let's see if this class is better than the Mike Tyson fight. I think that may have generated a little bit more. The Jed, do you think the Mike Tyson fake fight generated a little bit more than this class? Is that what people want to see? The fake act?
SABA, that was WWE at its finest.
Yeah. Let's see if people like that more than this class. I bet that made about 80 million. Let's see if people are donating.
They both got 40 million apiece, both of them, and that we ain't even talking about Netflix.
I need to get up the Tehuti PODCLASS and teaching and raising the nation. Just challenge Mike Tyson to a fight and fake it out. Make 40 million and take all of you to an island. That's what we got to do. Okay, I'm game. Let's go, Mike Tyson. But anyways, let's go to the let's go and but it was so set up. This is side view, sidebar. It was set up the day before the real championship fight, which actually is happening now.
and that's the real champion of the world. That's John Jones. When they were telling me that Jabari was a Floyd Mayweather, I said, I don't know who that is.
Big facts.
I know who
Big
John
facts,
Jones
Saba.
is.
Big facts. John Jones. I keep telling people, hey, Saba, I tell people all the time, hey, don't say nothing when it comes to John Jones. Like, nobody's better. Nobody's, I don't care. Hey, I know he got caught up in a lot of ISFAT, but that man will still come back from ISFAT and still beat your best contender. Hey, Saba, I'm gonna just leave it there. Sorry, I had to jump in when you mentioned John Jones.
Yeah, that's my brother. That's my guy right there. It's irrelevant. Whatever he was kind of. It's like saying Adolf. It's like saying that any great warrior wasn't a great warrior because he went and did ISFAT. He's still one of the greatest. Alexander the Great wasn't one of the greatest killers, but Alexander the Great did ISFAT. Yeah, he would, and his killing represented that. Yeah, okay. John Jones a killer. You think he follows Ma'at? What are you judging John? What are people judging? John Jones did this. Yeah, you're talking about a man who will take your life. This is a killer. But at any rate, we'll see if that was the real fight. But let's see if the Mike Tyson fight, Netflix generated more than this. I know that it did. But let's go see the support. I'm going to refresh the Cash Apps. Let's get right back into the support system right here. Then after this, I'm going to take another break and step back. But I want to see support everybody. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you all benefited at all from that more than a Nathan's hot dog, I'm actually going to go I'm not even looking in the chat right now. I don't really look at the chat much, but let me go ahead and put this up on the screen. For those who don't see it at the bottom, there's my AI moderator, support with Cash App, question, and just support for TT and Moon. If you've ever tipped a waiter, if you've ever supported a chocolate bar, I'm not sure if any of those things have a better impact on your advancement in this class, but your waiter only walked over to you. It took him about 4 minutes to get to you and back to the chef, and you tipped that waiter. Let's see if this is worth 4 minutes. Here we go, everybody. We're going to go to right over here. Robert E. Williams, always the first up. Robert E. Williams, let's go and see. He's going to have some type of witty thing here. Let's see what he put. I'm gonna read it. So for this is not the first donator in sequence. This is actually going backwards, downwards. So the first person who tipped for this class is actually not Robert Williams, but it pops up first on the Gmail. So I'm reading it in order of how it pops up. So, and actually, I think the Jed was even up above him. Let me see. Okay. PUNT. We'll call this class PUNT. So starting off, support for this class is the good brother, supportive brother. It's actually the Jed, but I scrolled one down. So it's Robert E. Williams. Oh, what's going on there? That's not the right one. Well, I don't have my soundman in. Where are my soundmen? Where is Tefan Scribe? I need my soundman in here. I'm gonna find a way to Jed, or Anu, to give you all the ability to do what Annie and a Tef do, because the Tef can't roll in here till nighttime, and sometimes Annie is in and out, and I need to get this support up. So I can't. If I do the sounds, it'll knock off my it'll knock off the music. I'll do one at a time, and I can't do all those other sounds. So I'll do this one for right now because Annie and Atef are not here. So we're going to show this and go ahead and read this for us. Amunets, read it for us, please. What does it say?
2017 for PUNT. Who would know? Question mark. The land of Kenya.
Is that a football there?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Shout out to you, Robert E. Williams. Until, oh, look, right there he is. Sound man, technician, movie maker, Discord controller. website choreographer. What is Annie's title? Do you know, Dejed?
Everything. AMUN.
We gotta find the word for everything that's not Neb. We gotta find another word for it. Next year I'm gonna do another rent ceremony and add everything. Mr. Everything, that's his name. Mr. Everything. We're gonna call my favorite restaurant in Atlanta was called Mr. Everything. I'm gonna start calling Annie Mr. Everything. I don't know how to say Mr. in Metanetter though. Do you, Patal? How do you say Mr.? Is there a Mr.? The word for Mr. was actually, the actual word sir was actually from the Metanetter. That was actually the word for the advisor, the elder, the wise man, sir. And then it became donkey, but that's another class. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Robert Williams. Thank you, good brother. You are excellent, wonderful. Awesome, wonderful. Hey, real quick, Annie, did when you told me you had a class, I think it was Thursday. Was that Saket? Or was that your class? Did you do a class or was it the sister?
No, that was the class I do on Fridays.
Oh, Fridays. Okay. Fridays. Okay. Thank you for the clarity. Friday. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, we're gonna go to the next the Jed. Good brother, the Jed. The Jed said him Hempt Poetcoot. I noticed the Jed you separated the one, yeah. Two. Let me put them on the screen.
So
was this done intentionally?
Which one?
The Jet set in my eyes.
Yeah, yeah, because they only in the name they only allow once a certain amount of spaces. So I have to turn it into two parts, but it worked perfectly because there's three names in each section. So hey, to you, Saba. I gotta say before I read this, I love the fact that you added. I love the fact where the Bible got their popular quote. He fell on his belly. and the Bible, hey, every time that the Bible says like that a person came in front of an angel or whatever, he fell dead to his face on his belly, and that you mentioned that with the serpent, the Nagai, which Sadhguru from India, they love to worship the cobra, the Nagai. That's very interesting as well. But yeah, $10 for the extra gems. That was during the intermission because you know I love those. You know 100% I love those. So Tua to you, great sub. Appreciate you, Tua.
Nini Uk, absolutely. Yeah, there's some extra views on that. Absolutely. But yes, he fell on his belly, right? Have you ever seen a man pray on his belly? Anybody in the panel? Have you ever seen a man actually go on his belly? What does that mean? He fell on his belly. No man prays on their belly. They actually bow on their knees. Oh man. But the serpent was cursed to walk on his belly. It's a bad thing. It's an evil thing. It's a bad thing. This giant serpent and this giant type creature was much bigger than the man. But anyways, I'm not going to get into another class. I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to leave that alone. Let's get into the next support system. I saw Scribe on the edge of his Ebe, like getting a little closer. like there's going to be some extra jewels here. I want the bonus, but I'm going to leave that alone. But that's awesome that you observed that. that you observe that, because
there's more to that, but I'm gonna leave it a little bit. I'm gonna leave it a little bit. Okay.
You don't have to, Saba. We got the Cash App if you wanna touch a little bit on.
I'm gonna turn it back into super chat. You all can't. No, with super chats in the class. Oh no. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna keep this Cash App. Okay. The Jed could Cash App me from in the middle of his sleep. Cash App. I got a Jewel question to ask. It's like 2 a.m. Cash App. Oh my goodness. All right, so here we go, everybody. That's the Jed right there. We got Amun and Amunet on the screen. Oh my, here we go. Here we go. Oh, who? Philip Holler. Philip Holler. One day, let me know who you are, good brother. Philip Holler, let me know who you are one day, because that name popped up as as a monster donator consistently every podcast now. So I'm gonna get to him shortly. For now, it is the great consistent couple that pop up on the screen first every class, and that is none other than the Echo. Where'd it go? Where are they? Uh-oh. 1 second, everybody. Let me try to fix that. It's here. I'm going to cancel. Let's see if it pops up now. Present. None other than here they are, the wonderful couple on the screen. Amun. Amunet. Any one of you go ahead and read that for us, please.
$20 for returning to Punt, Nems, people of Punt, resurrected to praise the cause.
Give him some hand claps for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate the support. Let's go down. Let's refresh the page and go backwards. I'm gonna go down a little bit. I'm gonna go down to oh, everybody, where's maybe the PayPal's? TT Moon, if you're listening, check the PayPal. I don't see much support donation for this here. Let me remember if the pages. I'm trying hard not to do 2-hour classes because I could do 4 questions in that time. Sometimes I can't stop, especially when the donation for the question is so high. But I'm gonna have to break these classes down into 40 minutes. Let's see if PTM Moon. Okay. TTM Moon, check the PayPal. I don't really see much support tonight. Let me go back. Let me refresh and see what's happening. Those who saw this class, please support Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Let me go to what is all this? Oh, let me erase. These aren't even supports. These aren't even supports. What are these? This is something else. Okay, here we go. We're going to okay, I'm scrolling down now. I see a couple. I have to erase some things. Not as much support tonight, but I do see a couple. We got Ronald Warren. Oh, King Ram from earlier today. Oh, and is Tanya 23 Experience here? Tanya 23 Experience. If you're listening, you sent in a question, and the question seemed to have been the words are cut off or something at the bottom. The sentence wasn't finished. So I don't know how to address I don't know what the question is. I see you're donating support, but the words are cut off. So if you're listening, resend that. 2023 experience. One was about Osset and Sorket, and the other one, I don't know if it was a part of the same thing. It was about Osset and Asar, and then the last word is, some words are cut off or something. But okay, that's if you're listening. If not, someone will get that message to you. All right, Ronald Warren King Graham said, "Who is Kanum and how can I tap into his powers?" Oh, we need another class for this. I don't know. Go ahead and give him. I'm going to come off the screen for a moment. Give him some hand claps, please.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Okay, I am back. Thank you, Andy, for the elongated sounds. Elongated stalling sounds. Thank you. Okay, so who is Kanum and how can I tap into his power? Oh, you're out? How are you keep getting out? Hold on. Where are you coming from? Come on, man. I gotta get you back. Oh no, am I off the screen? Okay, Plinth, I can't hold you because you're pregnant. I can't keep holding you. It's more like this. Oh wow. Wow. Hold on, everybody. One moment, everybody. I gotta do a balancing act right here. Hold on. You go in there. Oh, don't come out. Go in there. And it's too cold out here. Too cold. Okay. All right. There we go. It's too cold. You're from Kenya. You don't like this cold. Okay, here we go. All right. Shout out to Robert. Sorry. Shout out to King Graham. Who is Kanum and how can I tap into his powers? I'm going to see how I can answer that question in a pod class. I usually don't, as far as the how do you do things pertaining to practice, ritual, and magic, because there are so many sneak learners and people watching that are not supporting the pod class. I stay away from how-to questions of particular topics of ritual and practice. I'm gonna see if I can find a way to turn this into something I can answer here in the pod class, because the people really don't appreciate the magical answers. So they just sneak learn. I can't do it for the public. There are particular Metanetter classes. I may even refer you to find a Metanetter class that actually matches this one. I'll check with Annie on the titles. And if there's a Metanetter class that actually match with this, since the Metanetter classes are $20, I may just send you the class, and that's the instructional on how to obtain particular power of the netter. All right, but thank you, King Graham. I'll check back and see which direction I'm going to take that question into. Appreciate your consistent support, being a new person stepping in. Okay. On to Son of Henry. What is that? Scribe, if son of Henry the son of Hikikepra?
I don't know him by that name.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to put this up on the screen. I don't know if this is a question I'm gonna put needs clarity. I don't, and if this is a question I do not understand, it's Son of Henry. If you're listening, I'm gonna put it up on the screen, and then please email me for clarity, or if this is a tip on what I taught on a previous class. I'm not sure, but send an email, and the email will eventually get to me. So here it is, everybody. Shout out to Son of Henry. Son of Henry, $25. Give him some big noise, and then I'll get Amunet to read this, please. Okay, Amunet, could you read that first, please?
Yes, I can. $25 for Connect Netter Anu. Humans, please, SABA.
I don't even know what that means. I don't understand. I don't Netter Anu. Connect Netter to Anu to humans. All right, Scribe, go ahead and put the email on the screen. Son of Henry, if you're watching this, send an email there. I know that Cash App sometimes does not allow you to put full sentences, and it may make you type like that. Send the email, and the email will be able to. You can write a half a paragraph on the clarity of this, because I don't know what Netter to ANNU to humans, please, is, and I don't want to assume what the question is. Okay, so thank you, and let us continue, everybody. Where are the great supporters? The other supporters, I've shown some great supporters already, but where are the other ones? Shout out to shout out to Big Vapes. Hippocampus Rip. I like that. I know exactly what he's talking about. Does anybody tip hypo? We're gonna give Big Vapes a little clap here for this little bonus tip on a class I did. I don't even remember. It may have been last week. I don't even recall, but I did something on the hippocampus either last week or the week before, and it says hippocampus rip. Do you know what he's talking about? Does anybody know what he's talking about? The hippocampus rip?
Rest in peace.
Oh no, the hippocampus is resting in peace. Oh no, I hope not. That's the end. Do you know what he's talking about, Emma?
No, I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay, I would assume that he's talking about the when I said you go into different dimensions and you're able to hear a tear sound, and that tear sound is translated, and however your mind incorporates the going through one area to the next. Maybe he's talking about that, but whatever it is, thank you for the tip. Give him a clap for that. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to do 40-minute class. I'm getting carried away. I could do four answers. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd the oh no. What is all this? Hold on, everybody. Something's happening. Okay, shout out to Ani Patah 10 Tehuti, consistent. Mr. Consistent Man. Yeah, I think the 2-hour answers are done. They are done for now. 6, no. Any that you sent there, is that just a regular support, or was that a did it mention a tip for the class? Because I'm not looking at it right now. I can't see it.
It's the regular support for the pod class with the name of the class that you just gave attached.
Okay.
To it.
Okay, good. I'll log it as a tip. Okay, thank you. Let's get it on the screen. Shout out to the continuous, supportive, consistent young brother. I used to call him the upcoming teacher years ago, but now I just have to call him a teacher now. He's fully teaching now, and that's Scribe. When I first saw him, I was like, this is going to be the next upcoming teacher, but he's fully teaching now, and I don't think anyone in all those other channels compare any comedic teacher compares to Scribe. So shout out to the Scribal teacher, Annie, Ata, Aten, Tehuti. I wish Atef was here to give you some noise, but I guess you got to give yourself some noise. Go ahead and read that for us, good brother.
3372 for Ankh Uja Seneb. Dua for teaching on PUNT.
Give yourself some noise.
Let's go.
Let's go. I'm gonna read a couple of more, and then I'm gonna read a few more, and then take a break. And hopefully within that break, where's Atef? Where's good brother Atef? Did you get a message from Atef? Annie, is he okay out there?
No, I haven't received a message from him. I see him in the chat, but I haven't. I did message him earlier. But I do see him here in the chat with us.
Okay. I need the good brother Atef on the screen, and when I step off, you all please talk to these watchers, talk to these viewers who are watching this to support this podcast. It seems like it seems like a gift and a curse. It seems like I'm giving longer answers, and I know what's happening because of people's attention span. Usually, some people can't last the 2 hours to give the tip. If they start watching it after 20 minutes, they start going into Netflix or whatever else they're gonna watch. So I'm gonna start keeping my answers down to about 40 minutes, keep the people's attention, and get the support. Do the next answer 40 minutes and get the support, because it seems like the more that I give, the actual less the support is. For that reason, I think that's definitely one of the reasons. I think that's one of the sciences of TikTok compared to what YouTube was when it came out. And people are like, what is it? Any fast? Well, what is it called? What's that called? What's the science behind it? Fast. I forget what it's called. Fast microwave.
Yeah, microwavable information.
Yeah. You know, it's just fast clips, and it gets like 40,000 views because you keep watching the same clip over again, as opposed to the true quality documentaries that used to be like an hour and a half long. The attention spans are short. Shout out to those who are supporting, though. I appreciate you for continuing to support. And well, thank you. Yep, TT says no new PayPal, so I definitely have to make the answers shorter, family. Definitely gonna have to make the answers shorter, so I'm gonna cut a lot of this information off, because as opposed to other things where the more that you give, the more that you appreciate, it's actually the more that you give, the less support that's coming in. So let's go to the next support here, which is the Jed, my good brother, the Jed Sadem Ham Poets Cool. And he came with
Hotep.
Oh, you're there. Good. Okay. Good. Shout out to my beautiful secretary, TT. Thank you for all the updates. Is that on the screen yet, family?
Yes, Saba. It says $15 for the Kenya Psyops, Tua Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra, Henu Fitz, Black Eve, and the Great Ra.
Wow, give him some noise for that.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
What is this on this? Shout out to the continuous supporters. Yeah, so when I come off, you all please tell the people the importance of supporting. Let me give this person a shout out here. This person is up there. I don't know what their financial situation is, but this person every other podcast gives $1. I give $1, and I'm just gonna go ahead and show the person up their game. The person up their game to. I'm gonna show this real quick. From $1 to. Shout out to TS. $3. All right, shout out to you, TS. From $1 to $3. Shout out to you. All right, let's get to it here. Owen Hythe, the great brother who always watches in the background. He may not be in the chat, he may not be on the panel, but he is always somewhere in the background, definitely supporting the Tutsi PODCLASS. Every single class since his name has popped up in the PODCLASS, he has supported every single one. Shout out to Owen Hythe. The Jet, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, Saba. It says 2172, Master Teacher Tehuti.
Give him some big noise, please. And shout out to Robert Williams, who donates twice every class. And two are for that because I actually, some of these classes I just do the one long answer, which I definitely have to stop that, but usually I do two. So usually the supporters and the students are used to supporting twice. So Robert E. just kept up the twice support, even though it's one long answer. So shout out to him for being consistent, and he gave two supports for this one answer, and that is the good brother Robert E. Williams. One had a football. I'm gonna get Amunet to read this one. There's no football, but you can go ahead and read that for me, Amunet, if you can hear me. I'm not even sure.
Yes, I can hear you and I can read it. 2070
right.
For the original Kenya, Dr. Mumbai, I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, should see this one.
Okay, anybody know who Dr. Mumbai is, scribe? Anybody heard of Dr. Mumbai?
No, I don't think so.
I've heard of the name Saba. I've heard of the name, but I don't know his work.
Okay, great. Okay, give Robert some big noise, please. Give him some nice noise. He gave two supports. Thank you, Robert E. Williams. And if you know who Dr. Mumbai is and believe that you should see it, find a way to share this class with Dr. Mumbai, whoever that may be. Feel free to share this class with anybody you'd like. I don't know who that is, but that may change his life, or at least his perspective on what he knew about Kenya. Shout out to you, Robert E. Williams.
I think it's a sister. I looked the name up, and it's a sister. It says a singer. One of.
Oh, really? Interesting. It's a singer named a Doctor?
Dr. Mumbai Saraki. Oh, yes. Robert
Interesting.
Williams says it's the she from Kenya.
Oh, my God. Oh, are you serious? Hold on a second, everybody. Yo, no. Hold on. Oh, man. And I can't even reach the thing. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Oh, yes, I can. I'm going to get you. You can't escape. Hold on. Who are you? Where are you? Craziness, man. Absolute craziness. All type of stuff going on here. 1 second, everybody. Hold on. Oh, boy. Hold on, everybody. Hey, little one. Hold on.
Everyone, make sure that you have hit the like button. If you have come in, make sure you hit that like button and support the PODCLASS. The links are pinned to the top of the chat. Links are in the bio for those who are watching on the playback, and it'll still be pinned to the top of the chat. So to our HERU, to everyone who supports this and sees what's taking place and shows your appreciation.
Thank you.
So Tua.
Okay. All right. Problem solved. That was interesting. Okay. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. Appreciate you. All right. Next one up is Gabri. No, is that Gabriella or Minty? Wait. Minty. I thought I saw. Oh, it is Gabriella. That was interesting. It went to red. I must have somehow clicked it. Uh-oh, Gabriella is back. Shout out to Gabriella every PODCLASS, every single time. And back with the inner time. Let's go, Gabriella. Oh, where'd it go? Shout out to you. Oh. Gabriella, are you there in the background? Could you read this first, please, if you're there? Primordial, is Gabriella around?
Yes, I'm here, SABA. Hotep Marie.
Primordial around. All right. Hotep Marie. Okay, could you read that first, Gabrielle, if you can hear me?
Yes, $22.22 for Tehuti Inner Time, Purple Heart, and then some magical lights.
Okay. All right, give her a round of applause. Purple Heart and magical lights. All right, give her some noise, please. Thank you, Gabrielle.
Tua for letting me read that.
Oh, what was that?
Tua for letting me read that.
Oh, absolutely. So it's to you. All right. And where's everybody? Minty Hotep. Where is Minty? Was Minty in the class today? She must have been watching, but maybe not in the chat. Shout out to Minty. Minty Hotep out there staying strong. And oh, what's yeah. Shout out to Minty Hotep, who sent $7. And Amina, could you read that first, please?
Yes, I can. For healing vibrations, Ankh Ujasana.
Thank you, Minty Hotep, and I'm gonna give her a clap for that. Any tip coming in from Minty, I'm gonna give her some clap noise for that. Thank you, Minty. Appreciate you. Boom. All right. Who's this? Hush, Niashan. And Dashe, are you still in the building? You are up next, good brother. Dashe here. Dashe, are you in the building? You're coming up next. And all the way from the Netherlands, from St. Martin's Island area, all the way now to the Netherlands. I don't know what he's doing out there, but hello to Hush Nation. And I can read this one, big PayPal one. Dua, Enu, Hotep Saba Tehuti, Amin Hotep Ra, Tua, for more Aku. Shout out to you, Hush Nation. Appreciate you. All the way from the Netherlands. If you're in the chat, type something. I'm not sure if you're there, but peace and love to you. Thank you, good brother. You are excellent. Thank you so much. Let me get this off the screen. What's this? I got all kind of serpentine. Okay, shout out to you, Hush Nation. And now we're going to oh my. A lot of spent. Where's the okay, here we go. Here's the support. Okay. Harass did. I hope that you and Sky are doing well. I hope that Sky is advancing in Ma'at and listening to you. She's a beautiful young lady, and she's be awesome if she ever came in the direction of Ma'at, which I hope she will. Shout out to Sky, shout out to Ras Did, and Amun. Could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can, Great SABA. $25 for making the world brighter with your conscious light.
Give Harass Did some big noise, please. Thank you, Harass Tua. All right. Yo, and Billadoo. You sent in a question earlier about Saint Germain. Oh man, it's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna read this one and maybe one more, and then I'm gonna take a break and then come back, read hopefully more support that's given, and then we'll go right into the naming of the good brother Dashe. So we got Johan Billadou with $10. Thank you, Johan Billadou. Appreciate you. I think he's all the way in Quebec. We have students all over the world. Thank you very much. You are excellent. Johan Billadou. And oh, is that it? No, well, no, we got shout out to Tefrem Kemaat. Shout out to Tefrem Kemaat. Beautiful brother, strong father of his family. Tefrem Kemaat, I need you to jump up on here with all your support type talk. Hype the crowd up. I hope you're safe out there. All right, so shout out to Tefrem Kemaat for where'd it go? $7.77. Thank you. And give him some big noise coming up, because wherever there's $7.77, there's bound to be give him some big noise. $20.72. Give him some noise. Okay, everyone, I'm going to take a break right now. Step off. I'm going to let you all build. I'll be back. When I come back, we'll go over a couple more supports, and then we'll get right into, what is it? Where is it? Tehuti names one of his students. We're going to get right into that when I come back. Okay, everybody, peace and love. Support the Tutti PODCLASS. I'm going to go recuperate for a moment. I'll be right back. Cash App, AMUN, PayPal at Rocket SV. And there's the AI moderator. It's also scrolling at the bottom. Peace and love, everybody. I'll be right back. Peace.
Peace and love. Hotep Henu, Makaru, everyone. Yes, as the great Saba speaks about the importance of what's taking place here, and much love and dua to those who support this. You know, for me personally, it's such a beautiful thing to observe, because growing up in the Matrix and seeing how the things that are the most beneficial for you become the least supported, and attributing this aesthetic lack of reciprocity within being able to receive something from someone. It was always very interesting to me to observe the support for a lot of things that are just destructive. So to be here today and to see those who recognize what's happening, what we're a part of. This is a continuous, non-stop Kepara movement. And, you know, as the great Saba spoke about the lack of attention for long periods of time has in today's time is a rare gem. It has become a rare jewel to be able to stick with one thing consistently over a long period of time. This is one of the reasons why we created the different social platforms to start to plug ourselves into the areas where most people are, and give them an opportunity to find their way out of that process by taking something short and quick, which is how most people absorb their information today. So even when it comes to the entirety of the PODCLASS, just over the longevity that SABA Tehuti has displayed, that should be reflective within those who are taking this in. And it's not simply because of the lack of attention span, right? And understanding the importance of being able to sit disciplined over a long period of time. So yes, the TikTok era is a real thing, but the matrix part about it, which it all is the matrix, but the illusion about it is the videos that people consume today are shorter, but over the totality of time spent watching those short form clips are exponentially longer than it's ever been. Meaning that someone will spend 8 hours in a day looking at 30-second videos. So it's not the fact of being able to receive something for that long period of a time, but it's the constant dopamine hit that people get. And there's a lot of study behind it, and it really does affect the consciousness, and there's a large amount of hypnotism that goes into it that puts people in trances. And so this technology is a very powerful tool that it's important that we learn how to use and not allow it to use you, so you can use it for your benefit, and which are some great things. So Tua, much love and appreciation to those who stay throughout the entire PODCLASS. Even, at certain points, you may need to take care of certain things, but to be here present, listening, supporting from the beginning to the end each week is a beautiful thing. It really shows the work that one is doing to be able to do that, because this environment at this time doesn't promote that. It doesn't promote that at all. It's all about real quick. Everything is sped up, and as soon as you slow something down. And I learned this from SABA, watching him when he first came to the public platforms, and when people are dialoguing and having a discussion, the topics is I envision whenever they're speaking and how people speak, it's like how the internet is today. It's from one topic to the next over and over again. And as soon as you stop, you grab that right there, you stop right there on that one. Let's just look at that one. Then that's when you see uncomfortability take place within the other person. Being able to observe SABA and how he masterfully was able to take all of the chaos around and slow it down and organize it. taught me a lot just by observing him. So it gives one a different perspective whenever looking at the world around us and seeing how information is received today. Because there's a lot of, I study a lot of the intricacies and the details when it comes to the technological forms and information and how it's received, how it's given, even within music. Music today is right around, the average length of a song is right around 3 minutes. In the 90s, it was around 4.5 minutes. So from then to now, the span of an actual song has shortened. And within the structure of the song has shortened as well. There used to be average, right? The consistent average of most songs as far as hip hop would have 3 16-bar verses. Now, within the structure of a song, there's usually 2 verses that are maybe 8 to 12 bars and 8 bars of a hook. Now, most people may not know what those words mean, but within the structure of a song, there's math and there's technical aspects that are studied by different musicians and artists to be able to get the listeners to receive their tones. And there are masters of this, which is why it's not necessarily about what the music is saying, because there's a magic behind the structure of tones. And there's people who study this all day, all night. And the illusion will be that it's all just anonymous, and it's not. So removing that attention span, removing the patience to where now they created this thing called ADD or ADHD that SABA did a wonderful class on. Because of the programming that is constantly within people's faces, especially the youth. So it's very interesting, and I could speak a lot about that process and why it is the way that it is, and looking at what brings in the numbers aside from just content, but the structure of how it's set up. And it's always, calculated. Well, we'll say that. So, Tua, Hotep HERU, for everyone who supports this and applies your attention here. And this is one of the reasons why I say I always give dua for attention, because without your attention, this don't exist. And your observation and the actual ma'a and sejemu of what's taking place allows this to literally exist. And there's a lot of heka'u that goes behind it. So if you've been to the PODCLASS consistently and you have never supported, you have to ask yourself, why is that? Or if you do not support consistently, why is that? And it's a fair question, being that most people, right, if you just look at the numbers, most people have Netflix, most people have Disney Plus, a lot of people have Apple TV. There's a lot of people have YouTube Premium. A lot of these streaming services, some people listen to their music on Spotify, Apple Music. There's a lot of platforms that we all participate in to receive some form of information, whether through tone or visuals. And we have to treat each other the same way. When you look at these huge corporations, right? when you look at these huge corporations, and as soon as you get paid, you take it and you throw it right into something that doesn't make its way back to you. It's the same thing. It's the same process in how a lot of people treat information. And so being that whatever it is that you lend your time to, you give your attention to, should already be important enough for you to show reciprocity to it, or it may not be something that you should be engaging in if you're not willing to support, because everything is a reciprocity system, whether you're doing it intentionally or not. So we love the teachings, right? We love the knowledge, but the application of it is where the HERU starts to take place. And I've spoke about this so many times because of because it works, right? That's why.
And yes, the
I know y'all hear this.
The HERU really works.
Play this sound because it is what it is, and so for us to allow it to begin to work for us, there's just certain simple things we have to do. Very simple, very, very simple things that we have to do in beginning to break the mental matrix of supporting ISFET and poison, and reversing that with supporting that which supports you and teaches you how to be a support for the ones next to you. Creating a stable system all around you. And there's a lot of growth, there's a lot of coming and going that goes into that, but it's the Tehuti PODCLASS that initiated this type of environment on this type of scale for this to be a reality for us. So in this last answer that the great SABA gave, there was someone in the chat he said, I felt attacked. And it was interesting because knowing, we're here, we know that SABA's gonna take it to the root, right? We're gonna eradicate the matrix and take it to the source, so you can be empowered from the origin of that area. And the illusionary attack was on the matrix, and because of that, I don't think the person was able to make it to the end of the class to receive the empowerment that SABA was actually giving to the person who felt like it was being snatched from them, and it was the matrix part being snatched. And that's the uncomfortability that everyone has to go through to start to retrain the mindset, and to have the patience to be able to allow yourself that process, that transitional process. And it's very interesting to observe and watch how those of us who should be on the same side combat because of the matrix. It's literally the matrix and the illusion of the lie that creates division. And that's why it's so important to remove yourself from that any which way. And it's a daily thing, once the PODCLASS shuts down, once anything that we do in the House of ATTON, it doesn't stop. It keeps going nonstop. This is the difference. This is where a lot of people aren't able to hold on, is because this isn't a hobby. This isn't a YouTube show, and people treat this like a YouTube show, like it's you know, and it's not. So, you know, by being the example for those of us you see on the panel, and for the same names that you see on a consistent basis, sending in support, appreciating what's taking place, and then being able to take that and create stability within your life around you. It will always show, and for that, you know, it's just about what's it worth to you. You know, what's a stable reality worth to you within an aesthetic matrix. Everything is a lie, right? We recognize that. And the more you dig, the more you recognize how real the lie is, and how just how diverse and layered it is, and it's nonstop, consistent. Everywhere you turn, you have to begin to reprogram, and it's from what the great Saba was teaching about in this class here, which is language. Our relationship with tones that have a meaning behind them that we make up in our own consciousness. That's all that language is. It's sound that we have to subconsciously attribute a meaning to, and you're taught that from a child growing up. And so if you just start speaking another language right now, it just becomes noise, because you're not familiarized with that sound, and you don't have a concept in your mind of what that sound means. And that's just the difference of language. And so when we all speak the same language and can't understand each other, you know, that illuminates a very deep matrix, and being able to attribute our own definitions to words that everyone uses, which eliminates communication effectively, which we being ones who invented language, invented writing and communication, we should be masters of that. But it's certain groups who started to learn the power of being able to communicate through sound and through imagery, through light, to take that and begin to use it for their own purpose, which is mass hypnotism and trance. And so it's a slow process of breaking out of that, because you have to apply yourself to want to actually relearn what the original terms and words for not only items or land masses, but concepts and teachings. This is what the Tehuti PODCLASS provides. This is what the House of ATTON focuses on, and I want to give dua to the great Saba Tehuti for those very Nefer Sakim words of being a teacher, great Saba Tua, and I'm extremely honored, great Saba, for your Nefer words. I wanted to say that as well. So Tua. But yes, it's a beautiful thing that we have access to this, and there's those of us who take it serious enough to shift and alter the life around you into wanting to truly eliminate the illusion that exists, which controls people's daily walk. It controls your relationships. It controls your own discipline and consistencies in that which you attribute your time to. It affects your creativity. It affects your own thought process. You know, people are so infatuated with thinking that a thought that they give is their own, when it's not. There's a collective energy that exists around us that creates thoughts in the mind, including that just what you give your attention to. So, and that which what you support, it all plays a part in your subconscious that acts itself out in your daily life. So, continue to support this and push this, spread this, speak about this, study, and imply. It's a beautiful thing. So, Hotep Great Saba, welcome back to the panel.
Hotep, wonderful. I heard some of the words from the back. That was in the back, and great analogies. The Netflix, I didn't know Disney had one. Disney something, Disney flicks, or whatever you mentioned. Yes, it's absolutely true. So, two for your great words to the people. Have any of you seen is Israel Holy in the chat?
Let me see. No, I haven't seen his message anytime recent.
Okay, I'm gonna read some of these supports that one more came in, and there's a couple larger ones that I haven't read yet. So I'm gonna read those, and hopefully by that time Israel Israel Holy Watermelon TV will have come, and then we can go ahead and give the good brother his name. How you hanging in there, Amunet? You getting sleepy? Your eyes a little shaky there. You okay?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Too for asking.
Okay, good. I don't think Amun you don't have those sleepy problems anymore, do you? You don't get tired anymore in the podcast, do you?
No.
Okay, good. All right, we're gonna go ahead and read some of these. Shout out to the good brother Tehuti Herakuti. You know what, Tehuti Herakuti, if you're listening, I don't know if you're still doing them now, but I want you to continue to do the videos the way that you used to do them. They were great. Your editing abilities and the way that you do videos is I really like them. I didn't like what you were doing in the beginning where the credit wasn't being given, but I didn't want you to stop doing the videos. So I don't know if he's still doing them, if he's sending them to you, Annie, or if or Amunet, or if he's putting them on TikTok. I'm not sure, but I haven't seen those videos lately, and I love the way you do Jericho. I love the way you had them. I like how you did them. So jump back on doing those videos again. They were very creative, and just continue that. I really like them. If you're listening. Okay, shout out to Herakuti. He has been consistently supporting ever since he came to the panel that day, and I appreciate you. Herakuti, Amun, I'm going to get you to read that for us, please.
$31.72. Offering reciprocity for a network class. Tua Marie, Great Saba Tuti, for guiding us out of this deeply layered matrix with 3 Tua hands. Forever grateful for your wisdom and light. Ankh Uja Sunem.
Give him some big noise, please. Thank you. Big noise for him. Yo, let's go. The monster supporters are here. The good brother, oh, where'd it go? the good brother Basatut, Aka Ox Effect. Hey, Scribe, did you say there was somebody that someone said they were being attacked? Did I catch that part?
Yes, when you were breaking the matrix of Kenya, there was someone who was very defensive in thinking that you were attacking the actual, place instead of the matrix Psyops that's on top of it. So they were in the chat saying that they were feeling attacked.
Okay. Yeah, it's very sad. Whoever that is, you'd have to be very, very old to feel like you're being attacked. You'd have to be around the year 1849. The things that I'm discussing, the things that I'm discussing are before any of us were born. So it's physically impossible for any individual that's alive now, unless you're good friends with Ludwig. Unless you and Ludwig go back to the 1800s, it'd be very impossible for anybody that's alive today to feel that anything that I said was about them. And I'm speaking about the 1800s and what led up to the Psyops. And I'm speaking about the judicial council, the Maritime Council. So unless you're in the Maritime Council, or unless you're down with Ludwig, it'd be impossible for me to speak to anybody directly in this class. If there's anybody that powerful to do that type of as a part of that of anything I was talking about, let yourself be known, because that's a power beyond my recognition. I believe everything I was talking about was about either 200 years ago or about councils that are in Somalia. So maybe someone was a part of that council. I'm not sure. But okay. Shout out to Tehuti Harakuti. And shout out to Ba Satut Maka Oxafe. Oh, thank you for telling me that, Scribe. I thought it was some serious. I thought somebody was being attacked. Somebody being attacked for the teachings on Kenya. They must have been went on the trip with Hefshetza. I'm not sure. I thought everything I was talking about was in the past. Was thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago. But shout out to Ba Satut Maka Ox Effect. $50. Read that for me, please, Amunet.
Hotep 11/16/24 podcast Dua.
Give him some monster noise, Transformers, Menkura on the shower, Saddam screaming about Hikau, everything. Give him some noise. Get on Quest in here.
You see, that's how it's done. You see.
Spoke that Hekau on that night, and
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
But that Hekau was the reason why all set is on our way.
Oh, that's the real person. That's the real voice. That's live, right? That's a soundbite? I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's me, Saba, right off the bat.
Okay. Okay, that quality sounds like a nice soundbite. That's the next soundbite right there. And he's working on the next soundbite. That's awesome. That's excellent. Thank you, Annie, for that. Thank you. Oh, where'd Eminet go? Thank you, Eminet, for reading that. It was just a day. Oh, and Tua. Okay, see. Thank you, Eminet, for reading that. Thank you, Basa Tut Maka Ox Effect, for the large donations. There's some monster ones that I see now. Monster donations. Here we go. Shout out to here we go. Here we go. We got, what's this one here? Hold on. Scribe, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Do you have access to talk to Saket, or is she in the class?
I haven't seen her in the class, but I can message her.
Okay. Shout out to Saket. I don't know if I'm gonna read this in the pod class, but it's for it's actually support for a one-on-one, and I don't do one-on-ones anymore. But shout out to Saket for that. I think I may not read it unless you want me to read it. I can, but it's there's a date on there that's not the pod class. So just let her know, Tua, I received it, and I may not read it in the pod class because it's for a one-on-one. Okay, thank you. Shout out to Saket, but I'm giving you Saket a shout out for that live. Appreciate that. That was some extra. Okay, let me go ahead and file that properly then. Saket Nefertatin. Continuous, appreciative supporter of everything. Shout out to Saket, a supporter of everything. He's a supporter of every single thing that has to do with everything that the House of Attend does. So I'm giving you a shout out for that. Now on the monsters are here we go. Who's this? Philip. Oh, where'd it go? Shout out to this brother here. Philip Holler came through. The monsters are coming through to save the day. Thank you, Philip Holler. Appreciate you. A lot of fives in these last donations, last reports, and we're gonna call this one. Let's see what he said. Yeah, he didn't even say anything. That's awesome. He just sent in the support. Here we go. Let's give some monster noise to the good brother Philip Holler. Make some big noise for Philip Holler.
What's the button?
Thank you. Thank you, Annie. Shout out to Philip Holler. Appreciate you. And let me go ahead and refresh the page. Oh, shout out to Tefrem Camera Out with the last minute discipline jewel. Tip. Discipline. Okay, there we go. A Tef. Hope you're safe out there, good brother. You did see him in the chat, right, Scribe?
Yes.
Okay. So he's okay. Okay, good. Shout out to a Tefrem Kem Ma'at. Didn't make it to the screen today, but he's in the background listening and and moderating on the phone wherever he is, and he sent an extra tip and his regular support. That's what Tep from Kim Ma'at. I'll read this one. Tep for discipline, Matrix Jewel. To a great SABA. Give him a hand clap for that. Okay, and what appears to be for now, last but not least, the biggest monster donation that pops up that I'm seeing here from the good brother who asked the question in the first place that resulted in such a beautiful podcast on Kenya, Somalia, PUNT, the Psyops, and the serpents of the land of the gods is none other than my great brother, great student. I don't even know if he's in the chat right now because I'm not looking at the chat. But shout out to monster supporter, consistent man who travels to the different realms. I'm going to get Amunet to read that one, please, for me. Monster support. Here we go.
$150 for Seket Memory Heh. Future was always left here in Geb, Ta, Saba, Tehuti, Utet, and Ra, Tichet, Ma'at, Makneteru, Ari, Me, Sekef, Ret, Roma, Mini Up.
You want to try to translate that, Amunet?
I could, it's a lot though. Okay, if you want me to, do you want me to try?
Yeah. I want to try. Let me try. Go ahead and translate it in Maharu Biget leisure language. Translated by, let me see, Amunet's Metanetter skills. Go ahead, Amunet. Let's see.
Okay, Seket, that is the memory. Te is eternity. And then Geb is earth. Ta is land. And Saba, teacher, Tehuti. Utet is brain. M could be 4. Ra, and then Tichet is eternity. Ma'at means a lot of things. That's truth. Mak is could mean protection, I think. And then the Neteru. Ari is to create. I'm not sure what that word is. Met. I don't know what that is. The Kef. I also don't know what that one is. And then
he's probably saying Safek.
Oh.
Maybe saying Safek.
Oh, okay. So Safek would mean could mean relax, or could mean the number 7. Ret Rome is the, I'm not sure if I would get this right, but the original name for I think the people in the land. I don't know exactly. I wouldn't get it. That's just a guess. I can't really get that one. Then Nini Ukin.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Give her a hand clap, Annie. Please give her a hand clap.
You are watching a master at work.
All right, that is impressive. She's only one word she didn't know. Amun, marry this woman tonight. About 4 times. Good job, Amunet. You did wonderful translation. I don't know how many people watching could have translated that, and the only word you didn't get was meh. And meh can mean measurement. It may mean measurement, which is the word for the chakras in the Purim Haru, because the mat is actually with the it says Sekef, but it's actually Sefek with the mat in the Purim Haru in the sentence, the seven mat. So that's pretty good, very good, Amunet. Good job. All right, and Ret M Roma is the beings of par excellence, the men of par excellence, people of par excellence, and it's also those who grow. Those who grow. All right, wonderful. So that's excellent. Good job. All right. Is that it for the night? Is that it? Let me refresh the page. Is that the support for the night? Let me refresh the page. Thank you to the monster supporters. I'm gonna definitely, most definitely, everybody who's watching, there won't no longer be any more 2-hour answers, 1.5-hour answers. The answers will be around 45 minutes, 15 minutes at the most. I'm gonna try to time it. I see the attention span isn't too long. The longer I do the answers, the less support. The monsters are always there. The monsters, Big at Leisure and Ox Effect, Basta Food are always there. But as far as the consistent support, the amount of support, the amount of different support, this is actually the least of weeks and weeks. But I know its attention span is 2 hours. People can't last that long. I'm definitely going to go down to the 40 minutes. I appreciate everybody who did support the Tehuti PODCLASS. And I'm definitely going to do 2 or 3 answers about 40 minutes. I think that's what the people need, even though there's people like Amun and Patah and Dejed and Amunet and Harasted and Basatut and others, Maharu, who appreciate the long. It's just more food for them. But for the average watcher, which is almost 90% of the people, it's too long for their attention span. I understand, so I'm gonna try to control myself, keep it at 45 minutes. Shout out to everybody. Let me check the I'm gonna get Amun, Scribe, Amunet, Dejed. Can you all check the chat? And Israel Hoyley, are you in the PODCLASS or did you nod off? I don't know where you are, but it may be later than it is here. Anybody seen Israel Hoyley today? I mean, in the last half an hour.
No, I haven't seen Watermelon TV. Where you at, good brother? You can't miss your own ceremony, great brother. Where you at?
He was hyped in the beginning, right? He was excited.
Yeah.
He was excited. He may have where is he again? Is he in Colorado? That's what he said, right?
Yeah, I think that's where he said.
Okay, Colorado. So maybe much later up there. I'm gonna give him a few moments. I'm gonna let you all build for a moment. And Amun, in the meantime, Amun, did you have something you wanted to say? And I said to wait for it?
Oh, yeah.
Did you say it already?
No, I have not said it yet.
Okay. But you getting a notepad out for it? Oh,
yeah.
No, get me out of here. What? You need a notepad for the question? God.
I want to know if this should be sent in as a larger donation for the PODCLASS. But when Hatshepsut went to Punt and the natives said to her, "How did you reach here, the country unknown to man?" They said, "Did you come down the ways of heaven, or did you travel by land or sea?" And I want to know if it'd be a good question to send in to know what they meant by "Did you come by the ways of heaven?"
Oh man, I try to read past that fast. I try to read past. I'm saving that for. I'm still tempted. I'm still a part of the HOK family and the debate crew and all of them. There's still an itch in me to converse and keep the short sharp. And I was saving that. Who cares? They're not even watching it. People aren't even watching this anyways over there, and they're But that's definitely one of my hidden weapons that I try to breeze by. It's you don't have to send an I mean, if you want to send an extra tip, sure, but it's not. That's not. It could be in a PODCLASS question, but it's for the obvious reason. So the what is that? Hold on a second, everybody. Here at the Tehuti house, you never know who escaped. 3 escaped yesterday. Nana caught 2 and I caught 1. The Jarka escaped. Mr. Mozambique escaped, and Duality. I don't know if I'm going to pass on Duality to Scribe. I don't know. I don't know. I'm thinking. I'm contemplating it. I don't know. He escaped. I think he was trying to come to you, Scribe. He was trying to get out of here and get to. Where is it? Tennessee? Is it Texas, Tennessee? Wherever you are with the T, he's trying to get to where he escaped, and I got him back. But let me look at something really quick. I'm going to see if let me look at something right now and see if I'm going to address. If I'm going to add something to that to the answer, because let me go back. Hold on, everybody. Let me go back. I knew of all people, of course, Annie, and I mean, of course, Amun. You were gonna like that. I'm gonna call you a space cadet, man. You like the spacey. You like the heavens coming down from the heavens stuff. So I know you like that, and I was like, oh, somebody's gonna. I knew it. I knew somebody's gonna catch that. But yes, let me go back to. I'm gonna go to it a minute. Let me see right here. Since there is no other PODCLASS question, and I wonder if the brother fell asleep. Let me just go.
Sure for Rookie SABA, and I definitely caught that right when you were reading it.
Okay, I'm gonna let me see. Hold on, everybody. I'm trying to see. Okay, here's the quote, and let me just see something here. If I'm gonna. Oh, my screen. Hold on. Okay, here it is. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Is this it? My screen is not moving. Hold on. Let me stop right there. Stop. All right. Okay, good. Where's the Medu? Okay, is this it down here? Let me see. Okay, this maybe. Okay, here it is. I think this is it. Is this it? No, that's not it either. I wanted to add something nice to that, but I don't think it's let's see, maybe it's in the end. Nope, it's not in that Medu either. Nope. Nope. It's not here either. That is interesting. Let me go back up to one last thing and see if I can. Okay, maybe it's over here. Is this it right here? Yes. Okay. Who's that came on the screen? Atef Rem Kem. Oh, did I kick him out? Wait. Bring him back in. Atef Rem Kem Ma'at has boarded the Tehuti PODCLASS plane, UFO craft. Welcome, Atef. What country are you in now?
Hotep, great Saba. Can y'all hear me? Mic check.
Yes, we hear you great.
Hotep, I'm actually back home, but I have family visiting from Menku's side.
From where now? Where now? Where?
I have family visiting from Menku's side of town.
Menku?
Yeah, where Menku is from Wisconsin. I have family visiting here.
Oh, from Wisconsin.
Last week and the week before. But I'm home now, Saba.
Okay, great. Good to see you safe. So yes, that is to address that, Amun. That's something I was saving for a conversation, but I have so much to save, and who knows when those conversations are going to happen again. So.
Hotep,
Okay,
Saba, I sent you a tip.
Is it the 555? If so, I read that.
Nope, it was for some support for AMUN question.
Oh, really? Hold on. Okay. Let me see something, ladies and gentlemen. One moment, everybody. So how you doing, brother? Tef, you doing good, brother?
Yes, Hotep, Saba, I'm doing well. Thanks to you and your never knowledge and energy and support and all that you give for us and helping us navigate this matrix. Have a lot going on, a lot of challenges in my life at the present moment. But I'm just grateful. I'm so grateful for you and just what the knowledge and the wisdom does for us. That's what the tip was for putting it into practice, for the discipline, for the matrix of breaking that's what they want us to do, is they took the discipline from us. You are what you do. That's what makes you great. What are you doing? You don't respect and support the serial killer, the black serial killer. So Hotep to you for being a great example. I totally agree with what you said about Scribe being the best comedic teacher and what we're doing here. So as far as life goes and navigating this matrix, this is the absolute best place to be. If you truly care about your immortality and just if you're just sick and tired of all the lies and everything that's out there. So HERU to you, great Saba.
Thank you. One moment, everybody. You all Bill for a moment. I'm going to be right back in just a moment. Hold on.
Hotep, great people. Hotep, Ani. Hotep, Amun. Hotep, Amunet.
Hotep, great brother.
Hotep Dejed, I don't know if you're on the screen, great brother, but Hotep.
Hey, peace.
Peace, great brother, peace. Yeah, Amun, I had to back you up, brother. Did they come down from heaven? We need to know. Hey, listen, I'm a baby like Israel Hoyley. Shout out to you, great brother. Where you at? You can't miss your own rinse ceremony. Yeah, I'm a baby too, Israel, and every question is mine. So, Amun, I had to back you up on that, great brother. You know, that's what we do here. We support each other. I'm the Techetu. So you know that support. We support each other. So no arguing, no isfet. And you know, I had family visiting. I have a lot of challenges, a lot of things going on right now. That, you know, I wouldn't. It's just challenges. It's things to inspire you, right? You can't make it to that next level if you don't practice and if you're not presented with challenges, right? Because when you're presented with a challenge or a difficult situation, right? And notice I'm saying challenge. how you're able to navigate that and the decisions that you make to make it to the next step is so important. So, you know, we all living in this matrix, and that's the goal, is to get out. We fighting for our life here. We're fighting for our immortality. This isn't a joke. It's not a game. It's not a it's not a YouTube channel, despite what everybody think or what some might want to believe. It's truly not that. All you got to do is look around at your life and at everything you've been taught, and then you'll realize that, you know, it's ma'at or not. It's no other way. It's, you know, you are what you do. So, you know, I'm grateful for all of you on the panel that do support, that come out consistently and support no matter where I'm at in the world. I saw the great brother Hush Nation in the Netherlands. You know, shout out to you, great brother. No matter where I'm at, I'm always here, because this is the frequency that I align myself with. And even just in general, you know, as things happen, distractions, they're all designed to, in my mind, to make me better. Nothing is designed to, you know, to hurt me. Just make the right decision and go to the next level and be your best. Be what you're supposed to be, you know? So, yeah, man, I'm just grateful. You know, this is what I'm trying to do. Just find the the energy necessary to take it to that next level. And when things seem challenging, you know, who are the people that you are around? What energy, as SABA was breaking down frequency, what frequency are you aligned with? All you got to do is look around. Are you in a healthy environment? Are you speaking to healthy people? You know, are you speaking, you know, is what you're speaking, is what is coming out of your mouth, is it beneficial or detrimental to you, to the people, to whoever you're telling it to? You know, all of these things hold weight. You know, they're so important, and they're very subtle. The changes, you know, how they change the frequency, Sesastrous. You know, they just completely change the frequency, and we just have no desire to want to know what the origin or what the truth is. That's what's really, really, really sad, you know? So, yeah, the Tehuti PODCLASS, support. You know, support what's important to you. If the truth is important to you, then you'll support SABA. There's absolutely no way that you can't support the breaker of the matrix, you know? Hotep Hinu, great SABA.
Hotep, I love your energy, man. Glad you're back. Much love to you, the Jets, Ma'at, Patah, Dani, the Scribe, Amun, Amunet, and the great consistent people that have been here with me ever since you all saw me at Killer Priest. I don't know what type of magic the Killer Priest show had, but whatever it was, it attracted 98% of the people that are dedicated and consistent. Everybody on the panel is from there. So whatever magic he had in the air, I know it was me that was there, but I'm also on other channels and it doesn't generate this. So shout out to, much respect to you. To you, Amun. So the concept of supernatural beings coming from the heavens is a common concept amongst almost every ancient tribe, every ancient culture. It was normal. It's not normal today because we're far removed from any type of culture or anything. That everything is a movie now. The only references we have are movies. If you go back to the 1991 BC shipwreck sailor, which I'll actually show you some things now and walk through, you're going to see that the rest of the story of what that being was that man was dealing with. And because in those ancient stories that particular being that was described was the netter of that area, And as you see, as the tribes continued, they continued to give adherence to the serpent type creatures, and they even call them the one-legged part human type man. This is what the ancients say. This is what the Kikuyu tribe even says today. So I'm going to go ahead and show you some of that. And I've showed this before, but this is just to reinforce, because I've done so many classes, so much knowledge on different topics. I'm just going to go over a couple things, especially for the new people here. And let me go ahead and show some things right here, since there's a little extra time. Dashe is not here. And I'm going to go over a couple extra things here. So here we go. I'm going to go. Right here. Okay, here we go. So here we go. We're going to go back to the shipwreck sailor story of Punt, because the people of Punt that said, did you come here from land, sea, or from the ways of the others? And what was the term? Uh-oh. Can you all still see me? Am I frozen?
Yeah, you're choppy.
Uh-oh. Choppy? Am I choppy right now?
Yeah. And it's a little blurry too.
Okay, are my words still coming out clear?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so it's the people of Punt that are speaking firsthand to Hatshepsut. They ask 3 choices. Are you from land? Are you from sea? And then are you from the heavens? The word for the heavens there was pet. And it's actually the canopy of the sky image of Nut, which is the Cygnus Rift. The Cygnus Rift became the symbols of heaven. It is the area in the sky that actually looks like it is an arc over you, and it's the same arc as Nut. And so that was a term for the heavens, and it was speaking about some place that was not on the planet. So when we go back to can you all see the screen okay?
Yes, we can see the screen.
So here's the story again of the shipwrecked sailor, and this is a military officer. So this is a military officer of the shipwrecked sailor, and he's used to fighting. He's a military officer. Yet he's very afraid when he gets and sees this creature. He says, "Open his mouth towards me." And while I was on my belly before him, he said to me, "Who has brought you? Who has brought you, citizen? Who has brought you to this island, the Great Green?" This island is called the Great Green, the Great Uwajit. And like I said earlier, the area was an area that was very fruitful. One of the reasons why it was called Un, the land of Un, or the Pa-Un, was it was the area that was high in abundance of resources, also called the Great Green, or the Great Uwajit. The great area of healing also. The healing herbs were associated with greenery, and that's why Asar was called the Great Green as well. He was the first to heal from death or to come back to life, and of course he was the Netra vegetarian. But here is the Great Green, the 2 sides of which are underwater. I answered him, my arms bent forward, so he's being worshipped as the Netra. I said to him, "It was I who came down to the mining country on a mission of the sovereign." So here we go. So we see the mission of the sovereign. Those are the Par-ee, like Tehuti and Hatshepsut. They send the fleets down to gather the gold and gather the riches from that particular area. So he came down to the mining country, and then he said to me, do not fear, citizen. Do not turn white. You have reached me. See, the Netter has allowed you to live. He brought you to this land area of the Ka. There's not anything which is not in it. So it's a land of abundance. So we know that the area cannot be named after the icy land, icy area, where the Kenya or any mountain range where nothing is grown, because this area in ancient times is speaking of how abundant it is, and there's nothing in there that's not. It is filled with fine things. So you shall spend a month after until you complete 4 months within this island. A boat shall return from the resident sailors in which you know. And now here's an example of why the Nagas, or why these beings are considered wise, because this actually takes place at the end of the story. So this being speaking to this military officer is telling him what's going to happen 4 months down the road, and exactly what's going to happen at that time period. And at the end of the story, this actually takes place. So these were seen as the wise Nagas. They weren't seen as regular humans. They weren't seen as humans at all, because these beings were large, and when they came through, they made a large sound that was associated with trees breaking and the ground shaking. So we know this is not a hominid, human type being. And now this being can see into the future and tell him what's going to happen 4 months from now and where he's going to die. And that actually happens at the end of the story. And so now the being is telling this soldier, this military man, about his history. So in this, and I'm going to blow this up. Well, he's telling the Naga about his history, and they're telling each other about each other's history here. And I'm going to go to the next section here, and we're going to see the description, because remember, it sounded like thunder. It sounded like this great quaking of trees. He covered his face, and he found the serpent was about to come. And how long is this creature described? 30 cubits long. How can someone explain what this is? Is this symbolism? Is 30 cubits long some type of principle? So his beard, his hood was larger than 2 cubits. His body was covered in gold. His eyebrows with lapis lazuli. He was coiled up in the front. This does not sound like a humanoid. And how big is 30 cubits? So here, 30 cubits. This thing was 45 feet long. Now, your modern day Kemet people, and they can try to make up something that explains this. They can say the 45 feet, you got 45 feet on the island, on the laws of Ma'at, 42, subtract the 3. They can make up anything they want, but according to the writings of the indigenous people, this entity that this military man was speaking with was 45 feet long. When it came through, it broke down trees. It sounded like the stomping it sounded like the ground was shaking. And it was a large thing that was coiled up in the front. He opened his mouth towards me while I was on my belly in front of him. He said to me, "Who has brought you, citizen? Who has brought you? If you delay in telling me who has brought you to this land, I shall have you know yourself as ashes, turned into something invisible." He spoke to me. I could not hear while I was before him. I did not know myself. This military man is petrified. He didn't even know his own self. He's scared. He set me in his mouth. He took me off to his resting place. He sat me down without touching me. Ask your Kemetic teachers, ask them to elaborate on this. What is happening right here? What exactly is going on? He said this thing was big enough to set this man in his mouth, carried him off in his mouth, and was able to take him from the height that he was down to the ground without touching him. What is happening here? What type of entity, what type of creature is this that could set somebody down without even touching them? If whatever your conscious teacher says, they have to explain this sentence by sentence. What does this even mean other than what it says? He set me down without touching me. If you were to close your eyes and visualize something moving from one place to another without touching him, it it would sound exactly what we call today a form of controlled levitation. This is what the ancient people are writing in this land of Punt. I was intact without his taking anything from me. So he was able to move. This thing was 45 feet in height, in length, and he was able to move from the top of his head down to the ground without being touched. And when he landed on the ground, he was intact, not harmed at all. It was large enough to carry a man in his mouth. He opened his mouth towards me. He said to me, "Who has brought you to this land? Who has brought you to this great green, the sides of which are underwater?" Now, over here, the man now is explaining to this Naga being where he came from, the size of his boat, how he got trapped on the island. The Naga being is telling him not to be the Naga being is telling him not to be afraid. Now, I have this section here where I've covered this many times. That happened in the Younger Dryas period. Now, in the Younger Dryas period, which is also recorded here in New Science, Telegraph, with the stone carving, I showed this on the Killer Priest. This was about 11,000 years ago, or 10,950 BC. And it talks about comets or meteorites hitting the planet and causing the Younger Dryas, and how the ancient people had recorded this in their understanding. And when this comet hit the planet, it caused a massive cataclysm, which caused nuclear storms, which caused dust to go in the sky, causing a blockage of sunlight. Many creatures died during this period of before the Younger Dryas. And even here in California, the California tar pits, where they have the saber-toothed tiger and other type of creatures that died during this incident. And the ancient stone carving confirmed that a comet struck the earth some 11,000 BC, a devastating event which wiped out woolly mammoths and sparked the rise of a new civilization when things became livable back on the planet. So this fiery star-like object, according to our ancestry, a modern-day astronomer struck the earth and wiped out many species that were once in abundance. Some of these species you wouldn't call humanoid. And oh yes, did I tell you that large Naga-type being gave the shipwrecked military sailor officer comfort about being alone, telling the shipwrecked sailor what happened to him and his past family. So here's what this Naga-type being explains to the shipwrecked sailor. If you would be brave and your heart be strong, you will be filled. You will fill your arms with your children. You will kiss your wife. You will see your house. It is better than anything. You will reach home wherever you are amongst your siblings. I was stretched out on my belly. I touched the ground in his presence. Why did the Naga-type serpent tell him that? The Naga-type creature told him that because he starts to relay his experience, which is how joyful is one who relates to what he has experienced after painful matters have passed. I shall now relate to you something similar which took place on the island when I was on it with my siblings, children amongst them. We amounted to 75 serpents. Ask your conscious teachers to explain this. 75 serpents, including my children, my brothers, my sisters, without mentioning to you a little daughter brought to me through wisdom. Then a star fell, and because of it, things went up in fire. It happened utterly, which means it happened really fast. But I was not with them when they were burned. I was not amongst them. I died for them. I found them in a single heap of corpses. Something hit the ground, according to this story. Something that hit the ground that was similar to a sky, hit the ground and wiped off some of his families, but he wasn't there in the particular area, and he came back and found them. Just as what happened in the Younger Dryas, when this comet hit the ground and wiped out Not everything. Woolly mammoths died, saber-toothed tigers died, but not the regular puma. Not everything died in this collision that took place on the planet. And now ask any Kemetic teacher, what is this star that's falling that caused things to go up in fire that's wiping out these serpent type creatures, because we don't see these in abundance today. But what is this that fell? And it's the same thing that scientists found today that wiped out a lot of the animals during the Younger Dryas period, which was this over here. Now, the ancient people of Punt and the ancient cultures of the time do not acknowledge that any of these beings are indigenous to the planet. That's not what they say. They say that they're from Pet, or they say they're from the heavens, and they came down. And some of the beings were wiped out. I have many videos of unearthly type beings that actually live. They're not UFOs. They're actually unidentified water objects and unidentified water creatures that are on the planet. But these beings got wiped. Some of these beings got wiped out. Now, when you look at Punt is called the land of the Netter. This particular being was considered one of the Netter, especially to this military soldier or this military sailor. When he saw him, he worshipped him as the Netter and brought offerings and went to monks to try to give him myrrh and the exact same things that they do to the Netter. And this is a man coming from Kemet. The people of Punt to this day, and the people in Zimbabwe and the people of all ancient times, ancient Kingi people, acknowledge that their ancestors did not come from the earth but came from the sky. This land is called the land of the Netter, Ta Netter. And if you look at it, it's called land of the Netter, but there's another symbol in the word Punt that I didn't show you clearly. I'm going to show you now the word Punt with the other symbol in it. Let me go ahead and show you that. Here we go. Let me go over here and show you the word Punt and tell me what that is in it. We're trying to escape. So here's the word Punt. Oh. The land of the Netter. What do we see here in the word Punt? In its spelling. Let's see if we can show you. Boom, 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 and boom. Do you see the word Punt right there?
Yes.
What's this symbol right here? What's that?
Mountain?
You know what that is? Yeah, it's called the Manu. It's called the Manu. That's the mountains that the sun rises in between. Mountainous areas. It's in the beginning of the first page of the Purim HERU. So this is the land. What's this up here? What's this?
Pet.
That's Pet. That's Pet. So they'll tell you that this is called the land of the gods, the land of Punt, the land of the gods, right? Because they're taking this right here. Here's the land, right? They call us the land of the gods. It's Punt, Ta Netter, and Pu means that which exists. Pu, and Un, that which exists. But it's the land of the gods. They say, we know this is the land because of the determinative. But what's this right here? They don't have this in the sound, do they? This is also a determinative. But what is this determinative for?
Sky.
That's a determinative for the sky. So this area that they're just calling the land of Punt, they're ignoring the other symbol in it. Just as it can be called the land of Punt, it can be very well associated with the skies as well, but they never say that. They only say the land of Punt. But there's the sky symbol, the same symbol that the people of Punt use when they ask Hepshetza, did you come from the land? The land mark is there. Did you come from the seas? or did you come from the skies? Only a people that are familiar with beings coming from the skies would ask that, and another people of the other part of the Nile who know that their Netzer come from a particular place would write the name Punt, call it the land of the Netzer, but yet the skies of where the origin is in the same word. So it was no problem for them to talk back and forth like that. If Shet could say, no, not me. I'm coming to the land of the Netzer. This is where the beings from the skies of these beings come from. And the people that are there, seeing those people as some type of advanced people saying, did you come from the skies too? Like these other beings did? And therefore, it was no problem for them to say, did you come from the skies? Because it was a normal conversation back then. This is a breakdown right there. There's a little breakdown right there. All right. So that's it right there. And I want people to, oh, what's that? Say it again?
You are very much, Saba.
And I want people to ask their current conscious people to explain, to just elaborate on that. Why does Punt have the sky symbol in it? You just say the land of Punt, but it's not just land. There's another symbol in it. And why are the people of Punt asking Hatshepsut if she came from the skies? Is that a principle? So the land is physical, the sea is physical, but the skies is principle, right? So, oh, did I tell you another name for the Nagai? I didn't tell you the other name for the Nagai, did I? What they call him? You ready?
Yes.
Inky. The Inky eye. That's what they call those the being. Inky eye. Yeah. All right, so that's Inky. I'm gonna stop right there. So there you go. No problem for them to discuss. That was normal talk, like we discussed the Cosby Show. All right, so that's a little jewel there. That's just a little extra there. Hey, so there I answered 2 questions in the podcast. Yay! Well, Jeff, I'm done. For those who appreciated this and like this more than the fireworks, you all support. Send in some tips. I'm trying my best, and I'm stalling out till Dashe gets here. It looks like I'm doing this another time, but that was a stall out. So for those who appreciate this, like they did their Captain Crunch, support the Tehuti PODCLASS. Cash App, TT AMUN, PayPal at Rocky SV. Hotep, I'm done. How'd you like that, Atef?
You're on mute, Atef.
Hotep Mary, I love it, Saba. 2 out for that.
Okay, wonderful. Glad you did. Support the PODCLASS, everybody. That was a stall out question. Stall out answer. I didn't know he was gonna ask that, but anyways, let's okay, so Dashe, you're in the net, you're somewhere in the Tuat, sleeping. I'm gonna go read a couple more donations and supports that were given, and then we're gonna close this out. And I was gonna give Dashe his name, but I don't see Mr. Dashe. You see him in the chat, Atef?
No, Sab, I haven't seen him for a minute.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna read a couple of supports and donations that were given. Maybe a couple were given for that one. I'm not sure, but and then we're gonna go ahead and close out this beautiful class. And Dashe should have to contact me and reschedule because you went into the dream. You went into the interesting. You went somewhere, which is you'll see how your name ties into that. The next time we do this naming ceremony for him, he's gonna tell you what happened to him, and then when he tells you what happened, why he wasn't in the PODCLASS, look at his name. You're gonna see his name and see how his name explains that. And I didn't know this was gonna happen, but his name is gonna explain what happened to him, why he couldn't come for the naming ceremony in his name. All right, so another magical name. Here we go. So we're gonna go ahead and do a couple donation supports, and I'm gonna reset the page and see. And Anybody else supported, and 2 for those who did. And then we're going to close down the beautiful pod class today. Soze Mania, I see your email. I'm going to read it probably tomorrow, but I do remember now. Soze Mania is son of Henry. Okay, shout out to you. A Tefrem Kema'at sent for Anu's on the spot question. Oh, what's this? Wait a minute, hold on. 2 5 from October. Okay, got it. I could have. Shout out to a friend Kema'at. Peace and love to you. Give yourselves if any is there one of you give a hand clap, extra tip. Atep, could you read this for us, please?
OTEP, it says $10.72 for a tip add-on to Did They Come Down from Heaven?
All right. And shout out to Amun and Amunet. Wait. Okay. I see something. What is this I see here? Let me click. Let me crop. Shout out to Amun and Amunet. Let me see. Oh man, I took that out of the class too. The part about the name of the Nagai was Inke. But I guess it's back in the class. I wasn't gonna put that in, but it's in there. That's good. Thank you for asking that. That drew that back in. Shout out to Amun and Amunet, and go ahead, one of you read this, please.
$30 for rest of the pod class and extra jewel. Tua, Protect, Mary, SABA.
Big noise for them. All right, thank you. Wonderful. And Boss, of course. Bassatet is the new Big Vapes. He's working his way up. Bassatet Maka Ox Effect. What is this one? This Meru for shout out to Bassatet Maka Ox Effect. Let me get to the screen so I can see which Meru he's requesting here. Hey Scrab, are you there, brother?
Hotep, yes, I'm here.
Have you seen Nook per Nook since he disappeared the last class when he said that the Cash App shut him down and stole his money? Have you seen him since?
Yes, I have. He has posted in the Discord.
Okay. I haven't seen it. He said the Cash App stole his money, and then I didn't see him for the rest of the class. And usually, have you seen him in today's chat?
No, I haven't seen him today, which is unusual.
I hope the brother's okay. He said Cash App he said Cash App prevented him from sending me a donation and then took his money. And then I haven't seen him since. So does he usually come to the Sunday class? The Sunday class?
Yes. Yes, he does.
Did you see him last Sunday?
Yes, I did see him last Sunday.
Okay. Okay, all right. What do I have to him? Okay. Shout out to here it is. Basa Tut Maka Ox Effect for Metanetter class. Metanetter number 39. Give him some big noise, please. Give him some big noise. Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate you. And if you check your email, you should have the class already. That's how fast we work here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. All right, everybody. That concludes the Tehuti PODCLASS for the day, for the night. What a beautiful event. I'm going to go around to the panel and everybody can give some of their last, some of their words to summarize what they thought about the class, what they thought in general. And then we'll go ahead and do the affirmation, and Tefrem Kim can do the affirmation, and we'll close out. So go ahead, Pata. We'll start with you.
Okay, Hotep Ma'at.
Hotep.
Henu Great Saba. Yes. Tua Great Saba for the wonderful PODCLASS and teaching about PUNT. And I've had a from the real early PODCLASSes, have dug into that area, and I love the teachings associated with that, and coming to learn from different connections and ties that I have to that area. So Tua for teaching on this, and I love when you teach about the things that what you do this consistently, but what everyone else is scared and ashamed to teach about, which is the netter. So I love when that's at the forefront. Tua for that, and just for everything that you're doing, and for setting the example, leading by example, showing us how to become the Tiru. Great Saba. Yes, I'm extremely grateful and thankful for your presence and for your guidance, Great Saba. To Hotep Henu, to all of the great supporters of the PODCLASS and the House of ATTON, who see the importance of what's taking place and want to participate in building up something that is here to combat ISFET. So Tua for that, and for your attention. Without your attention, this does not exist. And I'll conclude with the Medu from the Pert M. HERU. Sakim M. Arit, Murder Ka'a, Simu Hatuna Tiru, Pert Entetep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in Hotep.
That is beautiful. Tua for that. That last affirmation, I'm not sure if I asked you this before, is that a combination of some ancient literature with your words, or are those, where is that from?
It's from the Pert M. HERU. One section of it, I obtain the power to do what pleases my cause, from the chapter that speaks about rising as Saket and obtaining the power over the limbs in the ka. So yes, it does come from directly from the pertinent HERU.
Oh, you just took different sections. Is that what you did?
Yes.
That's what it. Okay. And it sounded familiar. Then it changed up on me. I was like, what's that from? Okay, it's a mixture. That's okay. Good. Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you, brother. Great student Annie. Appreciate you. Appreciate your great words of appreciation and your continuous work for the Sunday classes. Your participation in that. The I call them sessions. What do they really call it? Not sessions. Sessions.
I switched it to the other word for scribe to make it flow better, which is sekau sessions. Scribe sessions. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Okay. Well, yeah. Two for that. The people like it, and nothing like that is taking place on YouTube. One thing I really like about yourself and Atef is your classes and your presentations are coming straight from the Meru writings. Every time I click on and get a glimpse or I look at the classes, it's straight Meru writings. The Tef sometimes just reads straight from it, and now I'm hearing he's doing movies or some type of audio videos with it, and it's a beautiful thing because literally nobody's even touching the writings, and you all are just coming from the writings. That's literally the opposite of what everybody's doing because people are ashamed of it, and you all don't have the it's like strictly the writings. I really like that. It's interesting. It's not even. It's not going to be like the PODCLASS, but it's not like that in the sense of it's not like government psyops in the writings and in the writings with a little bit of revealing the secrets of Donald Trump. It's not. It's just straight the writings. So to have something just straight on the writings to keep people's attention on that is not being done anywhere. So tour for that, both of you. That's great.
Nini Great Saba.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Okay, thank you for your opening and summary. Appreciate you, Scribe, and we're gonna go to yes, appreciate you, Scribe. Thank you. What is it? Yes, and we're gonna go to Amun and Amunette in the red. Hey, I'm in red too. What's going on here? What's happening?
Otep on Suneb, Marie, to you, wonderful Grace Abatuti, for this beautiful class, to all to your mentors for being for the Jed, holding you up, to all of your animals, to PUNT, to healthy babies. I really appreciated this class. I really appreciate this class. I continue to appreciate it. I love this class. To offer all that you do that can be seen and unseen. To offer answering the question that I had about what was said to the tip suit. I love that topic. Always, I love anything that can help me understand life better, existence better, to be more equipped as I continue to live on for eternity. So to all very much for being the foundation of that, for being the foundation of helping me to be equipped and continue to learn and grow and capri and evolve. It's interesting that when you asked what animals were in that area earlier in the beginning of the class, you asked me and you said a giraffe. That's interesting because I do plan on sending a question in on the giraffe and what it means in the Nile Valley. I'm very curious about that. So thank you all very, very much for saying that. It was a good synchronicity. Yeah, 12 for being alive. Very Saba, 12 for existing. You're definitely necessary to modernize life. You definitely are the SABA, many doors have within you. So Tua, very much for everything. I could keep going forever, but I will keep it short so that way you're able to get your rest. You're able to test and do what you need to do for the rest of the week in a beautiful manner. So I will end with the affirmation and adoration to you, wonderful great Saba. And Tef Sakem M At Chef Satem Nef Ib and Tef Neb Yuk M Kat Tehuti Per Ucha Kem Rent Tehuti Sef Ma'a He and Renpet Renf Seb Sep Sen M Wat HERU Sa. He hath gained power over his limbs, his own has obeyed him his heart. He is thy Lord, thou art in his body. Tehuti coming forth, advancing, unknown in his name. Tehuti is yesterday. Seer of millions of years is his name. Traveling twice along the way of HERU, the judge. Hotep Marie, Uncle Justin.
Hotep Marie to you. Two for the beautiful words. Two for the beautiful words of Henu. I hear those. I hear echoes of that every day. Well, I don't hear them. I read them from you every day. It sounds just like that, and it's beautiful to hear the words. And I really, really appreciate that. And keep doing what you're doing, good brother. Keep moving in the direction that you are, and you're going to be a great father. You're going to be a great father because you are going to imbue all that you would envision that a father should be. So because of that, you're going to be the greatest one, right? You're going to take all the missing parts and build them on you. So keep that vibration up, and it's going to be a beautiful future for you. Keep going.
Well, very much, Saba, for saying that. We know what your words do. You said I knew he would be a teacher. Now he's a teacher. So, 12 for saying that about me. Now I know it's true. 12.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, that's how it works. That's awesome. So, Amunet, look out. Maybe a mother coming up soon. We're gonna see, and that'll be an interesting announcement. That'll be a good announcement. I like that.
He gonna speak that heck out, Saba. He gonna speak that heck out.
Yeah,
yes,
it
really works.
Yeah, it happened with I did it to the Jed. Let's see if we can do it to you. So that hecka is real. Oh my! Who's doing that? Who is that? I thought that was that. That's a soundbite. Okay. Okay. Who is that? Is that you? Who is a little giggling girl? That's you, Scribe, doing that? Yeah.
Well, that's a Tef doing that one.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Okay, nice. Okay, so who is that? Was that you, Scribe? Who is that? Tef, you with a little giggly girl? Who is that?
Yeah,
that's you, Tef?
That's a soundbite, Saba.
Yeah, but is it you playing the soundbite? Is it Patah?
Yes, it's me playing it. Yes.
Okay, I like that. Sounds like a Gerber baby. All right, on to Amunet. Give us some closing words, young lady in red.
Hotep Mary He or Saba Tehuti, to offer being my father and raising me up and raising Amun up and teaching us what it is to be a true out, a true family, and doing all that you've done in the past and continue to do in the future and the present. I appreciate everything you do every single day for yourself and for everyone around you. I appreciate all of the protection you give your students through the knowledge that you provide. To for walking Amun and I towards immortality every day and providing us with our memory and teaching us how to live for eternity and be within that next realm in full conscious memory and awareness. So to you all very much for providing all that you do, and I appreciate your life, your health, your sustainment, all that's around you, all your networks that provide you with the support that you need. I appreciate them for all that they do and all of what you do together as a perfect out. I will end with a live utterance to you, Tehuti. Amun and Amunet, Shesu Empet, Tehuti, Put Netter, and Waset Imens. Extend her out and Tehuti, or Hep her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Netter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep Mary Hep,
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Nefer. Wonderful words, and just like I said to Amun, I read those from you on a daily basis, and I appreciate the consistency. You all have actually never stopped sending the adoration since you began. I don't think there's a day missing. It's there every day. Sometimes I scroll up and I look, oh, I missed that day. It's still there. There it is. You're consistent, and I appreciate everything that you all do. And contact me sometime throughout the week, and we'll solve this rat problem. See if we can get these rats thawed and de-thawed and thawed again. What we can do about this rat thing. Peace and love to you, Amanat. Great words. Okay. And on to a Tef Ram Kem Ma'at. What did you say, good brother? You said you're battling a little bit of Isfet or something? I heard it from the back. I wasn't on here.
Yes. Just a lot of challenges, a lot of Isfet. But I'm grateful for you, Saba, and I'm grateful to be on this frequency. Everybody that spoke prior to, I echo their sentiment. Amun said he's grateful for you for teaching him, and his as he grows and learns, it gives him a better ability to navigate the Isfet. So I agree with you, Amun, and this is the reason that no matter where I'm at, I was in Texas last week, I was in Orlando the week before that. Some of the trip is some of that travel is for good reasons, and some of it is for not good reasons. But the one thing that is consistent is Ma'at. So I'm grateful for you, Great Saba, for that. Definitely. Also, what you said, I'm grateful for just my desire to want to build and elevate and rise and get better. That doesn't change. And the only way that I see that I know is Ma'at. And I'm grateful for you, Saba. The Natiru do exist. And that is another reason why I just want to echo that tone. So Tua for that, as I grow and build with my presentations, and just elevating and Kepara, evolving and getting better. So I'm grateful for you, Saba. Yes, I've been dealing with some Isfet, but it's all to make me better. That's how I see it. And I see all of you, all of my brothers, and this particular frequency as the only way. And I'm grateful for it. I'm truly honored to be standing up here with all of you. Saba, Henu to you, Great Ani, Henu to you, Amun, Amunet, the Jed, Henu to the great Minkura, and yeah, Sab, I'm just I'm just navigating this just remaining true to my art. It's my art or not. So this is what I do. I look at all challenges as just a way to get better. So I'm even grateful for the that frequency, for the challenges. I heard you speak on on that many times. So Tua for your example, HERU to your church, your animals, everything that's necessary for you to do what you do for us, as well as do what you do for yourself, Great Saba. So, I'll end it with may your Ba advance your station among the venerables. May your Ka contend with your enemy. And may your Ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who closed the weary one. Hotep HERU to you, Great Saba. Tehuti, Amun Hotep, bro.
Nini Ugg, that was absolutely beautiful. I appreciate you very, very much. And I want you to know that you and everybody on this panel, and those students who are not on this panel, we actually put you in our. When I wake up with the female energies and the turds, and when I wake up in the morning, you're all in our affirmations. So whatever negativity surrounds you, we send out a focus, that an appreciation for the support, and wish nothing but Uncle Justin Neb on all the great students. So, and you're mentioned quite a few times in my household. So you're mentioned as you're mentioned quite a few times. So you're the great father, and you battle the Isfet, and you navigate it absolutely, because if you ever under the illusion that it's destroyed, that's an illusion. Isfet will never be destroyed. It always exists. It's always a test. It has to be navigated. It has to be moved around. It has to be fought. But there's no record in the ancient papyruses of the Nitiru ever destroying Isfet. It was there with Osar. It was there with Khufu, Ramesses. Every pharaoh, everybody recorded something dealing with Isfet, getting rid of it. But it doesn't get destroyed, because if you have nothing there to test you, you'll become soft. And the animal world isn't like that. Just as Isfet will never be destroyed, it can be navigated. The same way that the deer will never be able to destroy the lion. The lion is a form of Isfet to the deer and to the zebra. It'll always be there for another 2 million years. And now the deer just has to learn how to navigate away from that lion, because it has to be there. So every animal has a predator and has an attacker, and it has to be there, or else you'll turn weak and soft if you don't battle. If you don't battle, you'll turn to a nice marshmallow with a perm HERU in your hand and a nice marshmallow head. So you want yeah. And you'll be the opposite of Ramesses with the sword and the shield. So that's a good way of looking at it. Navigate, because if you navigate, then you actually control it. Better to control the Isfet around you than to live in a la-la land and think you got rid of it. And put on those rosy glasses and sing Sesame Street. So you're doing great, my good brother. Keep on going. Keep on doing what you're doing. And if you ever need to contact me for any aid in anything that can help you with the Isfet, you have an open door. Ani Patah, everybody on the panel. I don't do one-on-ones anymore with regular people, but everybody on the panel has an open door to me.
To our Great Saba, HERU to you. To our for that Great Saba.
Nini Ugg. Okay, and on to the man the jewel man. The man who collects the jewels. Is there a video game like that where you collect little jewels? I don't know, but I keep seeing these things on my phone. What are those things that pop up on this stupid thing pop up on my phone? It's like free video games. It's a person collecting jewels. I don't know. On to the jewel. Yeah, ding, ding, ding. On to the jewel man. The Jed Saddam collecting all the little jewels to build his nice Aoud over there. All the jewels are gonna go straight to his children that are gonna be spitting out those jewels in the next 30 years when the Jed is on his bed, just relaxing. How you doing, Jed? Give us some good words.
Peace and love, great Saba. Definitely appreciate you. With this wonderful class,
Did you see her?
You've taught me that from everything that I've learned today, there's people that pay. They have the wealth to bring force, and that force can materialize in all types of isfet from one's worst imagination. And when those worst imaginations come forth, people become desperate, and the ones who have paid for this force to be implemented, it after a period of time, it opens those who have gone through it to any form of safety, any form of peace, and that's when they brought their Catholicism. That's where they brought their Christianity or their Islam, because it brings it's a safety net, and it feels better. It feels better than the actual force that was paid for to to bring them to that stage. So, to you, Saba, for showing me that, and showing me that step-by-step process of how someone could say, I want this area, and these are my step-by-steps that I'm going to do to proclaim that area and change the rend of that area, and to establish myself for many generations on, that most people are not aware of. So to you, great Saba, because when given the truth, one may feel that that's what they put their identity to, but you're breaking that, and I love that. So to you, great Saba. Peace and love to your Naturts, who's definitely supporting your Dejet, so you can focus on the things that you can focus on these things that your gift, this gift that you have. Tua for your Naturts for handling the rest of those things that may bring a challenge to you, that kind of misdirect your kutu, and so you can focus on this. So Tua to you, great Saba. Still waiting on that text so we can focus on these serpent, whatever one that your Eve and your Ka has said, bam, this one is for the Jed. So Tua to you, great Saba. Henu, and peace and love to everybody on the panel. I love y'all. Henu and Tua to everybody in the chat. May Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rises and shines forevermore in Ma'at. I am the Jet Sajim Ma'at Him Ti Pau Ku Hotep Mary, Uncle Justin.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. I felt like I was watching one of your movies right now. I thought it was Sunday. So that's great. Beautiful, beautiful words from a beautiful being, and yes, definitely the female energy, the ladies, the female energy that's around me is definitely a part of the sanity, because I literally only do this. I only do this and everything that pertains to this. I have so the comfort of the female energy and taking care of things to ease me is keeping my mind sane in a primal manner, the same that a lion has when it has to go out and do whatever it does, and when it comes back to the pride, That's the happiness it's worked for. So Tua for that, and that's literally what's going on. I really appreciate that, Primordial. Take the jewels, pass them on to the children. I'll be keep on Primordial because that's not the Jed. The Jed is interesting, man. I've never named. I've said that before. I never named people that didn't have Matrix names before. I never named like somebody that already had the name like Primordial Thought 9. It sounds like a superhero. So it's not like Alex Jones. So yes, the Jed, spread that word on, keep it going. You have let me get it back. You have about a month and a half left now? Is that what's going on? 2 months maybe?
Yes, Papa, it's definitely less than 2 months. Gabriella's already having contractions.
Oh my!
Yeah, that has started those sleepless nights. You know where, yeah, she's on her way. She's over here plucking pomegranates right now, just trying to make her late night snacks. And so, yeah, we're almost there.
Okay, that is awesome. No more hekau for a little while. Hekau real. You gotta calm down in the hekau before the baby pops up in the hekau.
None at all. I need to recover.
The hekau, the babies, they're crying. No, so we gotta calm down. Gabrielle's about to pop. So we gotta relax.
I've forgotten what it feels like to have your own appetite and be able to eat on what you want on your time and to sleep on my stomach.
and what?
And to be able to sleep on my stomach. I'm tired of sleeping on my side.
Oh man, Amonette, you got your warning. You said, you ready for all this? Echo is real. So Amonette are gonna take over the Hekau for you guys until next year or so. So all right, beautiful words from a beautiful young lady, Gabriella, in the back, who's gonna bring forth a child, which could be right before any of these next pod classes. Who knows? The next 2 pod classes, the baby could be here. We'll see. So good luck, Gabriella. You're doing great. And Tua for all your support, and Tua for all your love, and loving that man right there, the Jed. All right, everybody. Wow, it's 8 hours and 46 minutes. We're gonna shut the pod class down before 9 hours. I'm getting excited. I actually get to rest after taking care of some animals, and this is wonderful. So we got to close out. We're gonna do the affirmation with the good brother Atefrem Kem Ma'at, and then I'm gonna come to the screen and close this beautiful thing out. Who is tomorrow? Who's doing it tomorrow on the Sunday?
Hotep, tomorrow is Minku Ara. It is his presentation tomorrow, and the following Sunday we have the SWG for the great Nani Aset Mer, who's going to host it at the HOA platform, which we're very excited for. And I see this message she put in. May I read this message before you close out?
Oh, it's a message to be read here? Sure.
Yes. Nani Aset Mer is wanting me to announce that for anyone who would like to be a part of the SWG, which is the Sacred Womb Gathering, that'll be on the House of ATTON on the 24th, to email her naniasetmer@gmail.com. So it's going to be a beautiful thing, and we'll make the announcement again. But yes, tomorrow is Minku Ara, and next week will be the wonderful ladies of the House of ATTON. I'm very excited for that.
Oh my goodness! Oh, it's gonna be great. I look forward to that too. I will be tuning in.
Saba, nothing like that exists with the ladies. Nothing like that exists, Great Saba.
You're absolutely right. We're doing things that don't exist anywhere else, and it's a beautiful thing. And I look forward to when the children and the young and the people in the pod class that are going to be watching this 10 years from now, starting all over again, just add on to this. It's going to be a beautiful thing. To everybody, we're going to give the wonderful Atefrem Kema'at to do the affirmation. Your background is beautiful, Atef. It looks like you're in a museum. It looks excellent. Wow, it looks really good. Okay, Atef, you ready, good brother?
Hotep, yes, I'm ready, Saba.
Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We have. Okay. If you said anything before that, you were on mute. I don't know if you knew it.
I said
now we can. We didn't hear anything before that.
I said to our great Saba Hotep.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. You all give me 1 moment before you do that. I'm gonna put her down and do something real quick, and then we can do the affirmation. Let me just do something right here, real quick. You all can talk in between. I'm going to be at like 2 minutes. 1 minute.
We just waiting on one day that Ani might spit a verse over this beat. But this beat is still phenomenal. We just waiting on that Ani Fatah Tehuti.
Overdrive.
Spit that Madu over the overdrive. We just gonna throw that out there. I'm gonna just say that. Sorry, my bad.
What's the button? We definitely want that. That's that Tehuti overdrive.
Hey, it's only mandatory, man. Just give us one of those in the next Scribble Sessions Volume 2. We waiting on that. Just might as well throw this one on the beat. You know what I mean? Just Ani, do your thing, great brother.
Just give him the mic. Just give that brother the mic. He got it. He got it from here. We gonna support you. We got you. You know what's so funny, right? Is that I would not be surprised if Ani don't already have something for this. Ani, do you or don't you? Can you concur? Tehuti overdrive.
What's the button?
There you go. That's the answer, people. That's the answer. Just push the button. When you push the button, that's how you turn it on. That's the go button. So he ready to go. Just push the button. Welcome back, Great Saba.
I'm back. Well, yes, sir. That was actually a couple of days ago thinking that I don't want to get into super old age and not release. I was thinking about releasing my just one time releasing all my lyrics to everybody before I get to an age where I forget them.
Saba, don't play with us now. Come on, don't do that.
It's funny you said that. to this beat. It's funny you said that. That's interesting you said that. So that is
Saba, you and Ani got to do at least just one. As much effort that Ani has put into the House of ATTON, you got to give him one at least, just one track, and just say, Ani, me and you are going to do this, and whatever that is, make it happen. Because you gave Killer Priest one. And Killer Priest is nothing compared to Ani. So you got to give him at least one opportunity, whatever beat that is that y'all decide to say, hey, this is the one we're gonna spit on. Stop it. You gotta give him one before you say, hey, I'm done.
Yeah, I gave Killer Priest 2 actually.
Okay, so you got to give Ani 4.
Yeah, I did give Killer Priest 2. Well, we gave each other a bit. Okay, yes, that's that could be in the making because I actually was thinking, and I was like, oh yeah, I can't go away without people hearing this. I think AMUN put out a clip of me on Killer Priest rhyming. I already did 2.0 of that song is already written. So that what you heard was the first version of it. There's a 2.0 version of it of the same lyrics, and it's where my rhymes actually create a beat.
I need that tape where you sat in the dark room.
What's that?
I need the tape of the song where you sat in the dark room. There's no instruments in there, but somehow I remember you told that story somehow.
Oh man, I'm trying to get that. I'm trying to find that. I have it, but the tape won't play. I have to fix something on it. Yeah. Thank you. I wanted that to be in the I wanted to put that out for everybody. It's an album that I made in a room with no instruments, and it's none of my words. It's an instrumental that I made with no instruments and no studio. I only had a guitar, and I used the guitar and my mouth to make every instrument. That was in '96. But anyways, yeah, I'm thinking of coming out with those lyrics, and then doing one with Annie, and I may do the 2.0 where my one where my rhymes actually create a beat without the instrument. The rhymes itself create a beat. So it's like two things going on at once. When those people speak with I had a teacher once that showed me that he could speak and sing. He could do what that bird did. I did a class on the bird that had like 2 larynx. I have a rhyme like that where my rhyme is creating a beat and I'm rapping. So I have to release that because you all keep asking me for lyrics, and I don't want to pass away not letting anybody hear what I actually have. I do actually have a couple of lyrics left. Okay. All right, everybody. So we're gonna go to the affirmation. Annie is back. He said, push the button. They're basically telling you, just tell him go. Just tell him whatever he said. Go to do it, and they'll do it. It's ready. Push the button means it's ready, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that, Annie, and I'm gonna talk about some other stuff dealing with music. All right, everybody, let's close this out. It is 8 hours and 55 minutes. Officially going to be the shortest podcast in the last 3 months, I think. And we're going to just close out with a beautiful affirmation. I know nobody wants to leave. It's still early. Dashe went somewhere to another realm. And let's just close it out. No, he did something for his naming ceremony, which is in his name. I'm not going to reveal it till if I do the name next week. He's gonna say what he did in the place, and I'm gonna show where I put that in his name. Yeah, that's a weird magical world. But okay, everybody, we're gonna close it out with with the Tef and the affirmation. I'm gonna take this off the screen. Are you ready, brother Tef? You ready?
Oh, Tef, yes, let's go, great Saba.
Oh, Tef, let's go. Wonderful, wonderful. Let's yeah, I went to turn it down and it turned down already. I went to turn it down and it turned down. Must be Annie doing something. Oh no, Danny, you didn't do that? No, it went back up. Maybe I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure what's happening. I went to turn it down and it turned down. So my hand didn't move. It must be Annie doing it. All right, here we go, everybody. We're gonna do the affirmation.
What's that with the spiders? Oh no, that's Rogers.
Yeah. Where's the affirmation? Here we go. Ready, Tef? Ready, good brother? Where is it?
Oh, Tef, great job. I'm ready.
Okay, let's go. We'll start. Go ahead, brother. Lead us out.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unky Emmaat. UNNS. Nintet Set Emmaat. Men Hepapet Emmaat. Her and Hugh Kiwi. Her Eku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Thank you, good brother, Atef. And now I'm gonna go big screen and close this out. I haven't eaten. Way behind. That's okay. The last one. All right. So peace and love, Annie Patah, attend Tehuti. Peace and love, Amun, Amunet. Peace and love, or just moved. Peace and love, the dead. Sedem Ma'ahem Pautku. And peace and love, Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. We're going to go ahead and close that out big screen. And here we go. Ready, everybody? Well, let me get Atef. He always has oh, there. You got it. You got it. Peace and love, everybody. It's a wonderful, wonderful evening. A wonderful day. Another event at the Tehuti PODCLASS. Questions asked, guidance given. Peace and love to PUNT. I wish the whole class was on. And she's ready to drop babies, hopefully sometime soon. For those who are watching Tehuti PODCLASS, if you watch this on a replay and you enjoy what you saw, support the vision, support the time, support everything that it takes to put this together. It's never been done before. And this will be the last 2-hour type answer that I give. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV. It's scrolling there at the bottom. If you appreciate it, then support what it is to create an environment where this can keep on coming. Plus, we have many things taking place in the House of Atten, and here at the Tehuti PODCLASS, many things that have to be accomplished. So please support the Tehuti PODCLASS. Please support what it is that is happening. Shout out to everybody in the room. Shout out to Maharu. There we go. I go spit. I go spit. Netter first says thumbs up the video. This is the first time I'm looking in the chat, by the way. So shout out to Maharu, who says I go spit Saba. I go spit Saba. That's definitely Maharu language. I go spit Saba. Okay. We got Amun Ka as Ong Tehuti says Nefer Nana, the womb reader, and the future teller. Whoa. Wow. Okay. Nefer Nana, the womb reader, and the future teller. That's what Amunet is saying to you. So peace and love, everybody. Peace and love to the beautiful TT Amun listening out there. I see your messages. And let's go ahead and close this out. This is Punt, who the class was on. And she's all the way from that area that people are calling Kenya. And ladies and gentlemen, for those who are watching, this is history in the making. Be a part of this beautiful history that's in the making, because in the future, when all is said and done, and the archaeologists come and investigate what was left, all they will see is